Chapter 250. It was too terrifying. A king in the ruined sky realm was actually beaten by a phantom formed of killing intent to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. This made Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side, feel shocked and incredulous. In the ruined sky realm, a king who dominated a region was a terrifying existence comparable to a demigod. The killing intent formed was earth-shattering, and it could easily kill immortals and gods. The primordial relic in the valley had become a land of death. No living creature dared to set foot in it. Countless illusory, smoke-like ancient figures were fighting desperately, exuding a tragic and stirring aura. Every blurry figure seemed as if it could dissipate with a gust of wind, but they were as powerful as gods of war, their killing intent soaring to the sky. The torrential rain and the whistling cold wind were all blocked outside the relic. The storm only raged outside the relic. There wasn't even a drop of rain in the relic, as if the rain that poured down from the sky evaporated when it reached the relic. On such a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, such a horrifying scene caused Gu Fei's mind to ripple and his jaw to drop. The demon sand island didn't seem simple. Gu Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a great secret hidden on the island. At the very least, the island had existed since ancient times. Even though it had been washed by the waves for countless years, and other places had long been turned into mulberry fields, the power of nature couldn't erase this island from the god-fallen sea. Roar! The white bone king roared at the sky and desperately rushed out of the relic. It didn't dare to stay, and directly rushed out of the valley without looking back. Outside the valley, the undying king, who felt that he had escaped danger, stood on a large rock and roared at the sky. It was difficult for him to make a real sound because of his bone body, but his strong soul fluctuations spread in all directions. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The heavy rain that poured down from the sky was blocked by the power of the White Bone King's bone body when it was 10 feet away. The White Bone King was furious. He never thought that he would fall into danger and suffer unimaginable damage as soon as he was teleported out of the ruined sky realm. The White Bone King was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Of course, he didn't have any flesh, so he couldn't vomit blood. The soul fire in the skull flickered continuously, and was no longer as vigorous as it was when it first came out of the spatial passage. The terrifying killing intent in the vestige had weakened his soul flame by at least 2/3. His soul fluctuations were no longer as shocking as before. This undying king's body, which was sparkling and translucent like divine jade, was covered in a layer of multicolored light. The most serious injury was the blow to his chest. His sternum was shattered, and 3 of his ribs were broken. His spine was almost broken by that terrifying killing intent. The king of the undead creatures in the ruined heaven realm had been reduced from the demigod realm to the void-controlling realm. It would probably take a long time for him to recover his peak strength. The killing intent that had taken shape in the ancient ruins did not rush out from the valley. However, the terrifying ripples in the valley grew even more intense. The ancient warrior's murderous intent seemed to be unable to leave the ancient ruins. The White Bone King turned his head and looked into the valley. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. Then, he turned around and charged into the storm without looking back. In the darkness, a figure silently chased after the White Bone King. When the White Skeleton King was teleported out from the ancient altar in the Archean ruins, a few other Archean ruins on the Tanglong continent also had some unusual movements. In the extreme west of the Tanglong continent, there was a paradise on earth that everyone yearned for. The Western Buddhist land was definitely a spiritual land in the Tanglong continent. In the Buddhist land, there were 30,000 temples with golden bricks and jade tiles. Everyone believed in Buddhism and cultivated Arhat Buddhahood. Every evening, when the sun set in the west, melodious bells would ring out from the Buddhist land. Countless Buddhist disciples would chant, creating a peaceful and sacred scene. The central region of the Buddhist land was inhabited by cultivators with profound Buddhist power. Legend had it that the central region of the Buddhist land was still guarded by Arhat Buddhas. The Buddhist land was vast and boundless. In the central region there was a spiritual mountain. Over there, precious trees swayed and jade grass covered the ground. All kinds of unheard of and unseen celestial flowers and plants were spread all over the spiritual mountain. Many palaces were located on the peaks of the spiritual mountain. Waterfalls and flowing springs dotted the mountain. There were also many Buddhist palaces floating in the sky deep in the clouds. This spiritual mountain was truly a treasured land of the heavens and earth. Natural spiritual roots gathered here, attracting spiritual energy from all directions. There was not a single blade of ordinary grass or tree on the emerald green mountain peaks. All the vegetation was surging with spiritual energy, flickering with divine light. If one cultivated on this spiritual mountain, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The Buddhist palaces on the mountain were all built on the spiritual veins with the densest spiritual energy. Some of the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins could even make the Buddhist palaces float above the spiritual veins. An ancient Buddhist palace was located in the middle of the spiritual veins, stabilizing the spiritual veins. The interior of the Buddhist palace was empty. There were no decorations or statues of Buddhas. However, the floor of the Buddhist palace was engraved with countless ancient talismans. More than 2 months ago, the ancient Buddhist temple that had been suppressing the central spirit vein for an unknown number of years suddenly had a strange movement. How could it be that the ancient Buddhist palace that was suppressing the spiritual veins in the central region suddenly moved? Soon, all the Buddhist Vedanta in the Western Buddhist land were alarmed. The reason why the land of Buddha was like a paradise was because the spiritual veins of the spiritual mountains gathered spiritual energy from all directions. If the ancient Buddha hall had any strange movements and caused the spiritual veins to change direction, the land of Buddha would face a catastrophe. The underground spiritual veins changing directions was not unheard of in the Tanglong continent. Once the spiritual veins changed directions, the original fairyland would become barren hills and unruly rivers. When the spiritual veins changed directions, the heaven and earth would move. In order to prevent the spiritual veins from moving, a long time ago, an almighty in the Buddhist land who had cultivated to the Buddha realm moved an ancient formation diagram to suppress the spiritual veins in the central region. Later on, in order to prevent the formation diagram from being damaged by the sun and wind for a long time, someone built a Buddhist palace at the location of the formation diagram and sent people to watch over the formation diagram. The ancient formation diagram contained an unfathomable power and indeed suppressed the spiritual veins in the central region. After so many years, nothing strange had happened to the spiritual veins in the central region of the spiritual mountain. The terrifying fluctuation coming from the ancient Buddhist palace made all the Buddhist Vedanta extremely nervous. Some people even thought that the ancient Buddhist palace could no longer suppress the spiritual veins below. This was a sign that the spiritual veins were exploding. However, the fluctuation from the ancient Buddhist palace did not last for long before it disappeared. Then, a scene that dumbfounded all the Buddhist Vedanta appeared. An almighty that had only appeared in legends walked out of the ancient Buddhist palace. From then on, the tranquility of the Buddhist land was completely shattered. When the Almighty saw that the spiritual mountain was filled with spiritual energy, he decided to stay in the ancient Buddhist palace and not leave. Although the Buddhist Vedanta were unwilling, they had no choice but to do so. Who told the other party to be so tough? In the peaceful spirit mountain, red-crowned cranes fluttered among the auspicious clouds. Dozens of sika deer, which were not afraid of humans, chewed on spirit herbs in the mountain. Big white rabbits, which were as fluffy as snowballs, appeared in the forest and grassland. In such a treasured land, these animals had long since gained spiritual energy. 2 months later, in the western Buddhist lands, on a starry night, beside a clear spring in the middle of a spiritual mountain, there was a bonfire. On a rock beside the bonfire sat a guy with the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon. Roasted chicken wings, I like them. The fellow held a tree branch with a few chicken wings skewered on it and roasted them over the bonfire while singing a self-made folk song. A young novice monk with white teeth and red lips was trembling as he waited on the fellow. You little baldy, hurry up and catch a few more wild chickens for me. The tortoise body and dragon head fellow rubbed his belly after enjoying the chicken wings, as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he turned to the young novice monk and spoke loudly. This. Buddhists are forbidden to kill. Aye. The young novice monk was startled and couldn't finish his sentence. Your head. If you don't go and catch a few wild chickens, I'll eat you. Little baldy, your skin is soft and tender. I'm sure you'll taste better than wild animals. Haha. The tortoise body and dragon head fellow laughed loudly. Just as the young novice monk was frightened by the turtle body dragon-headed fellow, suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the direction of the ancient Buddha hall, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Not good. The dragon head and tortoise body fellow's expression changed. He couldn't be bothered with the young novice monk anymore. He jumped up from the ground and disappeared with a whoosh. The young novice monk couldn't hold on any longer. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. When he had been sent to serve this almighty that even the elders of the Buddhist land had to be respectful to, he had been scared half to death by the appearance of this almighty. This young novice monk was frightened by this powerful being's stern voice. He was almost scared out of his wits and was in a state of despair. At this moment, the man with a dragon head and a turtle body, who was known as the Almighty by the Buddhist land's Vedanta, had already appeared in front of the ancient Buddha hall. He stood in the void, his eyes emitting a terrifying cold light as he stared nervously at the ancient Buddha hall below. Rumble. The entire ancient Buddhist palace, which was suppressing the central spirit vein, started to shake. It seemed like something was about to rush out of the pitch-black door of the ancient Buddhist palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A strange fluctuation appeared in the void. 4 old monks wearing red kasayas and holding prayer beads appeared at the same time in the east, south, west and north of the ancient Buddhist palace. Chapter 251. Greetings, Venerable One. In the sky, the 4 old monks whose teeth were almost all falling off put their palms together and bowed respectfully to the guy with a dragon head and a tortoise body standing in the void. The cultivation of these 4 old monks was very powerful. They were all Buddhist experts of the imperial void realm. Humph. The guy with a dragon head and a tortoise body seemed very displeased to see the 4 old monks standing in the air around the ancient Buddha temple. Legend had it that the dragon had 9 sons, each with a dragon head and a tortoise body. He was one of the 9 sacred dragons. If the legend was true, then this guy's background was frighteningly great. This guy with a dragon head and a tortoise body was none other than the old tortoise who was separated from Gu Fei after encountering an irresistible force when he was teleporting across the world. You want to casually give me a *T title of venerable and pull me into the camp of you bald donkeys to work for you? Unless the sun rises from the west. The old turtle sneered inwardly. However, this spirited mountain was an excellent place for cultivation. It was full of spiritual qi. For the time being, it was better to play with these bald donkeys as a nominal venerable one. The relationship between the Western Buddhist land and the old turtle was very subtle. Both wanted to make use of the other, so the two temporarily appeared to be united but were actually at odds with each other. In fact, what the old turtle was really worried about was a powerful existence in the depths of the spirited mountain. The Western Buddhist land was not as simple as it seemed. This land of bliss that everyone yearned for seemed peaceful, but it also abided by the law of survival of the fittest. No force could completely control this land of bliss. The Western Buddhist land also had its own sphere of influence and super forces. The spirited mountain in the Western Buddhist land was a special place. It didn't belong to any force and wouldn't join any force, but no force dared to extend its reach into the spirited mountain. There was an extremely powerful existence in the spirited mountain. That person in the depths of the spirited mountain made the old turtle feel uneasy. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The ancient Buddhist temple shook violently. Dust fell from the ancient temple, and the entire temple looked like it could collapse at any time. The powerful creatures in the ruined heaven realm are already able to activate that teleportation formation? The old tortoise was very surprised, because the energy required to activate the formation was too great. Even an expert of old tortoise's level had to prepare for several months before he could condense 5 energy sources needed to activate the formation. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from within the ancient Buddha hall. The terrifying power caused heaven and earth to tremble. The old monks guarding the east, south, west, and north of the ancient Buddha hall swayed and almost fell from the sky. At this moment, old tortoise rushed into the ancient Buddha hall through the wide-open door. Then, a series of intense fighting sounds came from the ancient Buddha hall. Roars could be heard from the ancient Buddha hall from time to time. Following that, an evil and terrifying aura spread out from the ancient Buddha hall. The 4 old monks were nervously guarding the 4 directions in the sky. Each of the 4 old monks was holding a Buddhist demon subduing magic tool in their hands. Hoo! Suddenly, a gust of wind surged out of the ancient Buddha hall. A cloud of black mist rushed out of the ancient Buddha hall. Within the black mist, a tall figure could be vaguely seen from time to time. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Inside the ancient Buddha hall, the old tortoise's cold voice was heard. Then, a huge hand rushed out from the ancient Buddha hall. Pang! It directly dispersed the black fog. The black smoke that had been blasted apart did not completely dissipate into the void. The black mist quickly gathered into a black cloud and shot up into the sky at lightning speed. However, The 4 old monks guarding the sky above the ancient Buddha hall had already taken action when the black fog rushed out of the ancient Buddha hall. The 4 old monks unleashed a vast amount of Buddhist energy, laying down an inescapable net. Amidst the vast and mighty Buddhist energy, a huge swastika emitted boundless golden light, illuminating the entire night sky as it descended from the sky. Roar! An angry roar came from the black mist. A huge sound wave reverberated between heaven and earth and lingered in the mountains. All the Buddhist disciples on the entire spirited mountain heard this roar. A terrifying energy wave, like that of a mountain, spread out from the evil black fog. The powerful existence hidden in the black fog rushed directly towards the swastika that was descending from the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire world shook for a moment. A surging power shook the world. The huge airwave caused a terrifying tornado to blow in the sky. The powerful existence in the black mist used its tyrannical power to directly shake the swastika descending from the sky like a huge mountain. The swastika that emanated boundless fluctuations of Buddhist energy burst forth with a brilliant golden radiance before shattering and transforming into rays of golden light that shot out in all directions. The shattering of the swastika caused the 4 old monks to suffer a great impact. Ah! They simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward like kites with their strings cut. When the swastika Buddha seal was shattered by the demon king in the black mist, countless golden lights burst out. They were like tangible destructive lights. Flowers, trees, and even the rocks on the ground, as long as they were hit by the golden lights, they instantly turned into dust. After breaking through the Buddhist power's seal, the black mist did not dare to stay any longer. It directly rode a black cloud and fled toward the east. At this time, the old turtle walked out of the ancient Buddha hall unhurriedly. He had definitely done it on purpose. He had deliberately released the powerful creature teleported out of the ruined sky realm. In fact, the old tortoise was no stranger to the powerful creature in the black fog. That powerful creature was one of the 3 great demon kings that had appeared when the old tortoise was collecting the earth-stabilizing pillar in Heaven Burial Valley. It was the mysterious demon king hidden in the black fog. Venerable one, please make a move. The 4 old monks who had been sent flying walked toward the old turtle from hundreds of meters away with blood spilling from their clothes. Humph. Someone else will deal with that demon king. Why are you so flustered? After saying that, the old turtle ignored the 4 old monks and did not chase after the demon king. Instead, he turned and walked back into the ancient Buddha hall. There was a terrifying existence in the spirited mountain whose strength was not inferior to the old turtle's. Most importantly, the old turtle did not want to be used as a tool and risk his life for others. The strange black mist quickly went far away and soon disappeared under the night sky. Unexpectedly, the powerful existence in the spirited mountain did not make a move. The 4 old monks' faces darkened when they saw the old turtle's attitude. They looked at each other and then turned to leave. The ancient Buddha hall was located on the spirit vein in the center of the spirited mountain. It was definitely the place with the densest and most abundant spirit chi in the entire spirited mountain. The Western Buddhist land's Vedanta dared not say anything when such a sacred cultivation ground was occupied by the old turtle. The Western Buddhist land did not want to have a conflict with the old turtle, so they could only let him occupy the ancient Buddha hall. The news that a powerful monster king had appeared in the Western Buddhist land spread like wildfire, causing quite a commotion in the peaceful Western Buddhist land. Meanwhile, on the Devil's Sand Island in the northernmost God Ocean thousands of miles away from the Western Buddhist land, dark clouds still shrouded the sky and thunder rumbled. The power of heaven and earth made all living creatures tremble. In the sudden storm, all the monsters on the island seemed to have gone into hiding. The torrential downpour turned the Devil's Sand Island into a swamp. In a low shrub on the island, there was a place that even the all-pervasive storm could not approach. There was not a single drop of rain within 100 meters. This was a rainless space. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of the space. To be precise, it was a white skeleton. Moreover, it was a sparkling and translucent immortal god jade skeleton that was comparable to divine jade. The white skeleton king came to the shrub and began to heal. The soul fire in the skull emitted waves of energy that poured into the skeleton. When the soul strength flowed through the white bone king's cracked body, the cracks on the white bone king's body gradually disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared on the white bone king's body. The rainless area within 100 meters seemed to have become the white skeleton king's territory. As long as one was within this area, the white skeleton king would be able to detect even the slightest movement. 100 meters away, Gu Fei was secretly observing the White Skeleton King's every move in the shrub. He was waiting for the best time to make a move. That's right. Gu Fei had his eyes on the heavily injured White Skeleton King, whose cultivation had been reduced to the void-controlling realm. Moreover, he had the cover of the storm. With all these factors combined, Gu Fei saw that it was possible to kill this void-controlling realm expert. The purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows vibrated continuously. The power of the inner space enveloped his entire body, making him feel as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and out of the 5 elements. The White Skeleton King did not notice that Gu Fei was hiding nearby. Moreover, if someone walked into the rainless area, the White Skeleton King would immediately sense it. Gu Fei was very clear that with his current strength, if he missed, he would be the one to die. Everyone only had one life, and no one wanted to die like this. The soul fire in the White Skeleton King's skull flickered continuously. 2 divine lights shot out from its eye sockets like 2 divine swords. The soul power spread out as if it had endless spiritual energy. The bones were healing quickly. The White Skeleton King's power was recovering. He couldn't wait any longer. If he allowed the White Skeleton King to recover, he would have no chance at all. The power of the inner space enveloped his entire body. Gu Fei carefully took the first step into the rainless area. After taking the second step, Gu Fei had completely entered the White Skeleton King's territory. Chapter 252. The king's domain covered a radius of 100 meters. Even the slightest movement or change could not escape the senses of the king's divine sense. Even if a bug flew into the Undying King's domain, it would be sensed by the Undying King. However, when Gu Fei stepped into the Undying King's soul domain, the Undying King, who was sitting in the bushes and healing himself with his soul power, did not seem to sense anything strange. The soul domain did not seem to have any effect on Gu Fei. The spatial power that was guided from the inner space between Gu Fei's eyebrows made Gu Fei feel as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. He was no longer a person of this world. Even the Undying King, who was much stronger than Gu Fei, could not sense Gu Fei's existence. This was the terror of a cultivator who had cultivated an inner space. Of course, Gu Fei was an exception. With his current cultivation, he could not even make a crack in the void, let alone open an inner space. Breaking the void was the divine ability of a demigod. Of course, even a powerful demigod could only make a crack in the void. If one wanted to really break the void, he would need to have the cultivation of an invincible supreme saint. Invincible Supreme Saint was a legendary existence in the Tanglong continent. They were the most powerful cultivators in the whole continent. Their cultivation was comparable to an immortal. In other words, if one wanted to open an inner space, he would need to have the cultivation of an immortal. Gu Fei was not an immortal, nor did he have the cultivation of an immortal. He was able to open an inner space, but it was not because of his cultivation. It was a complete anomaly. For cultivators below the immortal level, Gu Fei had the initiative. This initiative was actually the initiative to escape from a powerful opponent. If Gu Fei escaped into an inner space, no one would be able to sense him unless it was an invincible supreme immortal who had cultivated an inner space. Evidently, the undead king didn't sense the approaching danger. Enveloped by the power of space, not a single trace of Gu Fei's aura leaked out. Even his killing intent was isolated by the power of space. Gu Fei silently snuck behind the undead king like a ghost. He didn't make any sound as he used his spatial force to isolate everything. However, he was still plotting against a powerful existence that had fallen from the demigod realm to the void-controlling realm. An expert of this level was enough for Gu Fei to look up to. Bang! 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 Gu Fei could clearly hear his own heartbeat. An illusory long sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword shadow without a physical body. To be precise, it was a sword soul. The sword soul that had been fused into his body was guided out by him. A cold and sharp sword chi pervaded the air. However, this sword chi only surged within the range of Gu Fei's space force. The undead king in front of him didn't feel anything strange. 10 zhang, Gu Fei's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. 8 zhang, Gu Fei's clothes were already drenched in sweat. 5 zhang, Gu Fei stopped. At this moment, he didn't dare to get any closer. His water-like soul power completely enveloped a radius of 15 meters around the Undying King. This was the first time that Gu Fei was so close to an undead king. The vast soul power emitted a terrifying fluctuation, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. It was as if he was facing an immemorial sacred mountain. If this giant mountain were to move, he would be crushed into pieces. Gu Fei felt the danger. This was a fatal threat. Even though its strength had been reduced to the void controlling realm, this undead king was still extremely powerful. However, the arrow was knocked on the bow, and it had to be released. Gu Fei clenched his teeth and used all his strength to activate the space energy in his Naiwan palace. He could clearly sense that the space within 100 feet had begun to tremble when he used all his strength to guide the space energy. The few spiritual grasses that were planted in the inner space, which were originally green, gradually withered. The wood spiritual qi contained in the spiritual grasses was rapidly dissipating. The rapid loss of the space force directly plundered the life essence of those spiritual grasses. The inner space, which was originally slightly green, once again became a barren land. The vast space force converged between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A ball of light began to appear between Gu Fei's eyebrows, emitting astonishing space ripples. It was as if that ball of light, which was the size of a pigeon's egg, was a condensed world. When the space force was raised to the limit, Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly detonated the space force that was compressed into a ball of light between his eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen into a boundless universe. There was no wind or rain, no day or night, not even light. A powerful space force burst out, as if a separate space had been opened up in the void. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. There was no sky, no earth, and no boundary. This sudden change immediately woke up the undead king, who was using his soul power to heal himself. He was shocked and furious. He knew that he had been plotted against. Someone had used a great divine ability to pull him into an unknown space. At the next moment, before the undead king could react, an illusory sword shadow silently streaked across the void. With a flash, it pierced into the undead king's skull, which was emitting a dazzling soul light. Although the illusory sword shadow didn't have a physical body, it still pierced through the immortal god's skull, which was as hard as godly metal. It pierced the undead king's skull from the back, and pierced the soul fire in the skull. Buzz! The illusory sword shadow shook violently, and a large part of the undead king's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose was shaken out of the undead king's skull. Even the incomparably hard skull was almost torn apart. The dazzling soul fire streaked across the absolute void like countless meteors, turning this part of the void into day. The power that the sword soul unleashed was extremely huge. Not only did it directly disperse half of the soul fire in the skull, but it also cracked the undead king's skull, revealing the soul fire inside. Roar! The undead king roared at the sky. It was shocked and furious. It hurriedly pounced forward and broke free from the sword shadow. It had suffered an unimaginable injury, which was even more serious than the injury it suffered in the ancient ruins. Nearly half of the soul fire that was shaken out of the sword soul's skull was quickly absorbed by the surrounding void. This made the undead king completely furious. Its power was directly weakened by half, and its strength had almost fallen from the void-controlling realm to the transcending mortality realm. It desperately urged the remaining soul fire in the skull without any regard for the consequences. A vast power surged out like a raging sea, and the powerful power shook this strange space. At the next moment, this strange space couldn't bear the powerful power that was like a volcanic eruption. It broke through the seal of the space power, and caused this part of the void to collapse. The undead king sensed the aura of the outside world the moment this strange space collapsed, and it returned to the outside world. The undead king was shocked to find that it was still in the shrubs. The storm was still raging, and the sky was still shrouded in rolling black clouds. The black clouds had almost reached the ground from the sky. Swoosh! A dazzling five-colored sword chi suddenly slashed out from the void behind the undead king, aiming for its neck. This sword light appeared so abruptly, as if it had suddenly shattered the void and appeared without any warning. By the time the sword light appeared, the incomparably sharp sword chi had already arrived in front of him. The undead king raised its arm to block. Gotcha! One of its bones was instantly cut off. The power of the sword was not weak at all, and directly swept across the undead king's cervical vertebrae. It was hard to imagine that the five-colored sword chi seemed to be invincible, and could even cut through the bones of the immortal god that was comparable to divine iron. The undead king was extremely unwilling, but its skull flew up, and its bones fell into the muddy rainwater. When it saw the enemy behind it, the undead king's anger was about to reach the 9 heavens. The one who sneak attacked it was actually a weak ant. It was really unforgivable. Its skull had already been pierced by the sword soul, and then after the impact of the sword soul's unparalleled sword chi, nearly half of its skull was broken. The broken skull could no longer completely wrap around the soul fire inside the skull. A vast soul power directly surged out from the skull. Even though it had suffered heavy injuries, it was still very powerful. Without its bones, it could still fly in the sky with only its skull left. The undead king's broken skull surged with an earth-shattering soul power, and quickly pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't want to have a head-on confrontation with it, so he quickly retreated. At the same time he raised his left hand, and a black gas rushed out from his hand, and suddenly exploded in the sky. It emitted an endless gloomy and fiendish aura, and shrouded the incoming skull. This was the demonic treasure that Gu Fei had obtained from the demon that he had killed, the black evil soul falling sand. The endless cold chi seemed to even freeze the void, and the pouring rain turned into ice. The undead king's skull suddenly rushed into the black evil soul falling sand. In the next moment, the undead king's angry roar came out from the black gas that covered the sky. This wasn't a real roar, but it was 10 times more powerful than a real roar. This was the strong fluctuation of the soul. Even a deaf person could hear it, because this was the roar of the soul directly affecting the heart. The black evil soul falling sand's attack on the soul was absolutely fatal. However, the undead king was once a demigod expert, and its cultivation was too strong. Its skull unexpectedly rushed out from the black gas. However, the originally sparkling and translucent immortal god bone that was as white as divine jade had already become as black as ink. The ball of soul fire in his head had also become extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Chapter 253. After the undead king's skull broke free from the black evil soul falling sand, it didn't dare to stay any longer. It directly soared into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment, the undying king's aura was extremely weak. In fact, Gu Fei's endless powerful attacks had frightened the once insufferably arrogant undying king. Gu Fei's attacks were all aimed at the undead king's fatal weakness. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let the undead king, whose skull had been corroded by the black evil soul falling sand, escape so easily. Buzz! A dazzling sword light suddenly appeared, and sword chi surged in the bushes. The 5-colored sword chi, like a 5-colored rainbow, shot toward the fleeing skull in the sky. Puff! With a soft sound, the 5-colored sword light instantly chopped the broken skull. The extremely sharp sword chi instantly chopped the broken skull into 2 halves. The spirit fire in the skull gave off a powerful spiritual ripple. At the same time, it was blasted apart by the unparalleled sword chi. Bright light suddenly shot out, illuminating the stormy night sky. It was like a bright lamp in the midst of the storm. Gu Fei couldn't have been happier that he had killed a king in the ruin heaven realm. Then, he cast a profound art and slowly gathered the soul fire that had exploded into pieces back into his body. That was the soul power that contained enormous power. All of it was gathered by Gu Fei. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and countless light spots constantly gathered towards Gu Fei. The specks of soul light that had gathered were all absorbed into Gu Fei's body. The soul power of a void-controlling realm expert was not that easy to be refined. This was a long refining process. Therefore, after Gu Fei had collected all the soul fire that had exploded into his body, he began to guide the power of the inner space. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, Gu Fei's real body descended into the inner space. Then, he sat cross-legged in the center of the inner space and began to operate a mysterious art to refine the soul power in his body. The demon sand island, which was shrouded in the storm, was plunged into darkness. One couldn't even see their own fingers. Although they didn't see any demonic creatures, there were still many unknown killing intents. Only in the inner space that one had opened up was the safest place. The countless light spots and the enormous soul power that Gu Fei had absorbed into his body gradually merged with his chi and blood. The enormous life essence was cleansing Gu Fei's body. The undying monarch soul fire was refined into a huge amount of essence energy, which was then used to increase his cultivation. As the sea of soul essence energy was gradually refined, it fused into his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood. The soul flame in the undead king's head was born from death. It was a newly cultivated soul that contained an unimaginably huge amount of life essence. The soul fire in the undead king's head was born from death. It was a newly cultivated soul, which contained an unimaginable amount of life essence. Every inch of Gu Fei's skin and muscle was surging with the life essence refined from soul power. It was as if an endless stream of life energy was pouring into Gu Fei's body, causing his life force to be abnormally vigorous. The exuberant vitality caused Gu Fei's skin to flow with a layer of brilliance. His flesh, bones, and internal organs were all filled with resplendent light, flickering with the precious splendor of life. Gu Fei constantly refined the specks of soul that entered his body, transforming them into waves of vitality that constantly cleansed his body. The strength of Gu Fei's body had already reached an unimaginable level. There were very few people in the same generation who had a stronger body than him. Gu Fei's physique had reached an unimaginable level. Among the same generation, there were very few people who had a stronger physique than him. No one knew how much potential the human body had, and to what extent the physique could transform. But Gu Fei already knew that the human body was a treasure. Martial arts could allow people to unearth the hidden treasures in their body. Along with the increase of cultivation, the hidden treasures in the body would gradually be unlocked. The undead king's soul fire had been severely injured. Although it was extremely weak, it still contained an unimaginable amount of soul power. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the inner space, was already enveloped by a dazzling spiritual radiance. The dazzling radiance caused the inner space to fluctuate with powerful energy. After an unknown amount of time, the radiance around Gu Fei's body gradually weakened, while Gu Fei's aura became more and more powerful. Rumble! The entire inner space began to tremble. The boundary of the space and the primal chaos zone began to crumble, turning into the most primal energies of the world: earth, water, wind, and fire. Gu Fei's inner space was expanding. This indicated that Gu Fei's cultivation was increasing. The increase of cultivation directly caused the inner space to expand. In other words, the higher the cultivation, the bigger the inner space. After completely refining the undead king's soul power, Gu Fei clearly felt the increase of his cultivation. His skin was flickering with a sparkling 5-colored radiance. His body had gone through a round of refinement. Every inch of his skin contained formidable power. Gu Fei felt that whether it was his strength or the toughness of his body, all of them had been improved. His 5 elements battle body had become even more powerful. As the increase of cultivation stopped, the expansion of the inner space also gradually stopped. Gu Fei discovered that his inner space had expanded a lot. Before his cultivation increased, the diameter of the inner space was only around 10 feet. Now it was around 12 feet. Gu Fei stood up from the ground and casually waved his hand. A dazzling radiance soared into the sky. Boom! The radiance landed on the primal chaos zone above. The entire inner space shook violently along with Gu Fei's attack. The explosion of blinding radiance lit up the entire inner space. Gu Fei knew that his cultivation had broken through to the second heavenly stage of the ascended mortality realm. On the path of cultivation, Gu Fei had taken a huge step forward. Gu Fei had obtained great benefits from refining the undead king's soul power. One must know that the path of cultivation was much more difficult than other cultivation systems. It was worth the risk. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the second heavenly stage of the ascended mortality realm. He also possessed the incomparably powerful 5 elements battle physique. In addition to his exuberant vitality, he was filled with great confidence. He felt that he already had the strength to fight against the 2 devil masters on the island. On this devil sand island where danger lurked everywhere, only with great strength could he be fearless. Gu Fei broke the void and walked out of the inner space. He only broke the void within his own inner space, not the void of the world. He realized that the storm had stopped. The shrubs were in a mess. The rain had already subsided, leaving behind a thick layer of mud. The sky was still dusky. There were no changes in the sky, as if it was still covered by a layer. A blurry sun hung in the western sky. It was almost dusk. Gu Fei suddenly realized that the undead king's skeleton had disappeared. He couldn't help but be shocked. He then carefully observed the shrubs. In the end, he realized that there were traces of people walking in the shrubs. Although the traces were deliberately concealed, it still couldn't hide from Gu Fei's eyes. Someone had taken away the undead king's skeleton. It was highly likely that it was done by the devil cultivators on the Devil Sand Island. Apart from the devil cultivators who occupied the central region of the island, there were no other cultivators on the island. Gu Fei decided to go to the central region to investigate. He was a little worried. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. If the Devil Dragon ship had already come to the Devil Sand Island, he would have missed the chance to leave the island. Shwa! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he was already 400 feet away. It was as if he was teleporting. After his cultivation had reached the second heavenly stage of the ascended mortality realm, Gu Fei's speed had also increased. In just a few steps, his figure had disappeared into the distance. However, when Gu Fei arrived at the central region of the Devil's Sand Island, he suddenly felt a terrifying baleful aura coming from the front. Gu Fei immediately stopped and hid in a kernel. Could it be that a devil cultivator has come to the island? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Soon, Gu Fei sensed that the baleful aura didn't come from the valley in the central region of the Devil's Sand Island. Instead, it seemed to be coming from the other side of the island. When Gu Fei stealthily came to the valley in the central region where the mysterious demon crystals were produced, he saw dozens of black-clothed demon dwellers moving boxes after boxes out of the valley. Gu Fei couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene. The Devil Dragon ship had yet to leave the Devil's Sand Island. Those black boxes emitted an incomparably cold aura. Without asking, it was obvious that the black boxes contained the profound demon crystals. Gu Fei concealed himself and patiently waited. These people would bring him to the Devil Dragon ship, so he wasn't in a hurry. Very quickly, the dozens of demon dwellers moved close to 100 black boxes to the entrance of the valley. Then, 3 middle-aged demon dwellers walked out of the valley. Each of the demon dwellers' body was surging with a huge wave of demon energy. Devil cultivators of the Devil Master level? When Gu Fei saw these 3 middle-aged men, he couldn't help but be shocked. As expected, there were devil cultivators on the island. Gu Fei also sensed the aura of 2 other devil cultivators coming out of the valley. 5 devil cultivators. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air and became even more cautious. If he was discovered by those devil cultivators, he would be in danger. If the 5 devil cultivators joined hands, Gu Fei could only escape. The 3 powerful devil cultivators each took out a storage pouch and divided the nearly 100 black boxes into 3 parts before putting them into their respective storage pouches. Then, the 3 devil cultivators directly left the island. The dozens of devil cultivators respectfully sent the 3 devil cultivators off before retreating back into the valley. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the 3 devil cultivators. He didn't dare to get too close and maintained a distance of about 30 to 40 zhang from the 3 devil cultivators. Chapter 254. After the 3 demon masters put away the 100 boxes of mysterious demon crystals in their storage bags, they headed towards the south of the Devil's Sand Island. In the dusky dusk, the 3 black shadows were like 3 ghosts moving quickly in the mountains, without any sound or presence. And behind the 3 demon masters, a figure carefully followed them, maintaining a distance of 30 to 40 feet from the 3 demon masters in front of him. If a transcending mortality realm cultivator used a magic tool, he could fly in the air. However, the 3 demon masters did not soar into the air. However, even if they did not soar into the air and fly, the speed of the 3 demon masters was not necessarily slower than flying in the air. Soon, the 3 demon masters came to the seaside hundreds of miles away. Gu Fei hid in the dark and looked at the beach. He was surprised to find that there was a black dragon-shaped ship anchored on the sea not far away. This big ship was black and shiny, like a black dragon hiding in the sea, emitting a terrifying demon dragon aura. It was terrifying. This was definitely a terrifying devilish ship. The pitch-black dragon-shaped hull emitted a fierce baleful aura that soared into the heavens. A vast and terrifying aura caused people to involuntarily tremble from the depths of their souls. This was a terrifying aura that was enough to frighten all living beings in the world. The murderous aura that Gu Fei sensed in the middle of the Devil's Sand Island originated from this demon ship. The thousands of miles of sea seemed to be calm because of its appearance, and the figures of the demon beasts that were often seen in the sea also disappeared without a trace. The god-fallen sea, which should have been turbulent, was at this moment as calm as a mirror. It was really incredible. The demon ship seemed to have an unpredictable magic power that allowed it to sail in the god-fallen sea. This is the demon dragon ship? Gu Fei was shocked. He found that there was a huge black dragon head on the bow of the demon ship. The ferocious dragon head made Gu Fei feel endless pressure. Legend has it that the ship that could sail in the god-fallen sea was made from the real bones of the demon dragon. The dragon head on the bow was probably the remains of the demon dragon when it died. Sinister, evil and powerful. This was the true portrayal of this demonic ship. The three evil masters didn't seem to notice anything strange, nor did they notice that Gu Fei was following them from afar. After the three demon masters boarded the demonic dragon ship, Gu Fei wanted to observe the ship from afar before making his next move. However, the demonic dragon ship started to move. No way! Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Looking at the situation, this demonic dragon ship was about to leave the Devil's Sand Island. However, it wasn't nighttime now. The demonic dragon ship was on the sea, and the surroundings were clear. If he approached the demonic dragon ship like this, he would definitely not be able to escape the eyes and ears of the demons on the ship. What should I do? Gu Fei didn't expect that the demonic dragon ship was about to leave the Devil's Sand Island. This left him at a loss. Without the demonic dragon ship, unless he could fly, he would be trapped on the Devil's Sand Island. Gu Fei looked around and realized that there was a rock not far from where he was hiding. Hence, Gu Fei used the cover of the rock to sneak into the sea and then dove silently into the sea. However, when Gu Fei dove into the sea, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Cold. The seawater was much colder than ice. Even with Gu Fei's current physique, he could still feel the bone-piercing cold. The God-fallen sea was indeed not simple. In such a low temperature, the water would have already turned into ice. However, the seawater in the God-fallen sea showed no signs of freezing. Gu Fei, who had dove into the sea, realized that the visibility in the sea was very low. Even with his eyesight, he could only see about 10 to 20 meters away. Any further than that was a blur. Waves of fluctuations came from afar. Gu Fei could clearly sense the terrifying and evil aura emitted by the demonic dragon ship. The aura of the demonic dragon made Gu Fei feel incomparably oppressed, but it also pointed him in the right direction. The sea was very quiet. After Gu Fei identified the direction, he paddled his hands and feet and swam in the direction of the demonic dragon ship. The powerful force generated by the paddling of his hands and feet allowed Gu Fei to quickly swim through the sea like a fish. At this moment, the demonic dragon ship had already weighed anchor and set sail. On the ship, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of demons constantly moving about. The sea breeze on the God-fallen sea was very strong. The demonic dragon ship sailed at a very fast speed, braving the wind and breaking the waves. Gu Fei desperately chased after the ship in the sea. In the sea, he could occasionally sense a powerful aura coming from the distant sea. He knew that it was the aura of the ferocious beasts in the sea. He didn't know if it was because of the demonic dragon aura emitted by the demonic dragon ship, but the powerful demonic beasts in the sea didn't dare to approach the demonic dragon ship. Some even forced the demonic dragon ship to open up a path. In this way, Gu Fei was unknowingly spared from the attacks of the terrifying demonic beasts in the sea. However, Gu Fei knew that even so, he was still in danger. Once he left the range of the demonic dragon aura emitted by the demonic dragon ship, the countless demonic beasts in the God-fallen sea would tear him into pieces. With his second heaven of the transcending mortality realm cultivation base, he wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the demonic beasts in the sea. Fortunately, Gu Fei's 5 elements battle body had gradually taken shape. His physical body was incomparably strong, and every move he made contained great strength. Coupled with the vast 5 elements yuan qi in his body, his speed in the sea was basically the same as the demonic dragon ship. The demonic dragon ship couldn't shake Gu Fei off, and Gu Fei couldn't close the distance between him and the demonic dragon ship. In the sea, his body was surrounded by seawater. Gu Fei used the internal breathing technique to absorb the air in the seawater through the pores on his body to maintain the balance in his body. 4 hours later, the sky was completely dark. There were no stars in the sky, and there was no moon. The sea was turbulent, but the sea was calm. Gu Fei rushed out of the sea and walked on the waves. He couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him in the surging sea. The demonic dwellers on the demonic dragon ship definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Swimming in the sea, Gu Fei couldn't use his 8 steps extreme speed. Now, there was no longer this restriction. Swoosh! Stepping on the waves, Gu Fei's figure moved on the sea as if he was teleporting. With one step, he was already 300 to 400 feet away, and the waves were like a broad road. The extreme speed 8 steps caused Gu Fei's speed to more than double. He was like a phantom as he sprinted on the surface of the sea. Soon, he saw a large pitch-black ship that looked like a demonic dragon sailing rapidly in front of him. The ever-changing weather above the God-fallen sea didn't affect the navigation of the demonic dragon ship at all. The wind and waves couldn't capsize the demonic dragon ship. It was pitch black between heaven and earth. The sky in the demon area was very strange. It seemed to be in a different world from the central plains of the Tanglong continent. In other areas, cultivators could tell the direction by the position of the stars in the sky. However, in the northern demon area, there were no stars to tell. Once night fell, it was difficult to tell the direction in the northern demon area, especially on the ever-changing God-fallen sea. It was easy to get lost in the vast sea. This was also the reason why the God-fallen sea was said to be difficult for even immortals to cross. Gu Fei didn't know which direction the demonic dragon ship was sailing in, nor did he know if it was sailing inland. The only thing he could do now was to follow the demonic dragon ship in front of him. Just like that, Gu Fei and the demonic dragon ship chased each other in the endless God-fallen sea for a whole night. When the sky was about to brighten, Gu Fei suddenly realized that the demonic dragon ship in front of him had begun to slow down. Gu Fei also slowed down. He didn't want the demons on the demonic dragon ship to know of his existence. After all, there were 3 known devil masters on the ship. Gu Fei didn't believe that there were only 3 devil masters on the demonic dragon ship. There were definitely other experts on the ship. It wouldn't be surprising if there were even devil generals on the ship. Soon, Gu Fei discovered the reason why the demonic dragon ship had slowed down. It turned out that there were countless submerged reefs hidden under the water. Even the demonic dragon ship, which was refined from the bones of the demonic dragon, couldn't ignore the existence of the submerged reefs in the water. Gu Fei didn't have any experience living on the sea. If he had lived on the sea and knew some common sense, he would have jumped for joy. The appearance of the submerged reefs indicated that there was land nearby. Of course, most of the places where the submerged reefs appeared were islands. Sure enough, after the demonic dragon ship sailed for nearly an hour in this reef-filled sea, a horizon appeared in front of them. That's... Gu Fei looked into the distance and was extremely excited. Land. Could the land in front of him be the inland area of the northern demon area? Gu Fei was overjoyed. At this time, the sky was already bright. He dived into the sea again and swam forward. Because of the aura of the demonic dragon coming from the demonic dragon ship, there were no traces of demonic beasts in the nearby sea. It seemed that all the demonic beasts had already avoided it. The aura of the demonic dragon deterred the demonic beasts, causing all the demonic beasts in the God-down sea to retreat in panic. This allowed the demonic dragon ship to sail safely on the God-down sea. If it was an ordinary ship, it would have been torn to pieces by the powerful demonic beasts in the sea. Ordinary ships only dared to sail in the safe sea and absolutely did not dare to go deep into the God-down sea. After an hour, the demonic dragon ship arrived at the seaside and anchored on a pier. At a seaside a few miles away from the demonic dragon ship, a person was walking out of the sea. When Gu Fei walked from the sea to the beach, the water on his clothes had already evaporated by his mysterious technique. Gu Fei noticed that there was a coconut grove on the beach. There were still many coconuts hanging on the coconut trees. The sea breeze carried a fishy smell. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the beach and walk into the coconut grove, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to the right side of the coconut grove and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" In the next moment, whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a sharp sound of something tearing through the air came from the thicket. Then, Gu Fei saw countless sharp arrows emitting a misty blue light shooting out from the thicket, flying towards him. Chapter 255. Without warning, the sudden attack surprised Gu Fei. His eyes were like lightning, and he was surprised to see that on top of the arrowheads that were shooting towards him like raindrops, each arrowhead was surrounded by a blue light, and a strong energy wave was emitted from the sharp arrowheads. These were not ordinary arrowheads. They were obviously refined by an expert, and contained powerful energy. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless, and before he could figure out the power of these strange arrowheads, he chose to retreat. Using the peripheral desolation steps, Shwa! Gu Fei left an afterimage in his original position, and retreated rapidly. Chi! 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 The arrows that shot like meteors all hit the afterimage, causing the afterimage to instantly dissipate in the void. However, the arrowheads that missed did not fall to the ground, but paused in the air, and then continued to chase after Gu Fei. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be startled, thinking, could it be that these arrowheads were like the sword Immortal Flying Sword, controlled by someone? Gu Fei saw that the flying arrows that emitted a cold blue light did not seem to stop until they hit him. So he immediately formed a seal with both hands, and a vast power gathered in his hands, and then surged forward. 5 Elements Annihilation Fire Seal Technique. Gu Fei struck out a killing seal technique that represented the power of fire, and a vast fiery red aura, like a real divine fire, exuded a terrifying high temperature, blocking in front, blocking the flying arrows. Countless arrowheads. Rumble. The fire sealed the space in front of him, and the terrifying power of fire fiercely collided with the countless flying arrows. Boom! 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 Thunderous booms resounded from the surging fire elemental power. The entire void shook along with these booms. The countless flying arrows that emitted a cold blue light actually exploded under the blockade of the fire elemental power. Balls of blue light suddenly erupted, illuminating the nearby beach in a blue color. Those flying arrows contained a powerful force. Amidst the loud explosion, the fire elemental power that Gu Fei had shot out was scattered by the powerful force that erupted from the flying arrows. A few of the flying arrows even broke through the sea of fire and shot towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei pressed his right palm forward. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the beach, and a dazzling golden light illuminated the world. Under the fierce power of the metal element palm, the arrowheads that flew in front of Gu Fei immediately exploded. A powerful force was released. The blue light was not any weaker than the golden light. The two forces collided violently and finally dissipated in the void at the same time. Preposterous! After Gu Fei destroyed the flying arrows, he immediately took a step forward and rushed towards the thicket beside the coconut forest like the wind and lightning. At this moment, a shout came from the thicket. Then, a dozen tall bare-chested men with dark blue skin jumped out of the thicket. Gu Fei stopped in front of these people, and then, his sharp gaze swept across these people. These men who jumped out of the thicket drew their bows and arrows, and aimed at Gu Fei. The arrowhead of each arrow was surrounded by a blue light, and a powerful wave of energy rippled from it. These men were at least a head taller than ordinary people. Animal skins were tied around their waists, and they had a pair of big bare feet. The quiver on their backs was still filled with dozens of flying arrows. Their strong bodies emitted a fierce and wild aura. These shockingly powerful flying arrows seemed to be weapons that could be used up, and not magic treasures that could be used continuously. Gu Fei and these people, who seemed to be from the ancient tribes, were in a tense confrontation. At this moment, 2 powerful auras suddenly erupted from the direction of the demonic dragon ship and then spread over. There were experts fighting. Then, a dull thunderous sound that seemed to come from the 9 heavens came from the direction of the demonic dragon ship. Gu Fei sensed 3 powerful energy waves coming from the direction of the demonic dragon ship. He couldn't help but change his expression. The first thing he thought of was that the demons on the demonic dragon ship were also attacked like him. Why did you attack me? Gu Fei was the first to break the silence as he spoke in a deep voice. Being ambushed for no reason made Gu Fei very angry. A young man who seemed to be the leader of the group walked out. He looked like a ferocious beast and sized up Gu Fei with a surprised look. This young man was very muscular. As long as his eyes could see, the bulging muscles on his body looked like a horned dragon coiling around his body. You're not one of the invaders? The young man looked at Gu Fei from head to toe again and again before speaking with a face full of shock. The young man's words were a little stiff. At this moment, the strong men who were aiming their arrows at Gu Fei didn't look so nervous anymore. What invaders? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Gu Fei said. At this moment, he had already guessed that these people were lying in ambush at the seaside to deal with the demons on the demonic dragon ship. The aura on your body. The strong young man looked puzzled. He was very curious. The person in front of him didn't seem to have the evil aura of those abominable invaders. The fiendish aura on the body of a demon cultivator was formed from killing. It was the most recognizable sign. Although the fiendish aura on Gu Fei's body was also very strong, his aura was righteous and not evil. Barbarian bull. Don't be careless. These invaders are very cunning. At this moment, a middle-aged man took a step forward. The bow in his hand was still aimed at Gu Fei. He didn't relax at all. Barbarian Bull's eyes immediately widened when he heard Gu Fei's words. His sharp gaze was fixed on Gu Fei's face. As long as he gave the order, the dozen men behind him would immediately release their arrows. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. Since the other party wanted to fight, he would definitely accompany them to the end. Apart from the young man called Barbarian Bull, Gu Fei didn't care about these primitive people. Although the flying arrows were powerful, he had extreme speed 8 steps. These flying arrows wouldn't be able to hurt him. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a loud boom. An earth-shattering sound came from afar. Gu Fei could clearly feel a strong tremor coming from the beach beneath his feet. When he heard this loud sound, Barbarian Bull's expression changed. He didn't care about Gu Fei anymore. Instead, he actually led his men and rushed in the direction of the demonic dragon ship. Gu Fei hadn't expected that Barbarian Bull would lead his men away just like that. This group of people was filled with hostility towards Gu Fei. However, it was clear that the battle over at the demonic dragon ship had already reached its climax. Although Barbarian Bull looked burly and stocky, he wasn't stupid. He knew that if he got entangled with Gu Fei now, the battle over at the demonic dragon ship would be very disadvantageous. This fellow is also a powerful and decisive person. Gu Fei watched as Barbarian Bull led his men into the coconut grove and muttered to himself. What kind of people dared to oppose the Six Paths Demon Palace? Gu Fei was very curious. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He wanted to know who these people who seemed to have come from ancient times were. It should be known that the Six Paths Demon Palace was very powerful in the extreme North Demon region. There weren't many powers in the entire extreme North Demon region that could contend with them. Hence, Gu Fei chased in the direction that the group of people had disappeared in. At this time, there were more than 100 people fighting on the pier where the demonic dragon ship was docked. The black-robed people were the demons of the Six Paths Demon Palace, while the tall, bare-chested man with an animal skin draped around his waist was a fellow similar to Barbarian Bull. This was a frightening and valiant race. Although their weapons were very primitive, they displayed great combat strength. Even when facing demons with demonic weapons, they could still fight endlessly. A tragic aura permeated the entire beach. Vast energy waves filled every inch of the void. Demonic treasures were constantly being blasted apart, turning into meteors as they exploded. There were also people from the mysterious race who were injured by the demons, their blood splattering on the beach. The two sides seemed to be fighting for their lives. War cries shook the sky and the earth. There was a terrifying aura of thousands of soldiers and horses engaged in a chaotic battle. This was a battle between cultivators. The powerful energy that erupted could destroy everything. However, the experts of the two sides were fighting on the surface of the sea. A tall, barefooted figure that looked like a god or a devil stood on the surface of the sea. He had no clothes on his upper body, and his lower body was draped with the skin of an unknown beast. He held a 3-pointed, double-edged trident in his hand. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. Opposite this person were two middle-aged men who looked like they were cast from the same mold. These two middle-aged men in black robes looked exactly the same. However, their skin colors were different. One middle-aged man's skin was dark green, while the other middle-aged man's skin was dark red. These two middle-aged men, one green and one red, looked extremely evil. Sinister energy waves emanated from the bodies of these two middle-aged men. It was obvious that these two middle-aged men were experts of the demonic path. The three experts faced off on the surface of the sea. The two evil-looking middle-aged men displayed a powerful aura. Their cultivation bases were definitely rare among the experts of the demonic path. However, the tall middle-aged man, who gave off a strong sense of oppression, didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing the two demon masters. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Ba Ji, you should lead your people and submit to the Six-Path Demonic Palace. The dark green-skinned magician said to the middle-aged man holding the trident in front of him. Tong Lu, I am a descendant of the gods and demons. How can I lower my head to you? The middle-aged man called Ba Ji said loudly. His voice was like a great bell, and the sound waves caused ripples to appear on the surface of the sea. Both sides were ready to fight. They had already raised their auras to the limit. A huge battle was about to break out. Chapter 256. The three powerhouses stood on the surface of the sea, exuding a powerful aura that caused huge waves to form in the sea. At this moment, the demon dragon ship had already left the pier and was heading towards the distant sea. Tong Lu Tai Xiao Dai. Ba Ji, the descendant of the demon god, shouted angrily as he held the black trident in his hand. His long hair danced wildly in the wind as a violent force erupted from his demon-like body. Boom! The powerful force caused the surface of the sea beneath his feet to explode, creating huge waves. In the next moment, a black light broke through the waves and pierced Tong Lu's chest. Swoosh! Tong Lu's figure disappeared from his original spot in an instant. Then, as if he had teleported, he suddenly reappeared 10 feet away. Tong Lu waved his hand and a green crescent-shaped blade of light shot out. It tore through the air and headed straight for the tall figure that was rushing out of the waves. At this moment, a layer of dark green demonic light appeared on Devil Master Tong Lu's body. A powerful and ferocious aura emanated from him. His demonic eyes emitted 2 rays of cold green light, making him look as terrifying as a bloodthirsty demon. Tong Lu's brother, Tai Xiao, unleashed a peerless attack at Ba Ji the moment Ba Ji attacked Tong Lu. A dark red bloody light surged towards Ba Ji like a dark red blood cloud formed by filthy blood. A cold, evil and powerful wave of energy surged out of the blood cloud, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Within the blood cloud, there was a faint rumbling sound that was like thunder that could shake one's soul. Humph! Ba Ji, who had rushed out of the waves, snorted coldly, causing the entire void to tremble. Then, he pressed his palm against the surging blood cloud. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out on the surface of the sea. 2 vast forces suddenly collided, and a tornado was immediately formed on the surface of the sea. The terrifying power that was released not only swept up the seawater into the air, but even the bottom of the sea was exposed. A great pressure spread out in all directions. Even the people fighting on the shore temporarily stopped. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Ba Ji, the descendant of the demon god, displayed his powerful battle strength. After dispersing the blood cloud with his palm, he used his trident to deflect the green light blade that was flying towards him. Tong Lu and Tai Xiao looked at each other in shock. This Ba Ji was indeed powerful. His cultivation level was probably close to the demon general realm. At this moment, a few shrill screams suddenly sounded from the shore. There was a commotion on the shore as a group of people suddenly charged out from the thicket. There were only a dozen or so people in this group, but all of them held powerful bows and arrows. As soon as they charged out, they drew their bows and shot at the demons. Rays of blue light tore through the air like blue lightning, giving off powerful energy ripples as they shot towards the demons. The expressions of the demon dwellers on the shore immediately changed. They sensed a powerful energy fluctuation from the blue lightning arrow. Poof! A demon could not dodge in time and was hit in the arm by the flying arrow. Then, with a flash of blue light, boom! The flying arrow that was stuck in the demon's arm exploded. Amidst the horrified screams, half of the demon's body was blown into pieces. The remaining half of his body flew out and blood splattered across the sky. By the time he hit the ground, the demon was already dead. The blue flying arrow did not stop until it saw blood. Chi! 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 The sound of the flying arrow piercing through the air was like a soul-chasing song in the ears of the demons. The demons hurriedly dodged. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises sounded on the shore. Among the demons, there were bursts of dazzling blue light. The power of the flying arrow was being unleashed. The powerful energy that was released mercilessly destroyed everything within a radius of 5 zhang. The devil cultivator that was able to avoid the flying arrows, even if they did not die, they would at least suffer some injuries, and their demon equipment would be destroyed. As for a few unlucky devil cultivator, they were shot by the flying arrows, and followed in the footsteps of the devil cultivator that had died a tragic death. The flying arrow was so powerful that the demons could not withstand it. They all dodged. The demonic god's descendants immediately gained the upper hand. The group of soldiers that suddenly charged out from the thicket were the dozen demonic god's descendants led by Man Niu. They were like a sharp knife that entered the battle and broke the balance of power. Gu Fei, who was following behind Man Niu, also arrived nearby. He hid in the forest by the seaside and coldly watched everything that happened on the shore. He discovered that the battle on the shore had already been decided. If the Six Paths Demon Palace did not have reinforcements, defeat was only a matter of time. That Man Niu was extremely wild. He was like a terrifying berserk beast in human form. He drew his bow and shot several demons to death in an instant. After using up the flying arrow, Man Niu directly pounced on the demons that had already lost their will to fight. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The demons that faced him were all torn apart by his bare hands. Bloody mist rose from his body. He was incomparably ferocious. Barbarian bull bathed in hot blood. The blood that splattered seemed to have stimulated his berserk nature. He roared and his entire body emitted a terrifying baleful aura. Everywhere he passed, the devil cultivators all avoided him. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest, couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart when he saw this. This youth was like a ferocious beast. His baleful aura wasn't any weaker than those ferocious beasts that had slaughtered countless life forms. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound came from the sea. The battle between the three great demon masters had also reached its climax at this time, as they stepped on the surging waves. One green, one red, and one blue. Three figures quickly moved on the surface of the sea. They were like bolts of lightning that pierced through the surface of the sea, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The battle between the three experts on the sea immediately attracted Gu Fei's attention. In the extreme North Demon region, the experts that could be called demonic masters were all at the transcending mortality realm. For cultivators, this realm was the threshold to the supreme immortal Tao. But for demonic cultivators, it was a crucial step for them to shed their mortal bodies and truly step onto the demonic path. However, whether it was the immortal Tao or the demonic Tao, to human cultivators, they all wanted to succeed in their cultivation and live in this world. It could be said that they were different paths to the same goal. Gu Fei noticed that the aura emitted by the burly middle-aged man with the black pitchfork seemed to be somewhat different from the aura of the two devil masters who were fighting endlessly with him. The energy fluctuations of the middle-aged man were not pure demonic Tao energy. They were different from the other demonic Tao cultivators. Tong Lu Tai Xiao, you can die now. The middle-aged man waved the pitchfork in his hand and forced the two demonic masters to retreat. Then, he soared into the sky. Celestial demons split the heavens' first move. The middle-aged man soared into the sky and shouted loudly. His voice shook the sky and the earth, startling countless seabirds on the coast. The middle-aged man's hair was flying in the air. He directly pressed his palm down on the two demonic masters Tong Lu and his brother who were standing on the waves. Endless blue divine light surged in front of the middle-aged man's palm and swept down like a tsunami. It was as if the torrential weak water of the nine heavens Milky Way had been received. Rumble! The heavens and the earth were shaking. It was as if a mountain had suddenly collapsed in the sky. The heavens and the earth shook. When the unparalleled strength surged, a deafening sound burst out in all directions. This guy is going all out. Tong Lu, who was standing on the waves, screamed. He looked up at the terrible blue light that was surging down from the sky. His green face became extremely serious. Hee, so what? He's courting death. Tai Xiao, who was standing next to Tong Lu, said with a hideous smile as he looked coldly at the tall demonic figure in the sky. If that's the case, let's go all out. Tong Lu suddenly grinned and looked at Tai Xiao. In the next moment, the two of them fiercely charged at each other. Gemini demonic skill, the combination is invincible. The two of them shouted in unison. Then, a powerful green light erupted from Tong Lu's body and engulfed his figure in an instant. At the same time, a dark red bloodlight also surged from Tai Xiao's body. Two extremely evil demonic lights instantly collided. There was no sound, but the energy waves that erupted from the two demonic lights multiplied in an instant. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two demonic lights were actually merging. What the hell? Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, saw this scene. He did not know what was happening, but he was sure that the two demonic masters were displaying a powerful demonic skill. Rumble! The wild middle-aged man in the sky, who claimed to be a descendant of a demonic god, had already shrouded the area with a terrifying power that could shatter the sky. The sky and the ground were shrouded by endless blue light. It was the light of death that could tear the sky apart. However, just as the light of death shrouding from the sky was about to devour the two-colored demonic light that was fusing on the surface of the sea, a power so powerful that it made everyone's heart palpitate suddenly erupted from the demonic light. At this critical moment, the two demonic lights seemed to merge together. The mighty energy waves that emanated from the demonic light were actually not weaker than the first move of the demonic god split the heavens. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to see a huge and terrifying figure within the ball of light that was bursting with dazzling demonic light like a scorching sun on the surface of the sea. Boom! It was as if two worlds were violently colliding. In the dazzling light, visible cracks in the space spread. One side of the world seemed to be collapsing and collapsing. It was completely a scene of the end of the world. The ground split open and seawater rushed high into the sky. The terrifying energy that erupted caused the ground to tremble violently. The people who were fighting on the shore stopped. They could not stabilize their bodies and swayed left and right. However, everyone looked at the sea in horror. At this moment, there was only fear in them and they had completely forgotten to fight. Chapter 257. Devil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiao were twin brothers. The devil skills that they cultivated were famous in the devil path. When the two balls of devil light fused together, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao seemed to have really fused into one. This was not as simple as 1 + 1. When two great devil masters fused together, their strength rose to an unimaginable level. They displayed a great demonic might, causing people to be extremely shocked. The first move of the divine demon split the heavens and the Gemini devil skills Gemini Unity. The two extremely powerful killing moves collided. Immediately, the heavens and earth shook. Even the void cracked. The terrifying power that was released caused the earth to undulate violently. The seawater rushed up to the sky and even the seabed was exposed. Gu Fei, who was hidden in the forest by the shore, was shocked to the extreme when he saw this terrifying scene. These three guys were really too powerful. Gu Fei asked himself that with his current cultivation, it was absolutely difficult for him to compete with these experts. The terrifying fluctuation of energy that erupted like a mountain caused Gu Fei to feel as if a 500 kilograms boulder was pressing down on his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable and suffocating. Rumble. The two vast and unparalleled powers collided violently and cancelled each other out. The terrifying power that fell from the sky was collapsing. The divine demon power that the middle-aged man struck out was disintegrating. At the same time, a figure soared into the sky in the glaring light. It was the figure of the middle-aged man. He was sent flying high into the sky by the mighty power. The gloomy and terrifying devil light that shrouded Tong Lu and Tai Xiao was also shaken off. A huge figure fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked to find that what appeared in front of them was a giant. Devil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiao had really fused together. The giant was 3 meters tall, and his appearance was exactly the same as the two brothers, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao. The only difference was that the strength of this giant was much more formidable than either of the two brothers. The body of the giant emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It was extremely powerful, and it was rapidly falling to the seabed. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the sea. The seawater within a radius of 4 to 5 miles was repelled by the mighty aftershock, revealing an area of 4 to 5 miles without seawater. The terrifying shockwave that erupted caused a huge wave that was hundreds of meters tall to appear on the sea. The waves within a radius of 50 kilometers surged violently, affecting the sea within 1,000 kilometers. Boom! The 3-meter-tall terrifying demonic body that seemed to be forged from divine metal smashed into the seabed, causing the entire ground to shake. Even Gu Fei, who was hidden in the forest on the shore, felt a violent tremor under his feet. When Tong Lu and Tai Xiao unleashed the Gemini demonic technique, the two great devil masters fused together in an unbelievable manner. Their strength was at least a few times stronger than when they were alone. The Gemini demonic technique was definitely a terrifying demonic technique. The Gemini ominous demons formed when they were fused together were comparable to demon generals. Even Gu Fei was filled with fear when he saw this scene. A void-controlling realm cultivator was someone that he could only look up to. Damn it! A deep and unwilling roar came from the sky. Ba Ji, a descendant of the god and demon god, who was holding a black trident with 2 blades, was thrown high into the sky. From the ground, the crowd could only vaguely make out a black and the shape of a human. High up in the sky, Ba Ji's long hair danced wildly. His powerful body was covered with cracks, and traces of blood were seeping out from the cracks. He was injured. Just now, he had collided head-on with the twin ominous demons, and the extremely powerful recoil force had caused the skin on his body to split open. This made Ba Ji, a descendant of the god and demon god, very angry. As someone with the bloodline of the ancient god and demon god, his strength was synonymous with strength. His body was strong enough to withstand a magic treasure of the demon path. But now, the powerful body that he was so proud of was actually injured. This was a disgrace to Ba Ji, a descendant of the god and demon god. At this time, when the two ultimate moves collided, the vast and terrifying energy began to gradually weaken. On the shore, the demon dwellers and the descendants of the gods and devils, who were battered and battered by the chi waves, began to regain their senses. Kill! The god and demon god's descendants were wild and ferocious. Every one of them was a berserker. After they regained their senses, they immediately rushed toward the confused demon dwellers. The young man named Man Nyo was the strongest warrior among the god and demon god's descendants on the shore. The tall demonic figure was slaughtering to his heart's content. With a punch, a millstone-like magic treasure of the demon path was sent flying. Then his hands tore forward and blood splashed. Man Nyo was fierce and ferocious. He tore open the body of a demon dweller with his bare hands. Intestines, livers, and other organs spilled on the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely cruel. Fierce killing intent lingered around his body. His wild and ferocious aura made people feel extreme danger. Man Nyo's body was tall and majestic. He was at least 10 feet tall. Among the people that Gu Fei had seen, he was the tallest and strongest. Of course, that was except for the twin ominous demons formed by the fusion of evil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiao. The twin ominous demons were formed by the fusion of two people. In fact, it was not just a single person. Within the huge body, not only did it contain vast power, but it also had two independent souls. In other words, the twin ominous demons looked like a giant, but in fact, it was a powerful fusion of two independent souls. It could not be considered a single person. The state of the twin ominous demons was only temporary. As for how long they could maintain this state, only evil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiao knew. At this moment, Man Nyo was bathing in hot blood. He was like a humanoid beast, cold and cruel. His eyes shot out two terrifying cold lights, and the aura he emitted was like that of a wild beast. Ah! A miserable scream came again. Man Nyo pounced and his powerful right hand pierced through a demon's chest. He dug out the heart from the chest. 5 fingers closed. Bang! With a bang, the beating heart in Barbarian Bull's hand turned into a cloud of blood mist and exploded into the air. Hiss! All the demons sucked in a breath of cold air and dodged one after another. Man Nyo was really too powerful and terrifying. He was wild and ferocious to the point that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this time in the sea, the area that was blocked and exposed to the seabed was once again submerged by the surging seawater. What was submerged was also the twin ominous demons. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. In the surging water, a tall figure rushed out from the water. Roar! The 1-meter-tall twin ominous demons faced the sky and roared. He stood on top of the waves. His tall body was like a big mountain, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he looked towards the sky. This demonic demon that made people tremble in fear, needless to say, it was not an exaggeration to call it an ominous demon. In the sky, Ba Ji, an expert of the demon god's descendant clan, was holding a 3-pointed, double-edged black iron trident as he rapidly fell from the sky. Ba Ji, go to hell! The twin ominous demons roared. They actually soared from the sea and rushed towards the falling Ba Ji. The words of the twin ominous demons were very strange. It was as if there were two people talking at the same time. Two different accents came out from their mouths. When Gu Fei heard it, it immediately made all the pores on his body explode and goosebumps appeared on his skin. Flying in the sky? What really shocked Gu Fei was that after the two great demon masters fused together, they actually displayed a divine ability that only void-controlling realm cultivators could master. It was really unbelievable. The twin ominous demons were too terrifying. After fusing together, the transcending mortality realm demon masters were equivalent to void-controlling realm demon generals. Due to the limitations of the cultivation realm, although the twin ominous demons were not true void-controlling realm demon generals, their strength was comparable to void-controlling realm demon generals. Swoosh! The twin ominous demons directly appeared beside Ba Ji. Without any fancy tricks or using any demon weapons, they directly used their palms to clash with the demon god's descendant who was known for his strength. Boom! An incomparably dazzling demonic radiance surged out like a monstrous tidal wave, and collided with the rapidly descending halberd. A majestic power erupted, and a dreadful demonic radiance surged out in all directions like a billowing wave. There seemed to be a sudden clap of thunder in the void. Without any suspense, even though the halberd had borrowed the extremely powerful momentum of its descent, it was still blasted away. Roar! The demon god's descendant, Ba Ji, roared continuously. Blood spurted out from his mouth and his body flew hundreds of feet away uncontrollably. A violent aura spread in all directions. Ba Ji, a descendant of the god and devil, who was famous in the demon domain for his vigorous strength and valiant body, had a 10-feet-tall sturdy body that emitted a blue light. He was like a blue meteor streaking across the sky, and with a boom, he crashed into the sea. He was actually blasted away by pure strength. The Gemini ominous demon was incomparably strong. A simple clash of strength was not his true strength, but he wanted to defeat Ba Ji and humiliate Ba Ji with this. This was because the demon god's descendant was a special existence in the God's Sea in the extreme north demon domain. This clan was extremely strong because they had the blood demon of the demon god. Even when they were young, the descendants of the fiend gods were able to tear apart lions and tigers, and even kill some weak magical beasts. It could be said that they possessed an innate advantage that caused all the devil cultivators in the devil domain to be extremely envious. When Gu Fei saw the giant figure in the distant sky, he could not help but be aghast. He could not believe that two demon masters had become so powerful after fusing into one. The twin ominous demons stood in the void. There seemed to be a raging demon flame burning around their bodies. Their demon eyes emitted a terrifying light and their long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Qin Wentian strode towards the place where Ba Ji fell into the water. With every step he took, the entire space seemed to tremble. It was as though a demonic mountain was moving, emitting an incomparably terrifying devilish might, causing the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. Chapter 258. To Gu Fei, he had seen many battles between experts. However, those people's cultivation were much higher than his, and he could only see flowers in the fog. He did not understand what was going on, and he could not even tell what was going on. However, he had benefited a lot from the battle between the twin ominous demons and Ba Ji, an expert of the descendants of gods and devils. The two brothers, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao, were in the transcending mortality realm, while Ba Ji, the descendants of gods and devils, had not broken through to the void controlling realm. They were all in the transcending mortality realm. Even though the cultivation of these demonic Dao people was stronger than Gu Fei could still see some things from them. Gu Fei was different from other cultivators. He was walking on a path that no one had walked before. Others had teachers to guide them, so they would not take many detours during their cultivation. However, Gu Fei did not have any teachers to guide him, so he could only rely on himself on the path of cultivation. Today, after watching the battle between the twin ominous demons and Ba Ji, who were in the same cultivation realm as him, he suddenly understood many things. In the past, when he was cultivating, some of the doubts he had encountered were also easily solved. On the path of cultivation, different roads lead to the same destination. The battle between the demonic Dao experts could also be used as a reference. The battle between the twin ominous demons and Ba Ji seemed to have a clear winner. Tong Lu and Tai Xiao displayed the twin unification demonic technique, and the two of them merged into a terrifying ominous demon. This was not as simple as 1 + 1. The new body that was formed from the fusion displayed a terrifying strength that was comparable to a void-controlling realm demon general. It was not a demon general, but it was comparable to a demon general. The twin unification demonic technique could be said to be a terrifying demonic Dao technique. After the fusion of two transcending mortality realm demon masters, they could display the strength of the void-controlling realm. It could be said that the two twin ominous demons, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao, were already invincible in the transcending mortality realm. This made Gu Fei pay attention to Tong Lu and Tai Xiao. If he were to face these two terrifying opponents in the future, as long as they showed signs of the twin unification technique, he would have to retreat. One must know that the Gemini ominous demon that could display the strength of the void-controlling realm was undoubtedly a nightmare to the transcending mortality realm cultivators. The transcending mortality realm cultivators were absolutely unable to contend against the Gemini ominous demon. The Gemini ominous demons, who were 1 meter tall, exuded a boundless might from their demonic bodies. They walked in the void step by step, and their powerful strength caused the sea below to surge violently. He did not intend to let Ba Ji off. Since he did not want to surrender, then he would kill him. The demonic path pursued the truth that the strong were supreme. Fame, wealth, status, they were all empty. Only formidable strength was the most real. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one would be able to ruthlessly trample on all opponents. This was the most basic rule of survival in the extreme northern devil region. Pang! Just as the Gemini ominous demons approached the place where Ba Ji had fallen into the water, the surface of the sea suddenly burst open. A figure broke out of the water, and a bright black light shot towards the Gemini ominous demons like a black lightning bolt. "Humph! I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily." The Gemini ominous demon sneered. It was as if two people were speaking at the same time. It was extremely strange. Swoosh! The Gemini ominous demon's body suddenly became blurry. The black lightning that shot out from the waves instantly split the Gemini ominous demon in half. Hiss! The people on the shore who noticed this scene could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Gemini ominous demon with unparalleled demonic might was killed just like that? Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could not clearly see whether the black light that suddenly shot out from the sea, which emitted a powerful energy fluctuation, had actually hit the Gemini ominous demon. However, the next moment the answer was revealed. The Gemini ominous demon's tall demonic body appeared 10 meters away. What the black lightning had torn apart was only a demonic shadow. It had not truly injured the Gemini ominous demon's body. After the black cold light shattered the remnant shadow, it continued to soar for more than 100 meters before dissipating. A tall figure that emitted a strong demonic aura appeared on the surface of the sea. It was Ba Ji, who was holding the three-pointed, double-edged black iron trident. A violent aura surged from Ba Ji's body. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and his body was surrounded by a blue flame-like light. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared fiercely at the Gemini fiends, who were 100 feet away. Ba Ji reached out his hand to wipe away the scarlet blood at the corner of his mouth. He then said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have such demonic skills. I have underestimated you." Ba Ji did not show any fear in the face of the Gemini ominous demon, whose strength had skyrocketed to the void-controlling realm due to the fusion. His behavior, however, surprised the Gemini ominous demon. It should be known that when the Gemini ominous demon became one, the enemies of the two brothers only had two choices. One was to immediately turn around and escape without looking back, and the other was to fight to the death and be killed by them in the end. Smart people who didn't want to die would immediately choose to escape when they knew that they were no match for them. As long as there was life, there was hope. This was the wisest choice. The people of the demonic path did not care about their reputation. They would not do things that they knew were impossible for the sake of fame and status. If they died, they would have nothing left. On the contrary, if they could preserve their lives, then everything was possible. Ba Ji was a warrior with the blood of a demon god flowing through his veins, but the Gemini ominous demon did not believe that Ba Ji would fight to the death for some bull*** warrior's reputation. He must still have something to rely on, otherwise he would not be so calm and composed. This was what the Gemini ominous demon was worried about. The descendants of the demon god race were definitely not simple. "I'm very curious. Why aren't you running away?" The Gemini ominous demon's strange voice rang out. He stood in the void, not in a hurry to attack Ba Ji. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, was also very curious as he watched this scene. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was very clear. Ba Ji's strength was weaker than the Gemini ominous demon. Even though he knew that there was a huge disparity in strength between him and his opponent, he still wanted to continue fighting. That was extremely stupid behavior, and it was no different from courting death. "Humph. You have demonic techniques, and I have demon god battle techniques. Victory or defeat is still unknown," Ba Ji said with a hint of disdain in his tone. "Demon god battle techniques?" When the Gemini ominous demon heard this, his expression immediately turned serious. He knew that the natives of Divine Demon Island, which was called the Divine Demon Island, claimed to be the descendants of the ancient demon gods. Although there was no evidence to prove whether the natives of Divine Demon Island were really the descendants of the ancient demon gods, the big shots of the northern demon region were still very afraid of Divine Demon Island. The big shots of the demonic path, Demon Monarch of Six Paths, and the Great Demon Venerate, all wanted to occupy Divine Demon Island and bring it into their sphere of influence. However, every time they tried they would return in failure. Although no one had occupied Divine Demon Island, the big shots of the demonic path had already vaguely guessed that there seemed to be some kind of secret on Divine Demon Island that outsiders did not know about. The powerful natives had strong bodies and terrifying demon battle techniques. They seemed to be innately fearsome warriors. Moreover, the cultivation techniques they cultivated were not pure devil path divine abilities. "I want to see what other abilities you have," the Gemini ominous demon said coldly. Its demonic voice made everyone's hair stand on end, as if there were two people speaking at the same time from the terrifying demon body. As the Gemini ominous demon spoke, two terrifying demonic lights shot out from its eye sockets. Its right eye was dark green, while its left eye was blood red. It was indescribably demonic. A vast demonic aura suddenly erupted from the Gemini ominous demon's body. It was about to make a move. However, at that moment, Ba Ji, who was standing on the waves, slowly rose from the surface of the sea under everyone's shocked gazes. Everyone could feel a terrifying energy wave spreading from Ba Ji's body. Within Ba Ji's body, there seemed to be a powerful force breaking through the restrictions. Rays of blue demonic light rushed out of his body, and the ferocious and wild aura caused everyone to tremble. At this time, the battle on the shore had already come to an end. The young expert of the god-devil race, Man Nyo, was incomparably powerful. After tearing apart 7 or 8 demons, the demons were defeated. There was no way to reverse the situation, so the demons began to flee. After one demon began to flee, a second one followed. Finally, all of them fled in defeat. As for the natives of Divine Demon Island, they did not chase after the fleeing demons, because everyone knew that the decisive battle had just begun. The battle between Ba Ji and the Gemini ominous demon would ultimately decide who would win and who would lose. If Ba Ji was defeated, none of the god-devil race's descendants present would be able to resist the Gemini ominous demon. Defeating the demons did not mean that they had truly won. The outcome of a battle between experts was the deciding factor. One of the demons was very unlucky. When he was fleeing, he actually rushed into the forest where Gu Fei was hiding. Hence, the result was obvious. Gu Fei did not want to alarm anyone. He instantly made a move and crushed the demon's neck, silently killing him. This demon did not even know how he died, nor did he see Gu Fei's figure. This was the difference between the transcending mortality realm and the awakening self realm. A transcending mortality realm cultivator could even face a large group of awakening self realm cultivators and kill them all. Roar! Ba Ji held the pitchfork in his hand and roared towards the sky. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his inky black hair danced wildly. He looked extremely ferocious and frightening. A majestic energy wave, as heavy as a mountain, surged out from his body. As his body gradually rose, it gradually turned into a terrifying energy storm. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. What surprised Gu Fei the most was that Ba Ji's bare upper body began to have a layer of blue markings that looked like scales. Demonization? Seeing this scene, the Gemini ominous demon could not help but be shocked. Then, he immediately attacked Ba Ji. A terrifying demonic aura immediately enveloped half the sky, and a vast power rushed towards Ba Ji, who was slowly rising up. Under the great demonic aura of the Gemini ominous demon, heaven and earth shook. Chapter 259. It had to be said that there were many cultivation systems in the Tenglong continent, and there were countless cultivation methods. Among them, there was no lack of powerful and mysterious cultivation methods. Ba Ji, an expert of the descendants of the gods and demons, rose slowly from the surface of the sea with his 3-pointed, double-edged black iron trident. His vast power caused the waves to surge violently. He was executing a terrifying fiend-god battle technique. Its ferocious power shook the heavens, and a scaly demonic inscription began to appear on his strong body, which seemed to be forged from steel. Every demonic inscription was emitting a terrifying blue demonic light, as if a powerful force was being summoned from Ba Ji's body. It was too terrifying. The entire heaven and earth where Ba Ji stood shook. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted a ferocious light that was several feet long, as if it had materialized. His ferocious face was like a demon, and his fierce killing intent caused even the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. At this moment, Ba Ji, the warrior of the descendants of the gods and demons, was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, this was his true strength. He was not a low-ranking Empyrean general, but his strength was breaking through the bottleneck of a low-ranking Empyrean general. Rays of dazzling blue demonic light began to emit from his body. The power of the 2 fiend gods and demons was being released from his body. This was a terrifying and powerful force. Do not underestimate the people of the world. Gu Fei's mind couldn't help but shake when he saw this scene. He was extremely shocked and nervous, and even his palms were covered in cold sweat. He asked himself, if his cultivation base could reach the peak of the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm, would he be able to use his martial Dao battle technique to display the terrifying strength of an Empyrean general? Gu Fei was very confident. The ancient martial Tao ultimacy that he cultivated was not any weaker than the Gemini demonic skill and the war demon battle technique. The Gemini demonic skill was a fusion. When two transcending mortality realm demon masters used the Gemini fusion technique, their strength would break through to the Empyrean general. Ba Ji, who was a descendant of the fiend gods, could also use the fiend god battle technique to demonify and suddenly increase his own strength, becoming a terrifying existence that was comparable to the void-controlling realm devil masters. The battle between the Gemini ominous demons and Ba Ji was an eye-opener for Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In order to get something, one must pay a price. This method of increasing one's strength shouldn't last long. Moreover, at the same time that one obtained great strength, this new strength would also cause a certain degree of damage to one's body. This was a flaw that no cultivation method, no divine ability, no Taoist technique could avoid. What would happen if he was allowed to complete his demonization? Devil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiu's newly born Gemini ominous demons, which were formed from the Gemini Unity divine art, were shocked and immediately attacked. A monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire area, and a terrifying power rushed towards the halberd, which was still slowly rising up. The powerful force shook the heavens and the earth. The state of the Gemini Unity divine art couldn't be maintained for long. He had to kill the enemy in front of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he couldn't maintain the state of the Gemini Unity divine art, they would be the ones to die. Although the flesh and blood of the Gemini ominous demons had fused together to form a powerful war demon, their souls hadn't fused together. However, this didn't matter. Tong Lu and Tai Xiu were twins. Ever since they were born, they had lived together, cultivated together, and made a name for themselves together in the far north demon region. They had even been accepted as demon masters by the demon monarch of 6 paths. The two of them had long reached the stage where their minds were connected. Because of this, they were able to fuse 2 souls into one and truly display the great power of the Gemini demonic art. Rumble. The destructive power surged high up in the sky. No one dared to breathe too loudly as they watched the terrifying scene in the sky nervously. Just as the terrifying demonic light was about to annihilate Ba Ji thrust out the trident in his hand. The trident looked ordinary, but at this moment, it emitted a blue light that was thousands of feet long. It emitted a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. It pierced through the void and directly broke through the surging waves of energy. The simple and unadorned black trident seemed to have turned into a terrifying divine weapon that could pierce a hole in the heavens and the earth. It broke through the waves of energy and directly stabbed towards the Gemini ominous demons. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Ba Ji's demonic transformation didn't seem to stop because of the Gemini ominous demons' attack. The power emitted from his godlike and demonic body continued to rise. Boom! The trident in Ba Ji's hand carried an extremely sharp momentum and fiercely collided with the Gemini ominous demon's demonic palm. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye exploded. Then, in the sky, a destructive energy storm erupted. Rumble! The terrifying energy storm swept out between Ba Ji and the Gemini ominous demons like tens of thousands of horses galloping. The heavens and the earth shook, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The few clouds in the sky were also instantly dispersed by the blast waves. The sky and the ground were filled with terrible energy turbulence. Even the barbarian bull and the other warriors of the divine devil race who were watching the battle from the shore also retreated far away in fear. On the shore, a row of coconut trees that were dozens of feet tall were swept up into the sky. Then, they were torn into pieces by the violent power and smashed into the forest behind them. The warriors of the god and demon clan who were retreating in panic on the shore hurriedly blasted away the broken trees in front of them. Cries of alarm rang out everywhere, and it was a scene of chaos. Even the place where Gu Fei was hiding was hit by the broken coconut trees, causing him to hide in another part of the forest. While Man Nyo was in chaos, he sensed that something was wrong with Gu Fei's side. Bang! 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 Man Nyo took heavy steps, and like a fast-moving mountain, he charged towards the place where Gu Fei was hiding. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Man Nyo was like an unstoppable fierce beast. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, as if a 1,000-pound hammer was heavily pounding on the ground. His unparalleled strength and indomitable momentum, as well as that fierce wild and fierce aura, made Gu Fei feel a strong sense of oppression. Bang! Man Nyo directly crashed into the forest, and the flowers and trees that were in his way were instantly destroyed, turning into sawdust and broken leaves that filled the sky. Without any words, Man Nyo directly attacked and punched towards Gu Fei, who was hiding behind a big tree. Boom! The big tree, which required several people to wrap their arms around, was broken by a single punch. The powerful fist energy caused the huge tree, which was at least more than 60 feet tall, to be shattered into dozens of pieces, which were smashed towards Gu Fei. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Fei rushed out from the tree like a phantom, and then he also punched towards Man Nyo. The dazzling golden light, like a golden wave, rushed forward. Gu Fei directly punched the metal element fist. Under the powerful fist energy, everything in front of him was shattered. Without any fancy moves, this was the most direct expression of power. It's you. At this time, Man Nyo had already recognized Gu Fei, and exclaimed. The fist energy of the metal element fist was unparalleled, and under the shroud of the golden light, everything was destroyed by this incomparably overbearing power. Seeing the power of Gu Fei's punch to this extent, Man Nyo instantly became incomparably dignified, and then his body sank, and he still punched out, directly meeting Gu Fei's metal element fist. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. It was the same incomparably ferocious power, the same incomparably domineering aura. Such a collision of power caused the two of them to involuntarily retreat. Pang! A muffled sound rang out, the terrifying fist energy broke the flowers and trees near the two, the ground burst open, and the soil scattered in all directions. You and I are not enemies. After stabilizing his body, Gu Fei stared at Man Nyo, whose battle intent was like a rainbow, and said in a deep voice. He did not want to fight with Man Nyo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Man Nyo and the others had been fighting with the demon dwellers endlessly, and both sides should be life and death enemies. Then why are you watching from the side? Man Nyo said loudly, and directly approached Gu Fei. The cold evil chi on his body showed no signs of dissipating. At this time, the other descendants of the demon dwellers also surrounded Gu Fei. But these people did not attack Gu Fei. It's just a coincidence. Gu Fei replied. What he said was also the truth. He never thought that someone would ambush on the shore and attack the demon dwellers on the shore. Tell me, do you think I will believe your words? Man Nyo has already approached within 3 zhang from Gu Fei. This is a distance where he can launch a powerful attack. I have said what I should say, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. Gu Fei said coldly, he is not a person who is afraid of trouble, and he will not tolerate being bullied by others. Let's talk after I take you down. Man Nyo said, took a step forward, arrived in front of Gu Fei, and then swept his leg towards Gu Fei's waist. Bang! Gu Fei directly swept his leg, meeting the attack. Like two pieces of divine iron colliding, both of them were pushed back by the powerful force of each other's leg. Good! Man Nyo shouted, his eyes were filled with bestial light, and at the same time, he was very excited. At this moment, he was like an incomparably frightening fierce beast, emitting a powerful evil chi. Swish! Swish! The two young experts almost at the same time, once again rushed together, their movements as fast as lightning, the dull sound of flesh colliding resounded. The two left a series of afterimages in the forest, the eruption of an incomparably powerful force, collapsing one forest after another, the broken branches and withered leaves flying in the sky all burst into pieces under the dazzling light. The violent aura spread in all directions, the two great experts were fighting endlessly, not using any combat skills or magical powers. It was completely the most direct contest of strength. Giant trees fell one after another, as if there were ancient fierce beasts fighting in the forest, directly destroying a part of the forest. Those descendants of the demon dwellers who came to watch the battle from the sidelines looked at this scene in shock. Even the ultimate battle between the two great experts in the sky couldn't attract their attention. Everyone couldn't believe that there was actually someone with such a strong physique. It must be known that a strong physique is a talent that the descendants of the demon dwellers were proud of. Chapter 260. The descendants of the divine devils, who possessed the bloodline of the divine devils, were known for their vigorous strength and powerful physical bodies. However, Barbarian Bull did not gain any advantage in the confrontation with Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a martial artist, and his body was in the process of transforming into the 5 elements battle body. He was not inferior to Barbarian Bull, who possessed the bloodline of gods and devils. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The two young powerhouses with strong physiques collided head-on, and at the same time, their bodies were uncontrollably retreated. Gu Fei's body emitted a layer of misty multicolored light. He, who was unable to stop his retreating momentum, crashed into rows of giant trees and broke them one after another. He could not believe that he was actually repelled by pure strength. Barbarian Bull also had the same feeling. He also found it hard to believe. His powerful physique was a talent that he was proud of, but unexpectedly, there was someone who only relied on the strength of his body to fight with him endlessly. Moreover, he was not defeated. This made Barbarian Bull shocked. Heaven collapsing. Barbarian Bull roared in anger. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the void, and a terrifying power surged out from his hands. Rumble. The surging energy shook the void, enveloping a part of the space. Although it did not really collapse the world, it made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. The void seemed to really collapse. This was a heart-palpitating power. In the end, Barbarian Bull, the descendant of gods and devils, still used the divine devil battle skill. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. Facing this peerless attack, he formed a seal with both hands, and the power of the 5 elements, along with a mysterious seal, surged out from his fingers. Then the power of metal, wood, water, and earth, the power of the 4 elements receded, and a small flame appeared from the seal, instantly turned into a sea of fire, soaring into the sky, blocking the attack. The 2 powerful forces collided with each other, causing a bright light to erupt. The dull sound was like muffled thunder from the 9th heaven. The power of heaven collapsed, and the monstrous fire dissipated. The 2 terrifying forces collided and offset each other, and the vast and mighty energy storm directly destroyed a part of the forest. In the clash of battle skills, it seemed like there was still no clear winner. The 2 seemed to be evenly matched. It had to be said that Gu Fei and Barbarian Bull had many similarities. They both possessed a powerful physique and were extremely powerful. Moreover, there seemed to be similarities between their Fiend God battle skills and Martial Path battle skills. The toughness of their bodies and the might of their battle skills caused the 2 of them to seem like 2 gods of war. They moved quickly through the forest and continuously unleashed waves of terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Very good. Barbarian Bull exclaimed excitedly after fiercely colliding with Gu Fei. Awesome. Haha. Barbarian Bull's eyes revealed a hint of madness. To Barbarian Bull, Gu Fei was absolutely a rare opponent, arousing his desire to fight, and like a wild beast, he roared and charged towards Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. In his view, how could Barbarian Bull not be a very good opponent? Seeing Barbarian Bull rushing towards him again, Gu Fei's momentum instantly rose to the peak, leaving an afterimage where he was standing, and burst out with an earth-shattering momentum to meet Barbarian Bull, the expert of the Fiend God clan. Both of them burst out with incomparably powerful explosive power. The terrifying power burst out from their bodies, causing the nearby trees to collapse unceasingly. The terrifying power was surging violently, and the dazzling light was tearing the void. In the distance, the dozens of Fiend God clan's practitioners who were watching the battle were all aghast. This kind of evenly matched battle was really intense. The strength of Gu Fei was also beyond their expectations. They knew that they could not match up to him at all. Roar! The 10 feet tall Barbarian Bull, with his long hair fluttering in the wind, roared again and again. Then he leaped high, his body rotated rapidly like a top, and at the same time, his feet seemed to have turned into a huge rapidly rotating sharp arrow, drilling towards Gu Fei's chest. The softest thing in the world is water. The water seal technique moved forward to block, as if summoning a surging flood. The vast power of water surged around Gu Fei's body, and the water-blue aura seemed to have solidified, as if it had really condensed into a large amount of water. Puff! With a sound, Barbarian Bull's legs turned into a huge sharp arrow, as if piercing a huge bubble, broke through the layers of water, and shot towards Gu Fei in the center of this huge bubble. Bang! The huge bubble was broken, and the water-blue aura collapsed. However, Barbarian Bull's offensive was also weakened. Finally, Gu Fei's seal technique collided with Barbarian Bull's toes. Dang! 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 Stare! Gu Fei retreated 4 or 5 steps, and with each step, the whole ground shook. Barbarian Bull was sent flying, and lightly landed 10 feet away. Although he was tall and looked clumsy, his movements were extremely agile. As soon as he landed, he immediately blasted a punch towards the retreating Gu Fei. The fist force was extremely fierce, and like a surging Yangtze River, it chased after Gu Fei. Gu Fei soared into the sky, and a 10-feet-long 5-colored sword chi shot out from his hand and chopped towards Barbarian Bull. The incomparably swift and fierce sword chi emitted a great pressure, causing Barbarian Bull to feel great pressure. Sword chi. Barbarian Bull was startled, and he quickly retreated. Bang! Soil splashed, and the swift and fierce sword chi left a 10-feet-long sword mark on the ground. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, and like the wind and lightning, he rushed towards Barbarian Bull. The bright sword chi from his hands turned into a 5-colored rainbow, and chopped towards Barbarian Bull. You are a sword cultivator? Along the way, Barbarian Bull had a look of astonishment on his face as he dodged unceasingly. The might of the sword chi unleashed by Gu Fei was definitely not inferior to a true divine weapon. Even if Barbarian Bull had a powerful physique, he wasn't willing to take the risk of using his flesh and blood to contend against it. While Barbarian Bull was being forced back by Gu Fei, and was at a disadvantage, the battle between the Gemini demons and Ba Ji seemed to have reached its climax. Bang! 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 Muffled thunderous noises shook the heaven and earth, and monstrous energy fluctuations continuously came from the sky above the sea. In the end, after a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, a powerful and sinister aura quickly retreated towards the ocean, while another powerful aura quickly headed towards Gu Fei and Barbarian Bull's direction. The cultivators of the God-Devil clan in the forest burst out in cheers. Gu Fei sensed the powerful aura quickly approaching, and his expression immediately changed. Then, he shot out a bright sword chi, forcing Barbarian Bull to retreat, and retreated towards the depths of the forest. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to retreat, the cultivators of the God-Devil clan, who were blocking Gu Fei's path of retreat, immediately attacked Gu Fei. However, the strength of these cultivators was much weaker than that of Gu Fei, and it was difficult for them to stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei easily broke through their obstruction and retreated calmly. No one could catch up to Gu Fei, who had the 8 steps extreme speed technique. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the dense forest. Don't chase after him. Barbarian Bull wanted to chase after him, but a dignified voice came from the sky. When Barbarian Bull heard this voice, he immediately stopped. The next moment, swoosh! Then, a tall silhouette descended from the sky and landed beside Barbarian Bull. He was holding a simple and unadorned black trident, and it had 2 edges. Uncle, why didn't you let me capture that person? Barbarian Bull looked at the person descending from the sky in surprise and asked. The person descending from the sky was the expert of the God-Devil clan, Ba Ji. He looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared, thought for a moment and then said, You are no match for him. What? I didn't lose. Barbarian Bull was unconvinced. Although he was at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Gu Fei, he didn't think that he had lost because he still had a backup plan. Humph. Don't look down on the people of this world. That person didn't show any killing intent towards you. What is going on? Ba Ji asked in a deep voice. It's like this. Thus, Barbarian Bull told Ba Ji about how he met Gu Fei. Then he quietly stood to the side and looked at Ba Ji, who was deep in thought. After a while, Ba Ji muttered to himself, Could it be that even those people from the Central Plains have designs on our God-Devil Island? Ba Ji's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his face flushed red and then with a wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle, you! Barbarian Bull couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that the mouthful of blood that Ba Ji had spat out was not congested blood, but bright red-hot blood. This meant that Ba Ji's injuries were not light. It seemed that his internal organs had been damaged. The surrounding cultivators of the God-Devil clan were also shocked to see Ba Ji suddenly spit out blood. They all revealed nervous expressions. Although Ba Ji had chased away the twin ominous demons, he had also suffered heavy injuries. In the battle with the twin ominous demons, it seemed that no one had gained the upper hand. It was a situation where both sides were injured. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect the twin ominous demons to be this powerful. The 6 Paths Demon Palace must have sent them here to receive the demon that intruded into the forbidden area. Let's go back first. Then we can discuss further. Ba Ji said as he walked into the depths of the forest. Barbarian Bull and the other cultivators of the God-Devil clan followed Ba Ji into the forest, leaving the forest by the coast. At this time, the demon dragon ship on the fallen god sea had already sailed out of the distant sea. From afar, one could barely see a black dot floating on the surging sea. Gu Fei, who had retreated into the depths of the forest, didn't go far. After Ba Ji and his clansmen left, Gu Fei walked out of the forest again. He had already vaguely guessed that this was an island in the fallen god's sea. He didn't know how far this island was from the extreme North Devil region. When he arrived at the coast, he discovered that the demon dragon ship hadn't left. He could still feel the aura of the demon dragon coming from the sea. He wanted to know why the people of the Six Paths Demon Palace had come to this island. Chapter 261. Gu Fei paced back and forth in the forest by the sea. He kept a close eye on the demonic dragon ship on the sea. Before he figured out the situation on the island, he would not enter the depths of the island easily. When night fell, Gu Fei suddenly discovered that two black figures had appeared on the sea. They were stepping on the turbulent waves and heading towards the shore. They're finally here. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, thought to himself. However, he discovered that the two demonic cultivators who were stepping on the waves had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm. They were Devil Master level devil cultivators. The two of them were very careful. After confirming that there was no danger on the shore, they walked onto the shore. At this moment, the light purple vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows rippled with the power of space, enveloping him within it. His aura seemed to be isolated in another void. The two Devil Masters, whose strength was not inferior to Gu Fei's, did not notice anything strange at all. Of course, they did not know that there was a pair of eyes watching them from the forest. The two Devil Masters were not the Gemini ominous demons that Gu Fei had seen during the day. Instead, they were two unfamiliar faces. This made Gu Fei secretly surprised. At the same time, he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he was far behind the demonic dragon ship. If he had boarded the demonic dragon ship, the consequences would be unimaginable. He did not expect that there would be so many experts on the demonic dragon ship. The three Devil Masters that he had seen on the demonic sand island, the Gemini ominous demons that had been fighting with the powerful descendants of the gods and devils during the day, and now there were two unfamiliar faces. Just the transcending mortality realm Devil Masters alone had appeared one after another. Gu Fei knew that this was not the true strength of the demonic dragon ship. There must be even more powerful experts on the ship. The Devil Masters were not scary. Even if they were no match for them, with Gu Fei's ability, he was confident that he could retreat easily. However, if he encountered a void-controlling realm devil general, he might not even have the chance to escape. After the two Devil Masters went ashore, they carefully looked around for a while before heading west. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the two men. These two fellows took advantage of the dark and windy night to come ashore. They definitely had some unspeakable secrets. Although the two Devil Masters tried their best to conceal their aura, Gu Fei, who was also in the transcending mortality stage, could roughly sense their cultivation. These two sneaky fellows were not weaker than him, and one of them seemed to be stronger than him. Thus, Gu Fei became even more careful. Gu Fei grew up in the mountains. Once he entered the forest, it was like a fish in the sea. Even an experienced hunter would not be able to find him. In addition, the power of the inner space enveloped his body, isolating all auras. The two demon masters in front of him did not even notice that they had been targeted by Gu Fei. The two fiends in front of him were traversing through the forest. The dark forest did not obstruct their line of sight at all. However, Gu Fei realized that these two fellows were too careful. After traversing through the forest for a distance, they would stop to see if anyone was following them. Once, these two fellows even suddenly hid. After a while, seeing that there was no movement, they walked out of their hiding place again. However, Gu Fei had already used these tricks when he was young. He could not be more familiar with them. How could they deceive Gu Fei? After walking and stopping like this for 5 or 6 times, the two fellows seemed to realize that no one was following them. They turned east and after walking for about 10 miles, they came to the bottom of a stone hill. This was a messy stone hill in the forest. After countless years of being washed by wind and rain, the stones scattered on the stone hill were covered with traces of weathering. Vines intertwined and weeds grew. As the night wind blew, there was a rustling sound of the grass and branches rubbing against each other. Unknown insects in the grass and in the cracks of the stones, chirping tirelessly. Other than that, there was no other sound in the surroundings. Why did these two fellows come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs? Gu Fei was hiding in the dark, watching the two fiends on the messy stone hill. He could not help but be surprised. At this time, the two fiends standing on a large stone seemed to be whispering to each other. Their voices were very low. Gu Fei did not dare to get too close, so he did not hear what they were saying. Then, Gu Fei saw one of the fiends take out an item from his bosom. A wave of power burst out from the fiend's hand. That item emitted a dark red demonic light. It turned into a hazy blood-colored bird that could be vaguely seen soaring into the sky. In just a flash, the illusory blood-colored bird that looked like a cloud of blood mist turned into a dark red light and disappeared in the air in an instant. Gu Fei could tell that this fiend master seemed to be using a fiendish Dao spell similar to the Flying Sword Messenger and Fire Talisman Messenger. They were clearly communicating with someone. After knowing the intentions of the two fiends on the messy stone hill, Gu Fei could not help but feel nervous. Who were these two fellows communicating with? Gu Fei did not know, but there was one thing he knew. If there was another fiend-level expert, he would be in danger if he was discovered. After a while, there seemed to be nothing strange in the surroundings, and no one had come. The two fiends on the messy stone hill began to become anxious. Gu Fei quietly hid in the forest, watching the two fellows on the messy stone hill. He could see that the two fellows were a little restless. Why hasn't the young master appeared yet? Could it be? One of the fiends said anxiously. His voice was a little louder, and Gu Fei immediately caught his words. How long has it been since the message was sent? Be patient. The other fiend said impatiently. He also seemed a little restless as he constantly looked around. After about half an hour, the two fellows on the messy stone hill became more and more anxious and uneasy. They began to walk on the big rocks. Did something really happen? The young master is known to be invincible under the half-devil realm. One of the fiends couldn't help but break the silence. He could hear that he was very worried and anxious. The other fiend also couldn't hold it in anymore. He said, "It seems that the young master won't come. Let's go back and ask the fiend general first, then we can decide what to do." The message that was sent out was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. They did not receive the expected response. The two fiends decided not to wait any longer. This was not their territory. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. However, just as the two fiends came down from the messy stone hill, a tall figure silently walked out of the dense forest. "Since you've come, leave your lives behind." The newcomer was incomparably powerful. The fierce killing intent on his body caused a gust of cold wind to blow in the surrounding void. Leaves fluttered around his body. The two fiend masters were shocked. They never thought that someone would come so close without them noticing. There were only two possibilities. One was that this person's concealment technique was very brilliant. The other was that this person's cultivation was much higher than theirs. The two fiend masters hoped that it was the former possibility. A powerful aura surged out from the two fiend masters. One of the fiend masters' right hand had already reached into the magic treasure pouch at his waist. They could suddenly launch a fierce attack on the person who walked out of the forest at any time. "You intruders are truly despicable. Do you really think that our divine Devil Island is easy to bully?" The person said in a deep voice and continued to press forward with large strides. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the fiend master that had his right hand in the magic treasure pouch pulled out his right hand at lightning speed. Then, he fiercely raised his right hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the sun and moon lost their light. A gust of black chi surged out from the fiend master's hand. An eerie and terrifying killing intent immediately erupted. The black gas grew with the wind and instantly formed an overwhelming black cloud that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It shrouded the tall figure that was approaching. Black evil soulfall sand? When Gu Fei, who was secretly observing the commotion outside, saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Not only did the sinister black cloud emit a boundless baleful aura, but it also emitted a terrifying baleful aura that seemed to even freeze the surrounding space. The power of the black evil soulfall sand released by the Fiend Master was so great that it couldn't be compared to the fiend sand released by the fiend cultivator that died at the hands of Gu Fei on Demon Sand Island. Within the surging black cloud, one could vaguely see specks of demonic green light flashing. When the Fiend Master released the black evil soulfall sand, there was a bang. A resplendent blue light shone from the tall figure that was closing in on the two demon masters. A powerful ripple of energy that was as powerful as a mountain spread out from the person's body. The light that was like a blue divine fire illuminated the night sky, and at the same time, kept the surging black clouds away. Gu Fei was finally able to see the person's face clearly with the help of the light. It's him. The person that suddenly appeared was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the young expert that he had fought with during the day, Man Niu. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. This barbarian bull's concealment technique was truly brilliant. Even Gu Fei couldn't sense his existence. If Barbarian Bull hadn't shown himself, Gu Fei wouldn't have known that there was an expert hiding nearby. Heavens collapse! Man Niu shouted and directly used the Fiend God's battle skill. As his hands moved, the vast Fiend God's power surged forward like a surging river. The ferocious power directly dispersed the dark clouds that shrouded the sky. Although the terrifying power did not cause the sky to crack, it still shook the void. Shwa! Man Niu directly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared from where he stood. He directly arrived in front of the two Fiend Masters. Earth's collapse. Barbarian Bull let out another low roar. Both of his hands moved in a mysterious trajectory. The vast power of Fiend God sealed a part of the void and rushed towards the two Devil Masters who were trapped in the storm of power. Rumble! The earth trembled and cracked. The Fiend God's battle skill displayed a great power. Man Niu seemed to have turned into a war demon. His battle intent was like a rainbow and he was as fierce as a demon. The two Fiend Masters were scared out of their wits. Chapter 262. The ferocious power locked the void, as if there was an invisible hand shrouding the world. The entire rocky mound trembled, and the incomparably hard boulders crumbled one after another, and then turned into dust. Barbarian Bull was incomparably powerful, and he immediately displayed a terrifying Fiend God combat skill. There was no hesitation at all. His goal was to kill these two hateful intruders in the shortest time possible. Damn it, let's go all out. The two Devil Masters who were shrouded in the energy storm would definitely not resign themselves to death. Under their black clothes, an intense demonic light burst out from their devil bodies, and a vast power surged out violently. Both of them used their Devil Path divine abilities. Boom! With a loud sound, the power of the divine ability and the combat skill was like two meteorites colliding with each other. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out, and that was the fluctuation of destruction. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was destroyed. The area with a circumference of 20 zhong became a land of death, and the ground under Barbarian Bull's feet instantly turned into a desert. The terrifying energy storm that was released shook the entire rocky mound, and cracks appeared on the surface. The boulders that were further away were swept up by the airwaves, and then they shattered in the air. The forest around the rocky mound also collapsed, and the loud sounds startled countless animals that were resting in the forest. The birds soared into the sky and flew far away, and the beasts ran away in a frenzy. The originally quiet forest was immediately thrown into chaos. The birds and beasts sensed the danger, and they all ran away in a panic. Even Gu Fei's complexion changed, and he felt a great pressure. He had no choice but to carefully avoid the stones that were flying in all directions like raindrops. Two figures flew out from under the rocky mound. Bang! 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 Two sounds rang out, and they streaked across the void for dozens of zhong like meteors, and smashed on the hard rocky ground behind the rocky mound. Wah! The two Devil Masters simultaneously spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. They could not believe that Barbarian Bull could actually repel them. The tall figure that was as terrifying as the War Devil emitted a dignified as heavy as a mountain, and he still pressed forward step by step. Barbarian Bull's long hair fluttered in the wind, and a serious killing intent shot out from his eyes, which were several feet long, like two solid sharp swords, wild and ferocious to the extreme. He did not seem to be a human, but a terrifying beast, a beast filled with killing intent, and a bitter killing intent, causing the two Devil Masters to tremble in fear. Their momentum was taken away, and their hearts were filled with fear. Imperceptibly, their strength was reduced. They could only use 100% of the power of the Devil Path spells, and perhaps only 80%. And on the contrary, Barbarian Bull's battle intent was like a rainbow, and his imposing manner was shocking. This made him incomparably lofty, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Barbarian Bull stretched out his hand to wipe away a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Under the attack just now, he also suffered a great impact. After all, the strength of those two Devil Masters was not any weaker than Barbarian Bull. However, Barbarian Bull seemed to have become even more berserk, and his imposing manner rose to the extreme. A wild and ferocious aura swept out in all directions, causing a terrifying cold wind to blow in the surroundings. He pressed forward step by step, and with every step he took, the entire ground would tremble, as if a mountain was moving, giving people an endless sense of oppression. In terms of imposing manner, Barbarian Bull had completely suppressed the two Devil Masters. However, the two Devil Masters still had the cultivation of transcending mortality, and they would not be defeated so easily. Roar! One of the Demon Masters roared angrily, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Then, he patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist, and a dark blood-red demonic light with a hint of demonic blood-red light shot out from the magic treasure pouch. A chilling and oppressive aura immediately filled the air. The demonic light grew 10 feet in the air, and then, with a turn in front of the Devil Master, it turned into a demonic lightning, and rushed towards Barbarian Bull. Chi! The demonic light cut through the void, and made a sound like silk tearing. In an instant, it shot in front of Barbarian Bull, and like a spirit snake, it tried to twist Barbarian Bull's body into two. Humph! Barbarian Bull sneered, and his laughter was full of disdain, as if he was laughing at his opponent for overestimating his own strength. When the demonic light arrived, he did not retreat, and directly threw out a punch. Clang! Barbarian Bull's iron fist instantly landed on the demonic light, and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, and sparks flew in all directions. Barbarian Bull, who had the bloodline of the gods and devils, was born to be an unyielding fighter. He had an incomparably strong physique, and the strength of his physical body was no less than that of Gu Fei, who cultivated the profound meaning of martial arts. He directly used his physical body to shake the magic treasure of the Devil Path. This caused the two Devil Masters to be dumbfounded, and they were extremely shocked. Under the disbelieving gazes of the two Devil Masters, the demonic light was sent flying by Barbarian Bull's punch. They did not expect that there would be a cultivator in this world who had cultivated his physical body to such a level. When Gu Fei, who was secretly watching the battle, saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. He was not the only one who had a strong physical body that could directly shake magic treasures. What was the background of this cultivator on the Devil Island? Gu Fei was a little curious about the cultivator on the island, who dared to oppose the Devil Palace of the Six Paths. The magic treasure and the cultivator's aura were connected. When the demonic light was smashed away, the Devil Master who had released the demonic light also suffered the impact, and his face became incomparably pale. He stretched out his hand to call back the demonic light that was smashed away. A magic treasure of the Devil Path appeared in his hand. It was a strange weapon that was completely black and carried a demonic bloody light. It looked like a saber but also a sword but also a sword but also a sword but also a sword. This weapon was definitely a demonic weapon. It was less than a foot long, but he sensed a chilling, eerie and terrifying aura from it, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. You dare to invade the Devil Island, so you should be prepared to die. Barbarian Bull's cold voice echoed in the forest. His body emitted an unparalleled murderous aura, and even Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. It was hard to imagine that a person could be wild and ferocious to the point that he seemed to have transformed into a cruel ancient beast. Barbarian Bull's murderous aura was too heavy. The two Devil Masters looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this time, Barbarian Bull's huge hand shrouded forward, and a terrifying power erupted from his hand. It was like a vast ocean, surging and rushing towards the two Devil Masters. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two Devil Masters suddenly rushed to the sides, and the ferocious power of their palms landed solidly on the rocky hill behind them. Rumble! As the mountain shook and the earth shook, the hill that had already begun to crack could no longer withstand such a powerful force. The entire hill burst open, and huge rocks flew in all directions. In the midst of the flying rocks, the two Devil Masters actually chose to escape. They turned into two black shadows and rushed into the nearby dense forest. Preposterous! Seeing this scene, Barbarian Bull couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He didn't expect that these two hateful intruders would flee. In his opinion, those who fled without a fight were cowards, and they were not worthy of being called fighters. Among the descendants of the gods and devils, fleeing without a fight was a kind of disgrace. However, what Barbarian Bull didn't know was that in the Devil Path, everything was bullshit. As long as they could survive, the people of the Devil Path would do anything. Even if they had to kill their own relatives with their own hands, they wouldn't hesitate. This was the Devil Path, and it was also the truth that everyone in the Northern Devil Domain believed in. Only the strong could dominate everything and obtain everything. As for the weak, being able to survive was already good enough. The cruel law of survival caused the people of the Devil Path to be unscrupulous. They only had two goals in life, and that was to survive and become stronger. Because of this, there were many experts in the Devil Path. This was also the reason why the forces of the Righteous Path in the Tenglong continent couldn't completely destroy the northern Devil domain for thousands of years. At this time, Barbarian Bull didn't have much time to think. He chose to chase after the powerful Devil Master. Killing the strong was his pleasure. Hiding at the side and witnessing this scene, Gu Fei also took action. He quietly chased after the Devil Master with a slightly weaker cultivation. He wanted to know everything he wanted to know from the Devil Master's mouth. Very quickly, a strong energy fluctuation came from the mountain forest in the distance. Obviously, Barbarian Bull caught up to the Devil Master and started to fight with him. But Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Although Barbarian Bull was strong, it wasn't an easy thing to kill the Devil Master. Gu Fei used this time to let the Devil Master escape even further. Then he would make a move. This way, he wouldn't alarm anyone. Fighting 1 against 2, Gu Fei was confident that he could fight against the 2 Devil Masters. But if he wanted to kill one of them, it was no different from a fantasy. If the 2 Devil Masters joined hands, he wouldn't be able to win. Of course, he wouldn't lose either. But now, the 2 Devil Masters separated and escaped. This gave Gu Fei an excellent opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Gu Fei discovered that the Devil Master who was escaping in front, when he entered the dense forest, was panicking and didn't know which way to go. He just kept running in the dense forest. However, after the Devil Master ran for 20 to 30 miles, he became more careful and changed his direction. The traces he left in the forest started to become less obvious. Seeing this, Gu Fei, who was silently following behind the Devil Master, couldn't help but secretly nod. This guy obviously had a certain amount of experience in walking in the forest. At first, he seemed to be running through the forest in a panic. He left obvious traces in the places he passed. When he found that the terrible guy behind him didn't chase after him, he immediately became more careful. This Devil Master was very smart. The obvious traces could mislead the tracker. At least, the tracker would chase him for 20 to 30 miles. Then, his traces suddenly disappeared in the forest. If it wasn't for the fact that he often walked in the forest and had incomparable experience in tracking, perhaps he would have stopped here. But Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. When he was cultivating in Taishan Mountain, he often went into the depths of the forest and fought with fierce beasts. No one knew the forest better than Gu Fei. This Devil Master's trick was useless against an excellent hunter like Gu Fei. Of course, what Gu Fei was hunting now was not a fierce beast, but this Devil Master who had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Soon, Gu Fei could no longer feel the energy fluctuations coming from the forest behind him. This didn't mean that the battle between Barbarian Bull and the Devil Master was over. It was just that Gu Fei was too far away from the battlefield between Barbarian Bull and the Devil Master. Gu Fei followed behind the Devil Master, going around in the forest. It seemed that he was walking aimlessly through the primeval forest on the island. But Gu Fei knew that the Devil Master in front of him was not doing this without a purpose. As the surrounding terrain rose and fell, this guy was obviously heading towards the sea. Sure enough, soon, Gu Fei heard the faint sound of waves coming from the front. But Gu Fei didn't rush to attack. He still followed behind the Devil Master silently, waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack. He wanted to hit the target with one strike and capture this Devil Master with lightning speed. When he heard the sound of waves, Gu Fei noticed that the Devil Master in front of him seemed to be relieved and relaxed. It was obvious that the Devil Master thought that he had escaped. Not long after, the sound of waves was loud and clear. The Devil Master and Gu Fei, who was following him, walked out of the primeval forest and entered a coconut grove. The fishy smell of the sea breeze immediately hit them in the face. After entering the coconut grove on the beach, Gu Fei quickly approached the Devil Master and then made his move. Chi! Chi! 2 dazzling 5-colored sword chi, like 2 5-colored lightning bolts, suddenly shot out from Gu Fei's hands and attacked the back of the Devil Master. However, this Demon Master was not a weak expert after all. The moment the sword chi appeared, before the sound of breaking air could be heard, he already felt something strange. His body nimbly dodged to the side. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 peerless sword chi only left 2 bottomless holes in the sand. Did Gu Fei fail? Of course not. The real killing move came later. Although the sword chi that shot out had already missed, Gu Fei, who was charging forward, had already calculated the direction in which the demon master would dodge. He immediately executed a series of killing moves, and a golden palm blade swept across the demon master's chest. The devil master reacted quickly and raised his palm to block. Gu Fei's palm blade collided with the devil master's palm. The devil master immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately came from the devil master's palm. Close combat was the strength of warriors, but it was the weakness of other cultivators. Once a warrior got close, it would be the nightmare of other cultivators. Gu Fei's palm directly broke the bones of the devil master's hand. Then, his arm seemed to have turned into a nimble snake and instantly wrapped around the devil master's arm. Then he shook it fiercely. Crack! Crack! The devil master's arm suddenly emitted a series of bone-breaking sounds. In the next moment, the devil master's arm instantly exploded and turned into a putrid bloody mist. Gu Fei took advantage of the situation and punched the devil master's chest. He didn't even have the chance to scream. The devil master's throat was blocked by the blood that gushed out. This string of ferocious and swift to the extreme attacks could be said to be completed in one go, and all of it occurred in an instant. The devil master, who was not weak, had never thought that he would be crippled in an instant. Chapter 263. Gu Fei made his move in an instant, causing one of the devil master's arms to explode. His flesh and bones turned into a mist of blood, and with a punch, his opponent's chest caved in. With such an attack, the devil master's body had already suffered a great deal of damage. If it was an ordinary devil cultivator, with just one punch, he would have already died. It had to be said that the transcending mortality realm devil master's life force was far stronger than an ordinary devil cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a fatal injury, but this devil master still did not die. Of course, Gu Fei's strength was just right. He did not want to take the devil master's life with one move. Cough, cough. The magician who had collapsed in the coconut grove coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Within the blood, there seemed to be some pieces of his internal organs. His shattered sternum had already fallen into his internal organs. However, even though his physical body had suffered such a severe injury, the devil core in his dantian was still emitting waves of energy fluctuations, quickly protecting his injuries. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a fatal injury, but it did not threaten the lives of these powerful cultivators with strong vitality. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and stepped on the devil master's dantian. Don't! Cough, cough. Don't kill. Kill me. The devil master spat out a few weak sounds with difficulty. He did not want to die. If Gu Fei shattered the devil core in his dantian, he would die immediately. The condensed devil core was the same as the Dao core of a cultivator. It was the source of power for a devil cultivator. It was the essence of the devil power in the entire body. Now the devil master, whose body had suffered heavy injuries, was relying on the devil core in his dantian to maintain his life. As long as the devil core was not broken and his divine soul was not scattered, even if his body was broken, if an expert were to make a move, he could use the life snatch to obtain a complete body. He might even be able to cultivate his cultivation back. Don't kill you? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Give me a reason not to kill you. Gu Fei's eyes emitted two cold rays of light as he spoke in an eerie voice. Gu Fei was creating an imposing manner or atmosphere. Gu Fei wanted to make this demon master feel that his life was seriously threatened. In the next moment, he would be trampled to death by Gu Fei. A blurry layer of golden light began to emit from Gu Fei's right foot, which was stepping on the demon master's dantian. A powerful force was gathering in his right leg, as if he would really step on it at any time. Don't. The demon master who was being stepped on by Gu Fei was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. In his agitation, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Gu Fei knew very well what kind of people were the scariest in this world, and that was those who were unafraid of death. Those who had nothing to lose were the scariest. These kinds of people had nothing to fear and would dare to do anything. If this demon master was that kind of person, then Gu Fei wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with him. He would have directly killed him on the spot. How could this demon master still be alive now? It was very obvious that this demon master was very afraid of death. He wasn't someone who had a worthless life. What do you want? Magic treasures, spirit pills. I'll give them all to you. At this time, The demon master didn't care so much and hurriedly said. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the demon master's words suddenly became smooth. I'm not a demon cultivator. Those things you said are useless to me. I think you should just die. Gu Fei didn't seem to be moved. He said disdainfully. It looked like he was about to trample this demon master to death. Don't. I'll do anything you want. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. The demon master was almost crying. He really didn't want to die. The extreme north demon region was a terrifying place where the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. If you wanted to survive, you had to do whatever it took. He didn't know how many times he had been on the verge of death. He didn't know how many times he had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, if he died, he would have nothing left. How could he be willing to die like this? Therefore, after Gu Fei completely destroyed his will, Gu Fei began to interrogate this demon master. Thus, Gu Fei obtained shocking information from this demon master. It turned out that there were many demon cultivators on the demon dragon ship. There was even a powerful void-controlling realm demon general guarding the ship. These people had come to this Divine Devil Island to receive a big shot who had already entered the Divine Devil Island. This big shot could be said to be above tens of thousands of people in the Six Paths Demon Palace. He was the strongest person apart from the demon monarch of the Six Paths. Gu Fei learned the name of this big shot from the demon master. Chu Gu had a status that no expert in the extreme north demon region dared to look down on. The first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths. If there were no accidents, Chu Gu would be the first successor of the Six Paths Demon Palace. Like his father, he was extremely strong and had a genius talent for cultivation. He was said to be invincible under the half-demon realm. From the demon master, Gu Fei also learned that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths was extremely strong. He was infinitely close to the half-demon realm, which could contend with demigods. He took the risk to enter the demon island because he had his eyes on something that the descendants of the gods and demons were guarding. If he could obtain this thing, his strength would increase exponentially. Although he might not be able to break through the final bottleneck and become the eternal demon lord, his strength would be comparable to the demon monarchs. However, Gu Fei learned from the demon master that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths seemed to have encountered great trouble on the demon island. He might even have been lost in the depths of the demon island. The people on the demon dragon ship could be said to have come to receive Chu Gu. They could also be said to have come to see if Chu Gu was dead or alive. The demon monarch of the Six Paths would not make a move for Chu Gu. If he wanted to obtain it, he would have to rely on his own hands. If he died in the process, he could only blame himself for not being skilled enough and not having enough cultivation. This was the demon path. It was a cruel law of survival. Countless experts and masters were born in the reign of blood. This was the fundamental reason why the demon area could exist. The thing that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths had his eyes on was certainly not ordinary. Gu Fei wanted to know what it was, but the demon master did not know. You can die now. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stepped on the demon master's dantian with his right foot, which was emitting a dazzling golden light, and stomped on the demon master. No! The demon master only had time to let out a shrill scream. With a bang, his dantian was crushed by Gu Fei. The demon core in his dantian also collapsed. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure flashed, and he retreated. At this moment, the demon master, whose dantian had been shattered and his devil core had been shattered, was swelled up like a balloon by the berserk demonic energy that had erupted. Then with a pang sound, his flesh and bones exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the coconut grove, a strong wind was set off. The power of the demon core exploded, and a large pit with a diameter of about 3 zhang appeared in the sand. A few tall coconut trees nearby also collapsed, and a few birds that were resting in the coconut grove were startled away. Since Gu Fei had found out what he wanted to know, he killed the demon master right away. The demon core was destroyed, and his soul was destroyed. Even if a true demon descended, he would not be able to save the demon master. They tracked me here so quickly? Gu Fei was suddenly startled, and he looked towards the depths of the forest. Then, his figure disappeared on the spot, and he left the coconut grove. Just as Gu Fei left, a tall figure walked out from the dense forest on the island, and then directly walked into the coconut grove by the seaside. Who killed that guy? Barbarian Bull muttered to himself. He saw the large pit on the sand in the coconut grove, and above the pit, there was an almost invisible bloody mist floating. Under the dark night, those bloody mist were very clear in Barbarian Bull's eyes. He could even see the extremely fine beads of blood floating in the bloody mist. Someone killed his prey. Barbarian Bull's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of ruthlessness. Could it be him? He thought of a person, and his fists immediately clenched tightly. Uncle actually said that I am not his opponent. I refuse to accept this. A fierce and berserk aura surged out from Barbarian Bull's body, and a gust of cold wind appeared out of nowhere in the coconut grove. The smell of blood in the forest stimulated Barbarian Bull's nerves. Like a rainbow, it startled countless birds that were resting in the coconut grove. They flapped their wings and flew out of the coconut grove. These birds instinctively felt the danger, so they flew out of the coconut grove in panic. At this time, a sharp whistle came from the depths of the God Devil Island. This whistle was like the howl of a ferocious spirit. It caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard it. HM? Has it begun? When the whistle entered his ears, Barbarian Bull immediately came back to his senses, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then, he directly rushed into the jungle. And Gu Fei also stopped under a big tree. He frowned. What was this sound? The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and it gave him a bad feeling, as if something big was about to happen. Under the night sky, the whistle lingered in the primitive mountain forest, and it seemed to spread to every corner of God Devil Island. It lasted for a long time, and it was exceptionally strange. At the same time, a fist-sized crimson bird that was emanating a layer of hazy, dark red bloody light soared into the sky from somewhere on the island and disappeared into the night sky. God Devil Island seemed to be somewhat different from Devil Sand Island. Here, one couldn't feel the demonic nature that came from the dark. In the sky, there were countless stars, and there was no feeling of the sky being blocked. However, Gu Fei didn't think that this was a good place. The strange whistle made him faintly feel that something was wrong in the depths of God Devil Island. So, he walked into the jungle and rushed in the direction of the sound. After about 100 miles into the depths of God Devil Island, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. That whistle actually spread all the way to the seaside. It was really unbelievable. After crossing over a mountain peak, Gu Fei suddenly discovered a valley in the distance, and there were figures moving around the valley. A wave of astonishment rose in his heart. The whistle had come from within the valley, and only when he arrived here did the whistle gradually weaken. Following that, Gu Fei sensed several powerful auras appearing nearby, rapidly approaching the valley from all directions. Soon, a tall figure walked out of the jungle outside the valley, and walked straight into the valley. Gu Fei had already guessed the purpose of the whistle. The people in the valley were gathering people. Thinking of this, Gu Fei became even more careful, and began to guide the power of space to cover his body. Gu Fei looked around, and found that there was a mountain peak next to the valley. Gu Fei smiled. If he climbed that mountain peak, he should be able to see the situation inside the valley. Carefully avoiding the eyes of those people outside the valley, Gu Fei quickly sneaked towards the mountain peak, and then climbed to the top. At this time, strange sounds came from inside the valley. There was the sound of metal clashing, jade clashing, and the rumbling of drums. Gu Fei felt very strange. After climbing to the top, he hid in the jungle, and then looked down into the valley, and what he saw in front of him immediately surprised him. The valley below was very spacious. There were no trees, no weeds. It was cleanly cleaned up. In the center of the valley stood a tall altar. The altar was 7 or 8 feet high, and in front of the altar, there were 7 or 8 old men kneeling, and behind these old men, there were hundreds of tall figures kneeling like war devils. At the back of these people, there was a person that Gu Fei was familiar with, Barbarian Bull. These people were constantly kneeling in front of the tall altar, and their mouths were murmuring pious words. But because of the distance, Gu Fei couldn't hear what they were praying. What shocked Gu Fei the most was not the altar, nor the people kneeling under the altar, but the fact that the altar wasn't empty, but there was no fiend god tablet on it. Because there was a tall figure standing on the altar, or it could be said that it was a real fiend god, with a triangular head, silver horns, long in the middle, and short on both sides. It had a human face, but it wasn't ferocious and terrifying. It was holding a halberd in its right hand, and the body of a fiend god exuded a tyrannical and terrifying aura. The figure standing on the altar was a real fiend god, but it didn't have a body of flesh and blood. It seemed to be a fiend god stone statue, but the carving was vivid and lifelike. Even if it was just a stone statue, it was still daunting. Next to the altar, There were people playing all kinds of strange instruments. Gu Fei now knew that the strange sounds coming from the valley came from these strange instruments. The tall altar was built with unknown materials. The whole altar seemed to be a hole, as if it was naturally formed. Its color was dark with a trace of blue. It gave people an incomparably ancient, incomparably vicissitude aura. This evil altar, as well as the fiend god stone statue standing on the altar, seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. The old men kneeling in worship, the tall altar, and the fiend god stone statue standing on the altar. The scene in front of him was too evil. It made Gu Fei tremble with fear. He vaguely felt that the fiend god stone statue standing on the altar seemed to be strange. Chapter 264. Under the curtain of night, an incredible scene was taking place in a valley in the depths of the demonic god island. Gu Fei was hiding on a mountain peak beside the valley, and had a panoramic view of everything that was happening in the valley. A stone statue of a demonic god with a halberd in its hand exuded a terrifying and domineering aura. It stood on a huge altar. Although the stone statue of a demonic god was lifelike, it was not a real demonic god. However, it was still able to emit a powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was hard to believe, but it was also incomparably strange. Gu Fei quietly observed the movements in the valley below. He saw that the descendants of the demonic gods were praying and kowtowing to the demonic god statue on the altar. Then, an old man who was kneeling at the very front stood up. This old man's teeth had almost all fallen out, and he could no longer straighten his back. Even among the descendants of the demonic gods, no one knew how long this old man had lived. This was the great elder of the demonic gods. The demonic gods seemed to be holding some kind of sacrifice, and this sacrifice was presided over by this great elder. Sacrifice! The great elder shouted. Although he was old, his voice was still as loud as a bell, and his eyes were like cold lightning. The entire valley echoed with his words. Following the great elder's shout, the strong men of the demonic gods immediately brought the fierce beasts that they had prepared to the front of the altar like kittens and puppies. Then, someone took out a sharp blade and swung it down, chopping off the heads of the ferocious beasts that were still struggling and roaring with all their might. The hot blood of the beasts sprayed onto the altar, dyeing it red. The foul stench of blood flowed down from the altar. Gu Fei discovered that among the beasts that were killed in front of the altar, there were a few incomparably powerful beasts. This truly shocked Gu Fei. Intuition told Gu Fei that none of the people in the valley were weak. He faintly felt that the old man who seemed to be presiding over the ritual was very frightening. Gu Fei sensed danger from that frail body. Gu Fei couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. In the valley, only 2/3 of the people could be clearly identified by Gu Fei. In other words, the cultivation of the other 1/3 was far above Gu Fei's, causing Gu Fei to be unable to see through their cultivation. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei feel afraid. 20 to 30 experts who could possibly be of the void-resisting realm. What kind of concept was this? Even the few most powerful cultivation forces in the Central Plains did not have such experts. On the God-Fiend Island, the God-Fiend descendants were no weaker than the Six Paths Demon Palace and the other demonic Dao factions. Immortal Ancestor, Invincible Warrior, return. Your descendants are calling to you. Return. The old man prayed piously. Then, he used his hands to draw mysterious trajectories in the air. What was he doing? Was he summoning souls? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little incredulous when he saw this scene. However, what happened next made Gu Fei's heart turn cold. As the old man's skinny arms drew mysterious trajectories in the air, Gu Fei could vaguely feel that the entire God-Fiend sacrificial altar was changing. An extremely obscure force was gradually bursting out from the sacrificial altar. It was a frightening force that was powerful enough to make Gu Fei look up to it. The old man seemed to have activated some kind of restriction to guide the power of the sacrificial altar out. While everyone was kowtowing to the fiend god statue on the altar, the fresh blood of the beasts they had killed earlier was being absorbed by the altar and gradually seeped into it. This strange scene didn't escape Gu Fei's eyes. This made him feel uneasy and a little frightened. This was not right. When all the blood that had been sprayed on the sacrificial altar was absorbed, the whole tall sacrificial altar started to shake. Rumble. Following the shaking sound, the force contained in the sacrificial altar exploded and gathered towards the God-Fiend statue standing on the altar. At this moment, the God-Fiend descendants in the valley all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the God-Fiend sacrificial altar. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Gu Fei stared unblinkingly at the tall sacrificial altar in the valley. He felt as if a primitive beast had been awakened from its slumber. Rumble. The ancient sacrificial altar shook violently. An extremely powerful force surged out from the sacrificial altar. Endless power poured into the god-fiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar. Under the infusion of the ocean-like energy, the fiend god statue on the fiend god altar began to undergo unimaginable changes. The god-fiend statue gradually emitted a terrifying energy wave. It was an expert's aura that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate even more than that of an invincible demigod expert. He couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. Gu Fei even suspected that the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar had come to life. It was emitting a majestic aura from head to toe. The aura of an expert that looked down on the world was fully displayed. In the end, the sacrificial altar erupted with tens of thousands of divine lights. Endless power frantically gathered towards the tall figure on the sacrificial altar. The god-fiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar was like rivers running into the sea. It didn't reject anything. Rumble. The entire valley, and even the entire region, started to shake. The energy wave emitted by the god-fiend statue was so strong that even the heavens and earth were shaking. The old man who presided over the sacrificial altar was like a willow catkin in a gale. He swayed left and right and couldn't stand steadily. It was as if he could be blown away by the explosion at any time. Roar! When all the power contained in the sacrificial altar was poured into the god-fiend statue, it suddenly raised its head and let out a furious roar. A powerful soul wave was emitted from its frightening demonic body. The surging sound wave spread in the sky and on the ground. Even Gu Fei, who was hiding on the mountain peak next to the valley, felt the qi and blood in his chest churning, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. It was as if an ancient god-fiend soul was really summoned and attached to the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar. The mighty aura emitted by the statue caused the weather to change. All the descendants of gods and devils kneeling under the sacrificial altar were trembling with fear. The god-fiend statue was very frightening. It was even more frightening and powerful than demigods. Perhaps the strength of the god-fiend statue had already reached the legendary god-fiend realm. The powerful aura emitted by the god-fiend statue made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. This scene was really too familiar. It reminded Gu Fei of the situation when he was trapped in the Absolute Stone Men formation inside the virtual sky world. The god-fiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar in the valley was exactly the same as the stone man in the Absolute Stone Men formation. The difference was that the stone man in the Absolute Stone Men formation had the appearance of a human, while this god-fiend statue was an ancient god-fiend. The stone men in the Absolute Stone Men formation had their souls sealed inside the statue. However, the soul of the god-fiend statue in front of them didn't seem to be inside the statue, but inside the sacrificial altar. At this time, Gu Fei also understood. The god-fiend soul inside the god-fiend statue wasn't summoned, but awakened by that old man using a secret technique. The awakened god-fiend soul entered the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar and made the statue come to life. Roar! There was another earth-shattering roar. That was the roar of the soul. The god-fiend statue came to life and roared with its halberd in hand. The frightening might of the god-fiend made everyone shudder with fear and trepidation. Supreme Ancestor, please protect your descendants. Please mercilessly kill all invaders. The old man's aged voice resounded in the valley. Supreme Ancestor, please protect your descendants. The descendants of the god-fiend who were prostrating on the ground shouted in unison. After praying, the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar swept its gaze around. Two divine rays shot out of its eye sockets like tangible divine swords, seemingly piercing through the void. Then, the god-fiend statue soared from the sacrificial altar with its halberd in hand, instantly setting off a monstrous energy storm that swept through heaven and earth. A gust of wind blew through the valley, causing the descendants of the god-fiend who were prostrating on the ground to lose their balance. The few people prostrating at the very front were directly swept away. In the next moment, the soaring god-fiend statue suddenly disappeared from the sky as if it had shattered the void. That frightening pressure quickly faded away. The people prostrating on the ground in the valley all heaved sighs of relief. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that he hadn't even seen how the divine demon stone statue had suddenly disappeared. He hadn't even been able to see its trajectory at all. What shocked Gu Fei even more was that the frightening aura emanating from the God-fiend statue was rapidly moving in the direction of the sea. Could it be that the soul inside the God-fiend statue still retained its consciousness? It actually understood the prayers of that old man and the descendants of the God-fiend clan, and directly attacked the place where the enemy was. No one knew better than Gu Fei how frightening this kind of stone man was. After all, he was plotted against by Dongfeng Chen in the virtual sky world and was almost trapped to death in the Stoneman Formation. The stone men in the Stoneman Formation had their consciousness erased by someone using great magic power. If this God-fiend statue's consciousness hadn't been erased, it would be too frightening. The sacrificial ceremony was only for show and didn't have any effect. However, Gu Fei also didn't know how that old man awakened the soul inside the sacrificial altar. However, the power of the sacrificial altar was indeed completely absorbed by the God-fiend statue. The God-fiend fighting soul on the sacrificial altar also rushed into the God-fiend statue as if it had broken free from its cage. Soon, waves of powerful energy fluctuations came from the distance. It seemed that the God-fiend statue that had come to life encountered the people from the Six Paths demonic palace and started fighting. Chapter 265. The elders of the Divine Demon clan awakened a terrifying remnant of the Divine Demon soul that was sleeping on the Divine Demon altar, causing the Divine Demon stone statue on the altar to come to life. The Divine Demon stone statue seemed to be able to hear the prayers of the Divine Demon clan's descendants below. It held a halberd in its hand and rushed out of the valley with a murderous aura, disappearing into the night sky. After the demonic god stone statue left, the terrifying aura quickly faded into the distance, causing Gu Fei, who was hiding on the mountain peak beside the valley, to heave a sigh of relief. However, the 100 or so demonic god descendants gathered in the valley did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, they stood up from the ground and whispered to each other. The 7 or 8 elders below the altar also surrounded the great elder. They seemed to be discussing something. All of their expressions were extremely solemn. Gu Fei could vaguely hear the young Divine Demon clan's descendants talking excitedly about how the invaders were doomed. The invincible ancestor fighting spirit would mercilessly exterminate the invaders. However, Gu Fei noticed that the older generation of Divine Demon clan's descendants had a hint of worry on their faces. What were they worried about? Could it be that there was a secret that even the younger generation of Divine Demon clan's descendants did not know about? They should be happy that they had managed to summon a God-fiend war soul that was comparable to a divine soul. With the help of that God-fiend stone statue, destroying the invading forces of the Six Paths Demon Palace would be a piece of cake. Gu Fei did not care about the secrets hidden on the Divine Demon Island. He was not interested either. What he needed to do now was to leave the Divine Demon Island and return to the Tanglong continent. If he wanted to leave the Divine Demon Island, the only way was to board the demonic dragon ship. He had a bold idea. He wanted to board the demonic dragon ship without anyone noticing. Gu Fei had learned everything about the demonic dragon ship from the demon master he had captured. He knew the number of people on the ship, the number of demon masters, and any particularly powerful experts. He knew everything like the back of his hand. But now the descendants of the divine demons had summoned their so-called ancestor, a terrifying war demon divine soul with unparalleled battle strength that could be called invincible in the Tanglong continent. If this god-fiend stone statue directly attacked the demonic dragon ship, then... When Gu Fei thought of this, cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Gu Fei knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. He carefully and slowly retreated, moving through the forest towards the foot of the mountain. He was very careful and didn't make any sound. One's aura could be isolated using spatial force, but if one were to move in the forest, even the slightest sound would be detected by the people in the valley. In the valley below, Gu Fei sensed more than one terrifying and powerful aura that was comparable to a demigod. Such a powerhouse could kill him 100 times with just a finger. It was no wonder that Demon Monarch of Six Paths couldn't take down the Divine Demon Island with his power in the extreme North Demon region. If the descendants of the Divine Demons on the Divine Demon Island attacked the inland of the extreme North Demon region, the power structure of the demonic Tao would be reshuffled. Although the descendants of the Divine Demons didn't have many people, every one of them had extraordinary cultivation. They were also more talented than ordinary people because they had the bloodline of the Divine Demons. After Gu Fei came down from the mountain, he wasn't discovered by the people in the valley. Then, he walked silently into the dense forest. After carefully walking through the dense forest for more than 10 miles, Gu Fei quickly passed through the dense forest. The mighty energy fluctuation in front of him was too shocking. That god-fiend stone statue had unparalleled battle strength, but he didn't know why it hadn't killed the troops of Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Could it be that there was an invincible expert on the demonic dragon ship, who was comparable to an immortal? Gu Fei was bewildered. He couldn't wait to fly to the seaside and see what was going on. A distance of more than 100 miles wasn't far. In the dense forest, there were ferocious beasts fleeing in panic. There were even ferocious beasts that emitted a powerful and terrifying aura that made all living things within 100 miles feel danger. That powerful aura belonged to the god-fiend stone statue. The closer he got, the more frightened Gu Fei became. It could only be said that the god-fiend stone statue was too powerful. Boom! Bang! A huge collision sound came from in front of him. It was like a heavenly drum that shook the heavens and the earth. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the weather to change. It even dispersed the clouds in the sky, revealing the starry night sky. It was as if there were two incomparably powerful war gods fighting. The power that erupted from them shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded out from ahead. The voice was like rumbling thunder as it surged in the sky, and it shook Gu Fei's ears to the point his ears buzzed as he swiftly passed through the dense forest, and he almost fell to the ground. Gu Fei felt a strong sense of unease. A great pressure came from in front of him, causing his soul to tremble. A feeling of helplessness and irresistibility rose in his heart. This roar didn't come from the god-fiend stone statue. Instead, it came from another extremely powerful and evil existence. Was it another terrifying existence comparable to an immortal? Gu Fei was shocked. This aura wasn't any weaker than the god-fiend stone statue. It was hard to imagine that there were two existences comparable to an immortal on the god-fiend island. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. An even more powerful energy fluctuation came from in front of him. The great pressure almost made Gu Fei vomit blood. He had no choice but to use the power of the inner space to isolate all the auras from the outside world. This way, he felt a little more comfortable. An invincible powerhouse was truly terrifying. Even the terrifying aura they released could hurt people invisibly. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. He continued to walk through the forest. Soon, he arrived near the seaside. When he walked out of the forest, the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. It was as if he had turned into a stone statue in an instant. This is too unbelievable. What did I just see? Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. In the distant sea, there was a dragon that was hundreds of feet long. In the fallen god sea, monstrous waves were set off. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. It was the faint shadow of a dragon that didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. But even so, the vast dragon aura it emitted was shocking in all directions. Even with the power of space, Gu Fei could still feel the dragon's might. After Gu Fei recovered from his shock, he discovered that the 300-meter-tall dragon on the surface of the sea was emitting a powerful aura that was incredibly evil and sinister. It was not a divine dragon, but a demonic dragon with a monstrous demonic chi. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it wasn't just a phantom either. The huge dragon body emitted a strong soul fluctuation. It wasn't a battle tool without intelligence, but a remnant soul of a demonic dragon. The traces of the demonic dragon ship had already disappeared from the sea. Could it be that the remnant soul of the demonic dragon had something to do with the ship? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. The demonic dragon wreaked havoc in the sea. The dragon body was faintly discernible in the towering waves. Even if it was just a remnant soul, the power displayed by the demonic dragon could be described as earth-shattering. And the powerful god-fiend aura emitted by the god-fiend stone statue also came from the sea ahead. The stone statue roared again and again. It seemed to have encountered great trouble. It was hard to imagine that two powerful existences comparable to immortals and gods were fighting endlessly in the fallen god sea. The mighty remnant power caused the divine demon island, which was 20 to 30 miles away from the battlefield, to tremble. Just as Gu Fei was staring at the earth-shattering battle on the ocean with inconsolable horror, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching the shore from the island. Ha! Gu Fei was shocked. The descendants of the god-fiends in the valley had come out? Gu Fei didn't think too much and immediately retreated into the dense forest. Not long after, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dense forest, saw three figures walking out of the forest. They were not the tall descendants of the god-fiends, but the demonic cultivators who were called intruders by the descendants of the god-fiends on the island. Gu Fei noticed that the 3 demonic cultivators all had wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. One demonic cultivator's left arm was missing, and the wound was still dripping blood. Another demonic cultivator's back had been scratched by an unknown object, leaving behind 3 bloody wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. As for the last demonic cultivator, he seemed to be in the most miserable state. Half of his face was a bloody mess, as though something had smashed it. There was also a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. This demonic cultivator's physical body was so seriously injured, but he didn't die. That was because he was a demonic master. It wasn't easy to kill a demonic master at the transcending mortality realm. Only by destroying his physical body and breaking his demonic core could he kill a demonic master. For a demonic master who had already cultivated a demonic core, although the damage to his physical body would cause great damage to his vitality, it wasn't fatal. When Gu Fei saw that the 3 demonic cultivators who came out of the island were actually demonic cultivators, he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of attack did these 3 demonic cultivators receive? It was another 3 unfamiliar faces. Gu Fei had never seen these 3 demonic cultivators before. Of course, he didn't know why they were still on the island at this time. After the 3 demonic cultivators came out of the forest, they were like Gu Fei, completely stunned by what they saw. They didn't notice that danger was quietly approaching them. The more demonic cultivators died, the more advantageous it was for Gu Fei. Gu Fei wanted to weaken the strength of the demonic cultivators on the demon dragon ship as much as possible. Thus, he sneaked towards the 3 demonic cultivators outside the forest. When Gu Fei sneaked into the forest behind the 3 demonic cultivators, the 3 demonic cultivators still hadn't recovered from their shock. This was the best time to make a move. Whoosh! Gu Fei suddenly pounced out from the forest behind the 3 demonic cultivators. A strong wind immediately spread out. Gu Fei was like a tiger king, descending from the sky. A fierce tiger preying on its prey, fierce, violent, and domineering. These 3 devil masters were worthy of being called experts. Just as Gu Fei suddenly released a peerlessly ferocious and domineering aura and pounced forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, the 3 devil masters immediately sensed the abnormality behind them and immediately dispersed. However, how could they escape from Gu Fei's sudden and ferocious attack when they were both injured and unprepared? Pooh! With a sound, Gu Fei's pair of tiger claws directly grabbed the demonic cultivator who had 3 bloody marks on his back. Then, Gu Fei's hands separated. Pang! Blood splattered everywhere. That demonic cultivator was actually torn into 2 by Gu Fei. In the midst of the blood mist, a bead emitting a powerful demonic energy flew out. Gu Fei took advantage of the situation and pressed out his palm. That bead immediately collapsed under his palm. A demonic cultivator, just like that, was killed by him in an instant. His soul flew away and scattered. The demonic cultivator who was killed by Gu Fei was absolutely scared out of his wits. He couldn't be more dead. His death also shocked the other 2 demonic cultivators who were not dead yet. Who are you? The demonic cultivator whose face was half smashed and whose face was swollen like a pig's head said in fear. His words were unclear, and it was very difficult to hear. Gu Fei did not say anything. After killing the strongest demonic cultivator, he immediately attacked the demonic cultivator who only had half of his left arm left. Gu Fei's hands pinched a mysterious seal. A ball of golden light as bright as the sun immediately erupted from his hands. The vast power of metal rushed towards the demonic cultivator who had lost an arm. Roar! The demonic cultivator roared angrily. His beard and hair stood on end. He patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist with his right hand. In the next moment, an ancient light shield blocked in front of him. This was a defensive magic treasure of the demonic path. The light shield emitted a strong wave of power, protecting the demonic cultivator behind it. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. He raised the power of the metal element exterminating seal to its peak. The golden light formed a golden wave, instantly drowning the light shield and the demonic cultivator behind it. Just as he heard bam! A loud sound came from the surging golden wave. In the next moment, a shrill scream was heard. Then, the golden light dissipated. On the ground, fragments of the light shield appeared. As for the demonic cultivator, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. There was not even a trace of blood left. Of course, if one were to look carefully, they would still be able to see specks of blood on the fragments of magic treasures scattered on the ground. Just like that, a demonic cultivator's protective light shield was broken by Gu Fei's metal element exterminating seal. He was completely obliterated. This scene made the last demonic cultivator who saw it scared out of his wits. The demonic cultivator roared and turned around to escape to the sea like a madman. First, he killed the strongest demonic cultivator. Then, he killed the second weakest demonic cultivator. Finally, he killed the weakest demonic cultivator. Everything was within Gu Fei's control. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and showed the extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he caught up with the demonic cultivator. Just when he was about to kill him, the demonic cultivator suddenly stopped running. He laughed crazily and suddenly turned around to attack Gu Fei. It was too sudden. A guy who had been scared out of his wits by his thunderous methods suddenly went crazy and pounced on him without any defense. This was no different from courting death. Such a crazy move seemed to be the only explanation. Chapter 266. However, just as Gu Fei was startled by the Devil Master's sudden crazy action, Gu Fei saw that the dantian of the Devil Master's abdomen actually emitted a bright light. An extremely powerful and violent power fluctuation spread out. Gu Fei felt danger. Oh no! Gu Fei turned pale with fright, and without thinking, he quickly retreated. Madman, this guy is a madman, Gu Fei shouted in his heart. The 8 steps of extreme speed was displayed by him to the extreme. Haha! Let's die together. The Devil Master laughed crazily and then, boom! There was a loud bang, like a sudden clap of thunder. The Devil Master's body instantly exploded, and an extremely violent power swept out. In an instant, it enveloped the space within a radius of several hundred feet, destroying everything in its path. Gu Fei's figure was also submerged in the sudden explosion of the destructive storm. The Devil Master actually exploded his Devil Dan, wanting to perish together with Gu Fei. Shattering the Devil Dan is different from exploding the Devil Dan. Self-explosion is a crazy action of perishing together with the enemy. All the essence, chi and spirit in the body instantly converged into the Devil Dan, and then suddenly exploded. This powerful force will first explode itself. The next moment, this destructive force will spread out. Everything in the vicinity will be destroyed. Just as Gu Fei was submerged by the destructive force of the Devil Master's self-explosion, a bright 5-colored light burst out from the energy storm. Then, Gu Fei actually rushed out of the energy storm that enveloped a radius of tens of feet. The powerful force sent him flying, like a meteorite smashing into the forest 100 feet away. Wah! When he smashed into the ground, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if his body was strong enough to fight against the magic treasure of the same level, he was still injured. Although it was the self-detonation of a heavily injured Devil Master, the power of the self-detonation was still extremely powerful. The destructive energy that enveloped a radius of dozens of feet caused a huge crater to appear on the beach. A huge crater with a radius of dozens of feet. The sea was pouring in through the gap in the pit. Gu Fei stood up from the broken branches and leaves in a sorry state. His face was deathly pale. Madman. He's really a madman. Gu Fei muttered to himself, still in a state of shock. The terrifying destructive power not only tore apart the clothes on Gu Fei's upper body, but it also caused Gu Fei to suffer a great impact. This level of impact was enough to threaten his life. Gu Fei looked inside himself and found that his internal organs had been shaken violently. He had already suffered internal injuries. It seemed that he had to find a secluded place to heal himself. Hence, Gu Fei ignored the battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the stone statue of the demonic god above the sea in the distance and walked straight into the dense forest. Man proposes, God disposes. Gu Fei never thought that the weakest Devil Master would explode his devil core in an attempt to perish together with him. Although he didn't die, he was still seriously injured. The gains did not make up for the losses. The earth-shattering roar and the earth-shattering dragon roar continuously came from behind him. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to them. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to recover as soon as possible. The earth-shattering battle between the demonic dragon and the demonic god statue could no longer attract Gu Fei's attention. In the end, who won and who lost had nothing to do with Gu Fei. Under the curtain of night, the primitive forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Gu Fei was like a ghost as he silently traversed through the forest. According to the surrounding terrain, Gu Fei arrived at the foot of a mountain. Gu Fei looked around and found that there was a cave in the stone wall at the foot of the mountain. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the cave, Roar! All of a sudden, a loud roar came from the cave. The huge sound wave caused Gu Fei's ears to buzz. Then, a huge black shadow rushed out of the cave and pounced on Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the cave. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the black shadow that rushed out of the cave was actually an extremely fierce black bear. This black bear was 3 meters tall, and there was a crescent-shaped mark made of white fur on its chest. It was extremely eye-catching. This big black bear was very fierce. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed in front of Gu Fei. Its 2 sharp claws directly clawed at Gu Fei's head. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he directly swept his leg towards the black bear's waist. There was no suspense. Bang! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's right leg swept the black bear's body like a huge whip. The black bear's body suddenly emitted a hair-raising sound of bones breaking. Then it was directly sent flying. Its huge body smashed into the nearby forest, breaking 7 or 8 trees. Then, it rolled into the grass and no longer made any sound. It was the black bear's bad luck. Although Gu Fei was heavily injured, it was still a piece of cake for him to kill a ferocious beast. A single kick was all it took to take the black bear's life. Gu Fei walked into the cave and found that it was very clean. There was no smell. It seemed that this black bear was a black bear that loved cleanliness. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the cave. Then, he guided the power of the inner space and wrapped it around himself. Then, the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of light. The purple light seemed to open a door to another world. The space around Gu Fei that was covered by the power of the inner space began to crack. Then, like a broken mirror, the void shattered. A big mouth suddenly appeared in the void and swallowed Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure disappeared. He was using his real body to descend into the inner space. In this world, there was probably no place safer than the inner space that he had refined himself. After Gu Fei's real body descended into the inner space, he directly sat in the center of the inner space. At this time, Gu Fei's entire inner space had expanded to a size of more than 10 feet. Gu Fei took out a spiritual herb from his storage bag and swallowed it. Then, he operated his magic technique to refine the spiritual herb and heal the injuries on his body. It was a natural treasure he brought out from the virtual sky world. After he swallowed it, it immediately took effect. A huge amount of spiritual aura rose from his dantian. This kind of plant essence was of great help to the recovery of injured bodies. Gradually, rays of spiritual light began to appear around Gu Fei, lingering around his body. His injured body was rapidly healing. It had to be said that ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, his strength, speed, and physical healing ability had all been greatly improved. His injured organs were healing quickly. The clotted blood in his body was gradually forced out of his pores. Gu Fei's organs, bones, flesh, and blood were all trembling. There was no sound. The thunderous sound of the heavenly drum no longer sounded from Gu Fei's body. However, as Gu Fei's body trembled, the huge power contained in his body was awakened. Finally, Gu Fei entered a deep state of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, the medicinal power of the spiritual herb he swallowed was gradually refined. A layer of colorful light began to emerge from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of clotted blood. At this time, his internal injuries were all gone and he was completely healed. He stood up from the ground. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Gu Fei opened the passage to the outside world and walked out of his inner space. At this time, it was already daytime outside the cave. When Gu Fei walked out of the cave, the light outside the cave made Gu Fei feel a bit uncomfortable. But this discomfort soon disappeared. After determining the direction, Gu Fei went straight to the seaside. He really wanted to know who won the earth-shattering battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the demonic god statue. When Gu Fei arrived at the seaside, he was greeted by the head-on sea breeze that carried a fishy smell. There was no one around, not even a trace of human activity. During the day, the field of vision was wide and one could see very far out on the sea. Gu Fei looked into the distance and was disappointed. There was not even a shadow of the demonic dragon ship. Then, Gu Fei walked along the coastline, looking out at the sea as he walked. It seemed that Gu Fei's luck was good. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, Gu Fei found traces left by other people on the coast. Moreover, Gu Fei saw a small black dot on the surging sea, moving up and down with the waves. "Ha ha! The heavens are helping me!" Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without thinking too much, he directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the sea, quickly moving towards the small black in the distance. As he stepped on the waves, his long hair danced in the wind. An extraordinary aura emanated from Gu Fei's body. The turbulent waves under his feet were like a broad road. Gu Fei quickly approached the small black dot. It was a large black ship. However, when Gu Fei approached the large ship that was floating on the sea, he felt that something was wrong with the ship. This large black ship was the demonic dragon ship. However, this ship that could sail on the fallen god sea was now like a ghost ship, drifting on the sea. The huge skull of the demonic dragon at the bow of the ship had been smashed in half. The ship had almost completely collapsed, and there were a few gaping holes in the body of the ship. What made Gu Fei most uneasy was that he had discovered some broken corpses floating on the sea near the demonic dragon ship. These corpses were all subordinates of the Six-Path Demonic Palace. Clearly, someone had attacked the demonic dragon ship and fought with the people of the Six-Path Demonic Palace on the ship, killing all of them. The demonic dragon ship was silent, and there was no sound. This made Gu Fei feel very pressured. After he arrived near the demonic dragon ship, he did not board it. It was better to be safe than sorry. Before he could confirm that there was no danger, Gu Fei would definitely not board this ship rashly. Were all the people on the ship really dead? Gu Fei was bewildered. He had once heard from a demon master that the demonic dragon ship was guarded by a demon general of the void controlling realm. Could it be? Could it be that the demonic godstone statue had really attacked the demonic dragon ship? Otherwise, who would have the ability to destroy a demonic dragon ship? Chapter 267. After hesitating for a while, Gu Fei gradually approached the demonic dragon ship. Finally, after confirming that there was no danger on the ship, he cautiously boarded the demonic dragon ship. The moment Gu Fei stepped onto the demonic dragon ship, an intense and sinister aura immediately assaulted his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his scalp to go numb. This was a demonic dragon ship. That sinister and terrifying aura made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. The situation on the demonic dragon ship was more serious than Gu Fei had imagined. The 2 floors of the ship had basically collapsed. Those that hadn't collapsed yet were on the verge of collapse, as though they could collapse at any time. The deck of the ship had been shattered, revealing the cabin below. A lot of seawater had gushed into the cabin, and the broken pieces of the wooden planks were floating in the water. Traces of fighting could be seen everywhere on the ship, as though an incomparably tragic battle had taken place. Blood and even pieces of corpses could be seen everywhere on the ship. Gu Fei even suspected that he had walked into a slaughterhouse. The pungent smell of blood continuously drilled into his nose, stimulating his sense of smell and causing him to frown. There were no signs of life on the ship. Could the people from the Six Paths Demonic Palace have all been killed? The shock in Gu Fei's heart could not be any greater. He had already vaguely guessed who caused all of this. Gu Fei walked around the ship and saw that it was a complete mess. He realized that none of the corpses scattered on the ship were complete. They were either missing their heads or missing half of their bodies. It was as though a terrifying savage beast had once started a massacre on the demonic dragon ship. It was extremely bloody. The demonic dragon ship had been severely damaged, but it was still floating on the sea and not sinking to the bottom of the sea. It was already a miracle. How could such a broken ship sail on the divine fallen sea? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little depressed. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to return to the central plains of the Tanglong continent for a long time. Although Gu Fei did not witness the battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the demonic god's stone statue that night, he already knew who the final victor was when he saw this scene. The people of the 6 Demon Paths Palace had probably been wiped out by the fiend god battle soul that the fiend god descendants called their ancestor. The fiend god descendants of the fiend god island were simply too terrifying and too domineering. He summoned the distant ancestor's war soul and destroyed all the invaders who invaded Divine Demon Island. Gu Fei noticed that there were a few relatively intact corpses floating in the middle cabin of the demonic dragon ship. Every single one of these corpses had ghastly pale wounds from being soaked in seawater. There was a corpse floating in the water. Its chest had been pierced through and its intestines had fallen out. This was the corpse of a middle-aged man. When Gu Fei saw this corpse, he had a strange feeling. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, this was absolutely impossible. There was no one he was familiar with in the northern demon region. Gu Fei was sure that he had never seen this middle-aged man before. But why did he have such a feeling? Gu Fei didn't understand. However, he was quickly attracted by the strangeness of the corpse. Gu Fei discovered that the flesh on the middle-aged man's wound hadn't turned white from being soaked in the seawater. Impossible. How could this be? Gu Fei stood at the edge of the cabin and carefully sized up the corpse floating in the water. He was shocked to discover that the bloody wound on the man's chest seemed to be new. Something was strange. The blood that flowed out of the middle-aged man's wound didn't melt into the water. Instead, it gathered around the wound, as though it hadn't coagulated yet. Immortal body? These three words appeared in Gu Fei's mind for no reason. Impossible. Gu Fei immediately shook his head. If this person had cultivated the immortal body when he was alive, then even the peerless demon god statue wouldn't have been able to kill him. Although Gu Fei didn't know how tyrannical the cultivation of a powerhouse who cultivated the immortal body was, he knew that such a powerhouse was absolutely more terrifying than an immortal god, a fierce demon, or a great demon. What was going on? Gu Fei was filled with questions. The corpse in the cabin was really strange. It actually had the characteristics of an immortal body, but it was still killed here. This was something that Gu Fei couldn't understand. The sea breeze blew. The broken demon dragon ship was constantly moving up and down with the waves. On the ship, a gloomy aura lingered. Even in the daytime, there was a deep and terrifying feeling. Voila! A splashing sound came from afar. A huge figure tumbled on the surface of the sea before sinking into the sea. Powerful demonic beasts started to appear in the vicinity. The smell of blood attracted the fierce beasts in the sea. However, those powerful fierce beasts didn't dare to approach the demon dragon ship. Although the demon dragon ship was damaged, the demonic dragon aura was still there. However, Gu Fei could feel that the demonic dragon aura on the demon dragon ship had become very weak. Hence, the fierce beasts in the sea would appear in the vicinity. The strange corpse in the cabin still attracted Gu Fei's attention. He carefully sensed it, constantly scanning the corpse with his divine sense. Over and over again, there was no sign of life or spiritual fluctuation. In other words, the corpse in the water was a real corpse. A corpse that had died tragically because its chest and abdomen had been pierced. After a person died, their flesh and blood would be as good as new. This was the immortal body. Cultivators weren't the only ones who had an immortal body. The Devil Path also had the legendary true demon immortal body, and Buddhism also had the golden body immortal body. Up until now, Gu Fei had only seen the immortal body of a martial artist in the cave at the bottom of the icy jade pool in Taishan Mountain, as well as the immortal corpse soldiers and immortal corpse generals in the primordial vicious city in the virtual sky world. Based on this person's attire, he should be a demon from the Six Paths Devil Palace. I'd like to see what's so strange about this corpse. After pondering for a while, Gu Fei directly jumped into the cabin. However, the moment Gu Fei's feet touched the surface of the water, the corpse that was floating in the water suddenly opened its eyes. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he used the desolate steps to rush out of the cabin. However, it was too late. The corpse leaped out of the water like lightning with a walla sound. It immediately grabbed Gu Fei and rolled into the water. Gu Fei's limbs were instantly entangled by the corpse, and his body was submerged in the water. This sudden change scared him out of his wits. Gu Fei struggled with all his might. Huge bursts of power burst out from his body. He wanted to break free from the corpse's restraints. However, the corpse's limbs were as strong as steel. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't break free. In a moment of desperation, Gu Fei gulped down a few mouthfuls of stinky seawater. At this time, a strong soul fluctuation spread out from the corpse. In the muddy water, a black light rushed out from the top of the corpse's head. Vaguely, one could see that in the small black light, there seemed to be a small, illusory figure wrapped in it. That figure jumped happily in the black light and let out a light cry. Then, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the midst of the chaos, Gu Fei felt a great danger from the corpse. When the black light instantly entered the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows, Gu Fei's struggling movements gradually stopped. This corpse, whose chest and abdomen had been pierced, with even its intestines spilling out, was actually not dead. After suddenly restraining Gu Fei, it wanted to take over Gu Fei's body. If this demon succeeded in taking over Gu Fei's body, there was no doubt that Gu Fei's original spiritual consciousness would be shattered by the demon's primordial spirit, and he would completely disappear from this world. However, at the last moment, the small black light seemed to see something terrifying and rushed out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The illusory figure in the light screamed in fear and instantly disappeared into the top of the corpse's head. Bang! With a bang, the water in the cabin exploded. Then, two figures rushed out from the cabin and landed on the deck on both sides of the cabin. At this time, the corpse was no longer lifeless. Its body shook violently and blood kept spurting out of its mouth. The blood actually emitted a dark red demonic brilliance. A section of intestines hung down from the hole in his abdomen and dragged on the ground. It was hard to imagine that he could still survive after suffering such a serious injury. Ah! The middle-aged man roared at the sky. His appearance was extremely ferocious. A powerful and violent ripple of energy surged from his body. Then, cracks appeared on his face, hands, and every part of his skin that could be seen. Gu Fei, who was both shocked and furious, was shocked to find that the fellow who pretended to be dead and attacked him had actually exploded like a piece of porcelain. Blood that emitted a dark red demonic light seeped out from the cracked flesh. This scene was truly strange and terrifying to the extreme. Ah! The man seemed to be suffering great pain. He held his head with both hands and roared crazily. There seemed to be an extremely powerful but uncontrollable wild power erupting from his body. Sensing the strength of the middle-aged man, Gu Fei could not help but change his expression. The soul-snatching was using one soul to destroy another's soul. Everything that happened in the cabin just now, although it was only a short time, but Gu Fei clearly knew that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it was not for the fact that his spiritual sense had already merged with the Naiwan palace between his eyebrows, perhaps this insidious guy would have succeeded in the soul-snatching. When this guy's primordial spirit rushed into Gu Fei's Naiwan palace, it was almost trapped in Gu Fei's inner space. If it was not for this guy's quick reflexes, he would have failed miserably and been obliterated by Gu Fei's spatial power in the inner space. While you're down, I'll take your life. Gu Fei roared and soared into the sky, arriving above the middle-aged man. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and the power of the 5 elements gushed out along with the seal, rushing towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 268. There seemed to be a problem with this guy's body. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Gu Fei was a decisive person. He felt a threat from this middle-aged man, so he directly took action to eliminate this threat. Bang! With a bang, the middle-aged man was blasted into the air by the mighty force of the 5 elements extermination seal, and he fell over 200 to 300 meters away. After that, he fell into the sea with a splash. No way! Gu Fei landed on the deck and looked in disbelief at the figure that disappeared into the sea in an instant. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect that the guy who pretended to be dead and attacked him in the cabin would be beaten into the sea with one move. As soon as he thought of the situation in the cabin where he was suddenly hugged by the man and rolled into the sea, Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart. The soul attack at the moment of sacrifice almost made his soul sense collapse. However, under the protection of the power of space, the man's soul was seriously injured, causing the powerful force in the man's body to go wild and no longer be controlled. Just as Gu Fei thought that he had easily dealt with this middle-aged man, there was a sudden voila, and the surface of the sea splashed. The middle-aged man, who had just disappeared into the sea, frantically charged out. A fierce aura spread out from his body. He was like a demon that rushed out of hell. His body constantly emitted dark red bloodlight. He looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Roar! The man let out a crazy roar like a fierce beast. He directly stepped on the waves and rushed toward Gu Fei. Blood marks covered the man's body. His face, which was originally clear and resolute, was already badly mutilated. His cracked skin and flesh were flipped over. Dark red blood oozed out of his bloody flesh. Like a crazy demon or a fierce beast, his hair was flying wildly. The fierce aura that the man emitted made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. So fast! The person arrived before him in an instant, surprising Gu Fei once again. He hurriedly threw a punch, and dazzling golden light shone from his fist. The terrifying battle skill of the 5 elements shook up the surrounding space. It was as if the punch had stirred up the metal elemental energy in the surroundings, causing it to surge forward. That person seemed to have gone mad, but when he faced Gu Fei's fierce attack, he immediately reacted. With a roar, a berserk power erupted from his cracked body. Countless amounts of dark red blood immediately splattered from the countless cracks on his body. It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, and the scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. That person did not use any divine ability or Dharma art. As if he had fallen into madness, he directly punched out. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded on his fist. The violent force directly met Gu Fei's fist. Boom! As if there was a sudden clap of thunder on the sea, the two violent forces instantly collided with each other. An incomparably strong wave of air exploded, as if a storm was set off on the sea. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk Gu Fei felt a strong force coming from his fist, causing him to involuntarily take 5 or 6 steps back. The incomparably hard deck was shattered by his steps. As for that crazy middle-aged man, he was once again blasted away. With a plop, he smashed into the sea more than 20 meters away. The seawater was dyed red by the strange dark red blood that flowed out of his body. What a strong force! A numbing feeling came from his right fist. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. Ever since his cultivation advanced to the transcending mortality realm, other than Barbarian Bull, he had never met such a strong opponent. Gu Fei knew that although his fist sent the opponent flying, it didn't cause any real damage to the man. Gu Fei suddenly saw a few drops of dark red blood on the edge of the ship. This kind of blood was very strange. It didn't solidify. Instead, it faintly emitted a dark red bloody light. These drops of blood seemed to contain a mysterious power. This power made it so that the blood would never dry up and would never disappear. This person. Gu Fei's expression changed. He looked at the place where the man fell into the water. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. His face was full of disbelief. How could this kind of blood appear on this guy's body? Voila! Another sound of water was heard. The scary guy who fell into the water rushed out of the sea. He crazily waved his hands and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei on the ship. The thick smell of blood, the strange man's skin and flesh burst open. The blood that didn't solidify and never dry up formed a crazy and unbelievable scene. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. A vast power surged out of his body. Bang! A dazzling 5-colored divine radiance instantly enveloped him like a 5-colored divine fire. It was as if he was wearing a 5-colored battlesuit. The powerful aura caused the demonic dragon ship under his feet to shake. I don't believe that I can't beat you to death. Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. The fierce light in his eyes was like 2 dazzling sword lights that shot out several feet. He took a step forward. Bang! The entire demonic dragon ship shook a little. Gu Fei Tong released an incomparably powerful aura and directly sent a palm strike towards the guy who was drenched in blood that was pouncing over. Rumble! Like thousands of galloping horses, Gu Fei's right palm emitted a dazzling light. The violent palm force was like a surging river that rushed forward. The man seemed to feel the danger. He let out a hair-raising roar like a wild beast and blasted his palm out crazily. Bang! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. The two terrible forces collided in an instant. They cancelled each other out and clashed with each other, causing the void to shake. The terrible power that was released caused huge waves in the nearby sea. Boom! The deck under Gu Fei's feet burst open. With a plop, his whole body was smashed into the water in the cabin. Even the demonic dragon ship was pushed a few hundred feet forward by this powerful force. A dark red mist of blood erupted from the body of the man, who was badly mutilated and no longer looked like a human. He was directly blasted 30 to 40 feet away and smashed into the sea. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the cabin as Gu Fei rushed out of the cabin like a ferocious beast. A horrifying aura surged from his body. That guy had angered him. However, an unbelievable scene happened again to Gu Fei. The monster that was blasted into the sea broke through the water again and rushed out of the sea. Preposterous! Does he really have an undying body? Gu Fei could not understand how this fellow could still be alive and still be able to attack him. It was too strange. This guy's body was definitely changing. Gu Fei felt that the violent aura of this unkillable monster seemed to have changed after being blasted away by him. Bang! The blood mist evaporated. Without any suspense, the monster was blasted by Gu Fei until blood splattered all over its body. It was once again smashed into the sea. But soon, the monster rushed out of the sea again and fiercely pounced on Gu Fei. Again and again, Gu Fei's hands were numb. Ah! Damn it! Gu Fei blasted the monster away with another palm strike. This couldn't go on like this. This monster didn't seem to know fatigue at all. It kept pouncing on him as if it was going to tire him to death. In the process of clashing with the monster again and again, the demonic dragon ship under Gu Fei's feet was constantly pushed into the depths of the sea by the powerful force that erupted. When the monster pounced on him again, Gu Fei chose to retreat. Thus, Gu Fei and the bloody monster began to chase each other on the ship. In the Divine Sea, the weather changed unpredictably. Unknowingly, the sky had begun to darken. Then, wind and waves rose on the sea. The demonic dragon ship was like a lonely boat that could capsize at any time as it drifted on the sea. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. The demonic dragon ship seemed to have hit a reef in the sea. It almost sent Gu Fei, who was avoiding the monster, flying out of the ship. However, the badly mutilated monster was unlucky. The ship shook violently, but it didn't knock Gu Fei into the sea. Instead, it knocked the monster off the ship. A huge wave came crashing over and immediately swept the monster away. A storm was coming. Moreover, the storm in the Divine Sea was even more terrifying. There was nowhere to hide on the sea. Gu Fei wanted to use his palm to collapse the part of the ship that hadn't collapsed yet. Otherwise, the storm would overturn the entire ship and sweep it into the bottom of the sea. However, Gu Fei was surprised to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the broken ship at all. The materials used to build the ship seemed to have been refined. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to destroy the broken ship that seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any time. Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, a voice that he didn't want to hear came from the stern of the ship. "You're really haunting me." A figure reeking of blood roared and pounced at Gu Fei, bringing with it a gust of wind that made Gu Fei frown. Gu Fei had no choice but to continue to retreat. This strange person seemed to have lost his sanity and was mixed in with the chaos. Gu Fei couldn't afford to provoke him. While Gu Fei was being chased around the ship by the strange person, on Divine Devil Island, in the forbidden area of the descendants of gods and devils, there were 5 or 6 old men standing outside the steps of a great hall that only the great elder of the descendants of gods and devils had the qualifications to enter. These old men all had dignified expressions. From time to time, they would look at the tightly shut doors of the hall. They seemed a little uneasy and anxious. They seemed to be waiting for someone in the hall. The only person who could enter the demonic god hall was the great elder. The one they were waiting for was the great elder who had entered the demonic god hall for more than 2 hours. The demonic god hall was the most important place for the descendants of gods and devils. It was a forbidden area within the forbidden area. No one approached it, and only the elders of the clan could approach it. At this time, in the dim demonic god hall, there was a hazy figure sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. The illusory figure was like a wisp of black smoke that could dissipate at any time. Chapter 269. One could vaguely see that the figure sitting on the throne had a horn on his head, and was at least twice the size of an ordinary person. He didn't seem to be a simple human. This faint and illusory figure emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that was as vast as the ocean. He was holding a bottle in his hand. It was a transparent bottle that flickered with a dark red brilliance that flickered between strong and weak. The small bottle appeared very small in his hand, which seemed to be condensed from smoke. It formed a stark contrast with a large hand. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were 2 blood-red specks of light floating in the transparent bottle. The demonic blood-red color gave off a scorching feeling. The thing in the bottle seemed to not only emit that dark red hazy blood-red color, but it also emitted a strange power. It was an unfathomable but powerful power. Below the throne was an old man holding a jade staff. The old man's body was trembling slightly. He seemed to be excited, but he also seemed to be afraid. He didn't dare to raise his head. "You people who have inherited the bloodline of a supreme warrior seem to be getting more and more outrageous," the illusory figure sitting on the throne in the demonic god palace said indifferently. Under the shroud of hazy black gas, no one could see his appearance. In the black gas, 2 beams of blood-red light shot out, looking down at the old man like a king. The old man didn't dare to make a sound. The faint and illusory figure emitted a terrifying aura that pressed down on him like a mountain. His clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. "Do you know what the distant ancestors' sacred blood means to us?" the demonic god's soul said coldly as he withdrew his gaze. The instant the demonic god's soul withdrew his gaze, the grand elder of the demonic god clan prostrating before the throne immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. His body lightened, and the powerful pressure immediately disappeared. I know," the grand elder replied in a trembling voice. Since you know, why did you let someone steal the sacred blood so easily? The demonic god on the throne said coldly. He seemed to be a little angry. We don't know how the intruder entered the sacred land and stole the sacred blood either, the Grand Elder replied in a fluster. You all disappoint me. The nameless god fiend suddenly sighed. There seemed to be a hint of helplessness in his tone, as if he was disappointed that the god fiend didn't live up to his expectations. Lord Ancestor, please calm your anger. The Great Elder's body trembled even more violently. I'll leave the divine blood to you. If anything goes wrong, you don't need to wake me up anymore. Just kill yourself in front of the demonic shrine. The nameless divine demon waved his hand and the translucent bottle flashing with crimson light flew to the Great Elder. Yes. The Great Elder hurriedly responded. Then, he stood up in fear and trepidation and caught the small transparent bottle floating in front of him with both hands. You're on your own. The nameless divine demon's voice reverberated in the hall, and the faint figure on the throne began to gradually disappear into the void. The terrifying energy ripples that filled the demonic palace also retreated like the tide, completely disappearing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a long time, the Great Elder of the descendants of the divine demon clan stood up from the ground, holding the jade staff in his left hand and the small transparent bottle in his right. He turned around and walked towards the door of the hall. The tightly shut door of the hall slowly opened and the Great Elder walked out of the demonic palace. The 5 or 6 old men who were waiting anxiously outside the hall immediately surrounded the Great Elder when they saw him walk out of the hall. How is it? What did the Lord Ancestor say? One of the old men, who was tall and thin, had a sallow complexion and looked like a bamboo pole, opened his mouth and asked. Yes. How is it? The other old men also hurriedly asked. They all wanted to know what the Great Elder had said to the Ancestor in the hall. It had to be known that the last time the Ancestor's divine soul was awakened was a matter of hundreds of years ago. If it wasn't for something important, such as the descendants of the divine demon clan facing a life and death crisis, they couldn't awaken the Ancestor's divine soul sleeping in the divine demon altar. The divine blood left behind by the Ancestor has been stolen. Of the 3 drops of divine blood, only 2 are left. The Great Elder's expression was extremely ugly. This time, the descendants of the divine demon clan had lost all face. Someone had actually broken into the forbidden area and stolen the Ancestor's divine blood. It had to be known that the Ancestor of the divine demon clan was even more ancient than the nameless divine demon. He was a true supreme divine demon. His blood had unimaginable power. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at the small transparent bottle in the Great Elder's hand. They saw that there were indeed only 2 drops of divine blood sealed in the small bottle. There was actually someone who knew the secret that the descendants of the divine demon clan had guarded for countless years and had set their eyes on the Ancestor's divine blood. This caused the old men to be shocked and angry. Some old men immediately suggested to kill their way out of the divine demon island and teach those intruders a lesson. The reason why that person stole the Ancestor's divine blood seems to be because he wanted to condense the divine demon battle body. From what the Ancestor said, that person's chest has already been pierced through and the infant in his body scattered. He can't be any more dead, said the Great Elder. We can't be careless. According to what I know, those intruders won't die so easily even if the infant in their body is scattered, said an old man disapprovingly. Although these old men said so, in truth, they couldn't just casually leave the divine demon island. They wanted to kill their way out of the divine demon island and teach those intruders a lesson. These words were only said in a fit of anger. He wants to refine the divine demon energy contained in the divine blood? That fellow is simply courting death. What a pity. He wasted a drop of divine blood, said an old man disdainfully. As the elders of the divine demon clan, these old men more or less knew many secrets of the divine demon clan. Of course, there were some things that only the Great Elder had the qualifications to know. Immediately send people to search every inch of the divine demon island. Once you find any intruders, kill them without mercy, the Great Elder coldly ordered. The Great Elder ordered. His skinny body exploded with a murderous aura. This time, he was completely enraged. Yes. The 5 or 6 old men immediately obeyed. They soared into the sky and disappeared from the forbidden area, passing down the order to the divine demon clan. Intruders! I will make you regret stepping onto the divine demon island. The Great Elder gnashed his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't leave the island, he would annihilate all the intruders on the island. The divine demon island was thousands of miles in circumference. There were ancient forests and steep mountain peaks everywhere. There were simply too many places for people to hide. No one knew if there were still people spying on the divine demon clan. After the group of old men left, the great elder's figure also disappeared from the forbidden area. Soon, the divine demon clan began to move and began to search for the intruders on the island. And at this time, 100 miles away from Divine Devil Island, on the fallen god sea, a storm was about to arrive. The sky was dark, and the surging black clouds seemed to be pressing down on the surface of the sea, making people feel an endless pressure. A large black ship was floating on the surging sea like a small boat, as if it could be overturned at any time by the sweeping waves. However, no matter how strong the wind and waves were, this large black ship still stubbornly floated on the surface of the sea, not being swept to the bottom of the sea by the waves. The demon dragon ship was a demonic ship refined from the spine of a demon dragon. Although it had been severely damaged, it still rode the wind and waves like a black dragon. On the ship, two figures were moving rapidly as they chased each other. From time to time, the dull and violent sounds of collision could be heard. The chase between Gu Fei and the terrifying monster had not stopped. Although the terrifying monster had suffered fatal injuries, it still hadn't died. It was still so ferocious that even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. Only now did he understand what kind of people were the most terrifying in this world. Madmen who couldn't be beaten to death were the most terrifying. Clearly, some unimaginable change had happened to the person who had pretended to be dead and attacked him on the ship, causing this person to sink into extreme madness. Where have you gone to go crazy? Why do you have to pester me to go crazy? Gu Fei really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was really unlucky to have gotten involved in this matter. Moreover, he already felt that something was wrong. The body of this madman was like a piece of divine iron filled with impurities. Gu Fei's attack was like a blacksmith hammering the divine iron. Under thousands of hammerings, the impurities of the divine iron would be refined out, leaving behind only the essence. The more this madman's body was attacked, the stronger it became. Transforming. Tempering. This shocked Gu Fei. The body of this madman was sublimating. It seemed that under his attacks, the impurities in this monster's body, as well as the impure and violent energy within it, were being tempered to become stronger and purer. The dark red blood emitted a strange bloody light, as if it contained an unfathomable power. This was the inexhaustible divine blood of a peerless character that had cultivated the indestructible body. This person's body seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful energy contained in this blood. He seemed to be changing his blood, wanting to vent the excess energy. The indestructible blood was too strong. It was unrealistic to want to completely refine it into the body. Thus, this strange person borrowed Gu Fei's strength to force the blood out of his body. This strange person might seem crazy, but in truth, he was doing the right thing. Only by being attacked by Gu Fei could he survive. With his own strength, it was already difficult for him to force the excess blood out of his body. The reason he had chosen to use sacrificial soul-stealing on Gu Fei was because he wanted to give up on his physical body. Failing to succeed, this strange person had fallen into madness. Driven by an intense will to live, he instinctively attacked Gu Fei. How preposterous! You want to use me as a whetstone to sharpen your demonic blade? How hateful! After Gu Fei came to his senses, he couldn't help being enraged. I'll fight you to the death. Let's see who's whetstone. Gu Fei clenched his teeth, no longer holding back. He used the 5-element annihilation seal with all his strength, attacking the monster. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. He no longer pursued this fellow. Since he could use him as a whetstone, then he could also use him as a whetstone. A martial artist was born to be a warrior. The shortcut to cultivation on the path of martial arts was to fight. Through battle, one could evolve and transform on the edge of life and death. Rumble! Silver snakes danced in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Then, a heavy downpour poured down from the sky. The world was immediately covered in a curtain of rain. Gu Fei, who was going all out, clashed with the humanoid monster. Chapter 270. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire goddamn sea seemed to be boiling, as if the end of the world was coming. The world seemed to be venting its anger. Thunder roared and dazzling lightning tore through the dark sky. This was the power of heaven and earth. It deterred all living things and made all living beings afraid. It was irresistible. On the sea, it was almost impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. A large black ship was suddenly thrown to the top of the waves and then heavily smashed into the sea. In such a harsh environment, this ship still exuded a heart-palpitating murderous aura. It was like an ancient demonic dragon, tumbling in the sea, but it did not sink. From time to time, a strong light erupted on the ship, along with a terrifying and violent energy fluctuation. There were two figures moving as fast as lightning on the ship, fighting endlessly. These two people seemed to be crazy. In an instant, they collided with each other and then separated in an instant. The blood that splashed out was washed away by the rain, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. His eyes had turned into pupils, revealing a crazed look. His body was covered in blood and several places on his body were still oozing blood. He suddenly leaped up and punched the monster's head. Gotcha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The ferocious power had caused the forehead of the terrifying monster that could no longer be called a human to cave in. Blood splashed out from the shattered area. The monster roared in pain and madly waved its badly mutilated palm, firmly hitting Gu Fei's chest. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking rang out again. Before Gu Fei landed on the ground, he was blasted away and smashed into the broken ship behind him like a meteorite. The monster's head was hit hard, but it did not die. It let out a beast-like roar and rolled on the deck. Gu Fei was lying in the broken ship. His body had already been buried by the wooden blocks. He was gasping for breath, and the sound of his breathing could be clearly heard even in the midst of the raging storm. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Needless to say, his sternum was broken by the monster. Gu Fei was not worried about his injury, because he could feel that his broken sternum was rapidly healing. Although his body was still in the initial stage of the Five Elements battle body, its amazing healing ability had already been revealed. After being injured, his flesh, blood, muscles, and bones would recover at the fastest speed. This speed had reached a terrifying level that was visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was inconceivable. After breaking through to the ascending mortality stage, Gu Fei's physique had undergone another transformation. As long as his chest wasn't pierced, his heart was dug out, or his head exploded, he would be able to swiftly recover from any injuries. Of course, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The powerful regenerative ability of Gu Fei's body came at the cost of consuming the vigorous vitality stored in his body. To a martialist, the vigorous vitality contained in the body was equivalent to vitality. If it was not replenished, Gu Fei's vitality would be damaged even though his body had recovered. However, there were dozens of spiritual herbs in Gu Fei's storage bag, so he did not have to worry about the rapid depletion of his vitality. During the great battle, the body was constantly injured, and then it was constantly repaired. This was like using one's body as a divine weapon or a magical treasure, and using such an extreme method to temper it, causing it to transform and sublimate. The vigorous vitality quickly healed Gu Fei's broken sternum. His sternum was even more crystalline than before, and the new bones were even stronger. Looking inside himself, Gu Fei could clearly see that his bones seemed to be evolving towards the direction of the jade bones of an immortal spirit. He could already predict that when his cultivation reached the immortal spirit realm, his bones would probably be even stronger than the immortal spirit bone body. Pang! Gu Fei shook off the broken pieces of wood covering his body and rushed out of the crumbling ship. At the same time, the monster whose skull had been shattered by Gu Fei's punch and whose forehead had been caved in also stood up shakily on the deck. Gu Fei allowed the rain to fall on his body, but the battle intent in his body was burning like a raging flame. His sharp gaze was fixed on the humanoid monster in front of him. The monster's body was also extremely tough. Gu Fei realized that the shocking fist mark on the monster's forehead had already become very faint. He also had the ability to rapidly heal his injured body. He would need to use a special method to kill this crazy monster. However, given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, it would be difficult to use such a special method. Die! Gu Fei roared and a dazzling radiance shot out of his right hand. A cold sword chi surged out of his hand and instantly formed a 3-foot-long lightsaber. Whoosh! The monster seemed to have sensed the danger coming from Gu Fei. It left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards Gu Fei ferociously. Without any fancy moves, Gu Fei pushed off the deck with both feet, causing the entire demonic dragon ship to shake violently. Then, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced into the monster's arms. Blood splattered. The moment Gu Fei pounced into the monster's arms, the lightsaber in his hand had already pierced the monster's chest. Bam! Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he heard the sound of his left arm's bones breaking. The intense pain stimulated his nerves. Gu Fei couldn't control his body and was sent flying backward. This was simply a method of mutual destruction. There was no defense, only offense. The unparalleled sword Qi left a transparent bloody hole the size of a bowl on the monster's chest. Pang! Gu Fei smashed onto the ice-cold deck and slid for dozens of feet before he stopped. He could no longer feel his left arm. Powerful vitality began to surge towards his left shoulder. The shattered bones and necrotic flesh were quickly replaced by new bones and flesh. The monster roared at the sky. A layer of demonic dark red light surged from its body. A violent force erupted, and the transparent bloody hole in its chest began to shrink. The flesh beside the wound began to surge. Bright red granulation and tendons grew rapidly, repairing the bloody hole. Such a scene could be described as incomparably evil and terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei had already sat up on the deck. His left arm began to regain feeling. He rapidly consumed vitality to repair his injured body. A feeling of exhaustion welled up in his heart. He hurriedly opened his storage pouch and took out a spiritual herb. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it before swallowing it. Soon, a stream of cool air rose from his abdomen and flowed through his whole body. Gu Fei felt that his whole body was immediately relaxed. The enormous essence of the spiritual herb instantly made Gu Fei's vitality vigorous again. His body, which had been tempered 1,000 times, began to emit a strong sense of oppression. After the overdraft of the battle, Gu Fei's body recovered from extreme exhaustion, and gradually became stronger. His whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving people a feeling of great strength. There was no doubt that after recovering from the serious injury, his body had become even stronger. Although the improvement was very small, it was real. Gu Fei had already regarded this crazy, unkillable monster as a whetstone. In fact, Gu Fei was also very clear that he was also the monster's whetstone. After replenishing the exhausted essence in his body, the injury on Gu Fei's left shoulder healed in less than an hour, and the shattered bones were regenerated. Gu Fei stood up from the deck and clenched his left hand into a fist. Crack! 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 The bones in his entire left arm immediately emitted a burst of popping sounds, and his muscles and bones rumbled like thunder. The storm continued, and the angry thunder continued to tear the sky and earth apart. Dazzling lightning lit up the sky and earth from time to time, turning the pitch-black world into day for a short period of time. The demonic dragon ship drifted on the sea. In the storm, no one knew where it had drifted to. The sky and the ground were dark, and there was no way to tell the direction. Gu Fei realized that the bloody hole in the chest of the crazy monster in front of him had almost disappeared. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the monster's amazing recovery ability. If someone had blasted such a bloody hole in his body, he definitely wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Healing a wounded body consumed a lot of energy, and the monster was constantly consuming energy. Furthermore, it wasn't like Gu Fei, who could consume natural treasures to replenish the exhausted essence. The monster's power was declining, which was what Gu Fei was worried about. This proved that the strange power in the monster's body was gradually being tamed. When the power in the monster's body was completely tamed, it might wake up from its madness. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder exploded above the demonic dragon ship, and a dazzling light illuminated the sky and earth. Amidst the dancing silver snakes, two figures on the ship instantly exploded and collided with each other like two bolts of lightning. This was a direct collision of strength. There were no fancy moves. The sound of fists colliding with flesh rang out, along with the faint sound of bones breaking. The two of them were like two crazy beasts, fighting savagely. Their fists landed on flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. No one knew when or how many natural treasures they had consumed, but the bones in their bodies had been broken and healed several times. After the storm passed, the sky began to brighten. No one knew who stopped first. Gu Fei quietly sat on the deck at the stern of the ship, running his Xian Qi to heal his injured body. The undying monster occupied the bow of the ship, and its blood-red pupils stared fiercely at Gu Fei. The madness in its eyes seemed to have subsided. Suddenly, the whole demonic dragon ship shook violently without warning. Then the ship, which was floating aimlessly with the waves, began to move. After adjusting its direction, The speed of the demonic dragon ship gradually increased. Finally, it turned into a bird's light, braved the wind and waves, and rushed forward. Someone started the demonic dragon ship. Chapter 271. On the demonic dragon ship, apart from myself, there is only that crazy monster. Could it be that he started the demonic dragon ship? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He knew very well that apart from himself and that monster, even if there were other people on the demonic dragon ship, they were all dead. There was absolutely no third person alive. Moreover, after the previous storm, even the few corpses in the cabin seemed to have been thrown into the sea by the wind and waves. They had long become the food of the fierce beasts in the sea. Kacha! 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 A series of slight hair-raising sounds of bones breaking came from the bow of the ship. Gu Fei could no longer maintain his composure. He stopped operating his mysterious skill and looked at the bow of the ship in surprise. He saw that the undying madman was sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship. He seemed to be cultivating. Could it be that he had regained his consciousness? Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Perhaps this person had regained his consciousness and then started the demonic dragon ship. The demonic dragon ship contained an unfathomable power. Gu Fei had already felt it the moment he set foot on the demonic dragon ship. After starting the demonic dragon ship braved the wind and waves and sailed quickly on the god-fallen sea. From time to time, islands in the vast sea were left behind. The demonic dragon ship seemed to be flying on the surface of the sea. There was no longer any obstruction and it made a low whining sound. The fierce beasts in the sea who could not avoid it in time fled to the sides in panic. Although the aura of the demonic dragon was not as strong as before, it still had the power to deter the group of beasts. This was due to the fear of the demonic dragon. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the undying madman sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship seemed to be trembling slightly. A series of hair-raising sounds of bones breaking came from this person. This person had fought with Gu Fei for many hours. His clothes had long been tattered and draped over his body like a rag. The bloodstains had also dyed the cloth dark black. Gu Fei noticed the arm of this unkillable madman outside his clothes. The scene in front of him almost made him cry out in surprise. His face was aghast as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The skin and flesh on that person's arm were breaking apart, revealing his bones. It was as if there was a force crushing his flesh and bones, and the sound of bones breaking kept ringing out. After the flesh, tendons, and bones were shattered, new flesh, tendons, and bones quickly grew out to replace the shattered flesh, tendons, and bones. Destruction and regeneration. These two completely opposite and strange scenes appeared on this person's body. Good heavens! Gu Fei immediately understood why this was happening to this person's body. The berserk energy on this person's body was beginning to be controlled. That power was currently fusing with this person's body, but this person's body was unable to withstand this powerful force. As a result, this scene had occurred. In fact, Gu Fei's guess was not far from the truth. This person had obtained an unfathomable power and suffered a fatal attack. He should have died, but unexpectedly, he survived. Then, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Fei, who had boarded the demonic dragon ship and fought with Gu Fei endlessly. After continuous venting, the domineering power on this person's body began to become docile. Now, this person still hadn't completely controlled the ancient power in his body. He was still in danger of exploding and dying at any time. His body was constantly breaking apart, and then constantly regrowing flesh, tendons, and bones. Between destruction and regeneration, his body was constantly transforming and sublimating, causing his body to gradually become strong enough to withstand the new power. What secrets did this person have? Gu Fei was shocked. If he allowed this person's body to continue transforming between destruction and regeneration, it would be very dangerous for him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but reveal a trace of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the person at the bow of the ship. He stood up from the deck and was about to attack. Just at this moment, a voice rang in his ear. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly." This voice sounded as if someone had spoken in his ear. Gu Fei was startled. It seemed that his guess was right. This guy had really woken up. He discovered that under the messy hair of the person at the bow of the ship, there were two blood-red rays of cold light sweeping towards him. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and was about to press forward. That person seemed to know Gu Fei's every move like the back of his hand. Before Gu Fei could take a step, his voice rang in Gu Fei's ear. Don't you want to return to the Tanglong continent? Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately stopped. This person seemed to know what he was thinking. He said coldly, "What do you mean? If you think that you can threaten me like this, you are gravely mistaken." Gu Fei was a decisive person. He never hesitated when doing things. He would never change his original intention just because of a few threatening words. "Let's have a showdown when we return to the Tanglong continent," that person said. This guy was now in control of the demonic dragon ship. It was really unwise to fall out with this person at this time. Like what he said, they would talk about it when they returned to the Tanglong continent. Moreover, this kind of verbal promise had no binding force. Thinking of this, Gu Fei smiled. Then he said nothing and sat down cross-legged again. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack. However, this guy's physical body was extremely strong. Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could kill this guy. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Fei couldn't attack rashly. Fortunately, he still had a trump card in his hand. He wasn't afraid of this person's tricks. Gotcha! 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 The sound of bones breaking could still be heard from the bow of the ship. Seeing that Gu Fei had sat down again, the person seemed to be secretly relieved. Then, he operated his demonic arts and endured the inhuman pain of his flesh being separated and reborn. He continued to temper his body. He was constantly changing between destruction and rebirth. It was hard to imagine that under such circumstances, he could still remain clear-headed. This person's body was gradually becoming stronger. Only a strong body could withstand the power in his body. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the deck at the stern of the ship. He closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a state of cultivation. Chu Gu was the first son of the demon monarch of 6 paths. Since he was born, he was crowned as a cultivation genius. When he was 5 years old, his father, the demon monarch of 6 paths, threw him into a mountain occupied by demon wolves. That mountain had a name: Demon Wolf Mountain. The Demon Wolf Mountain was incomparably dangerous. Even an adult demon wouldn't be able to walk out alive after entering the mountain. A year later, when everyone thought that Chu Gu had become food for the demon wolves, he walked out of the Demon Wolf Mountain. In his hands, he carried the head of a demon wolf king that was much heavier than him. A 6-year-old child had killed a demon wolf king. What did that mean? Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. No one believed that a child could do such a thing. The second day after Chu Gu left the Demon Wolf Mountain and returned to the demonic palace of 6 paths, he was brought by the demon monarch of 6 paths to an even more dangerous place: the Death God Desert. The Death God Desert was publicly recognized as a dangerous place in the far north demonic region. Compared to the Demon Wolf Mountain, it was like comparing a newborn child to a powerful adult. There was a lack of food and water there. Moreover, the desert was filled with demon scorpions. There were also groups of terrifying demon beasts. Even if awakened demon monarch of 6 paths entered the Death God Desert, very few could walk out. After the 6-year-old Chu Gu entered the Death God Desert, there was no news of him. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Not even the demon monarch of 6 paths knew. This time, Chu Gu, this little baby, should have died in the Reaper Desert. It wasn't just others who thought so. Even the people in the demonic palace of 6 paths thought so. However, 3 years later, when a 9-year-old child walked out of the Death God Desert, everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. It was simply unbelievable. Chu Gu, the first son of the demon monarch of 6 paths, had grown up in the most difficult and dangerous environment. He had brushed shoulders with the Death God time and time again, creating the Chu Gu that he was today. However, even if he added up all the hardships he had experienced in the past, they couldn't compare to this trip to the demonic island. His soul had almost been destroyed and he had completely disappeared from this world. Death was so close to him this time. He had successfully stolen the legendary blood of the demonic god from the forbidden area of the descendants of the demonic gods. He had wanted to consume the blood of the demonic god to condense the body of the demonic god and use the power of the demonic god to break through the shackles of cultivation. However, he had underestimated the power of the blood of the demonic god. Just as he had consumed a drop of the blood of the demonic god, an invincible demonic god statue had attacked him. Chu Gu had seen his subordinates die one by one. Even though he had escaped to the demonic dragon ship and summoned the remnant soul of the demonic dragon, which had yet to recover its spiritual consciousness, he still couldn't resist the terrifying demonic god statue. Everyone on the demonic dragon ship, including the demonic general on the ship, had been killed on the spot by the demonic god statue. Not a single person had managed to escape. In the end, Chu Ji's dantian had been torn apart by the demonic god statue. It had captured the condensed demonic infant and devoured it. The demonic god had even destroyed his primordial spirit with a single point of its finger. After the demonic god statue had taken back the blood of the demonic god and killed Chu Gu, it had immediately returned to the demonic god island. However, no one had expected that Chu Gu had already cultivated a second primordial spirit. The second primordial spirit was hidden in the abstruse demon pearl at the back of Chu Ji's head. The nameless demonic god had never expected that it would have misjudged Chu Ji's second primordial spirit. Thus, Chu Gu had escaped the calamity of almost having his body and soul destroyed. However, the blood of the demonic god in Chu Ji's body had almost destroyed his body and soul. After the demonic infant had been devoured by the nameless demonic god, the remaining blood of the demonic god in Chu Ji's body could be said to be less than 1% of that drop. However, his body still couldn't withstand the power of that 1% of the blood of the demonic god. Once the power of the blood of the demonic god exploded in his body, not only would his body collapse in an instant, even the abstruse demon pearl at the back of his head would shatter. His second primordial spirit would be lost. In this way, his body and soul would truly be destroyed. Fortunately, Gu Fei's arrival had turned the situation around. However, man proposes, God disposes. Chu Ji's second primordial spirit failed to take over Gu Fei's body. Instead, his primordial spirit was heavily injured. After that, something happened that made Gu Fei extremely depressed. An unkillable madman had entangled Gu Fei in a fierce battle. Chapter 272. Needless to say, the God-fallen sea was vast and boundless. After a few days, the demonic dragon ship had sailed for more than 10,000 li, but there was still no sign of land. Only the demonic dragon ship could penetrate 10,000 li deep into the God-fallen sea. After a few days, Gu Fei saw many powerful demonic beasts in the God-fallen sea. Some of the beasts in the sea were not afraid of the demonic dragon's aura, and were only a few hundred zhang away from the demonic dragon ship. These beasts were as terrifying as demigods. Other than the demonic dragon ship, no other ship dared to intrude into their territory. No one knew how many powerful beasts were lurking in the depths of the vast God-fallen sea. The God-fallen sea was a perilous place. No one could explore its end. No one knew what was at the end of the God-fallen sea. Was it another continent or another world? No one knew, not even God. The God-fallen sea was a mysterious and dangerous place. One evening, the sky had already darkened. The demonic dragon ship suddenly slowed down. The sea area of 10,000 li had been left behind. Then, Gu Fei felt a vast and evil aura coming from the front. Gu Fei knew that they were not far from the northernmost demon area. This kind of indistinct evil aura should belong to the evilest area in the Tenglong continent, the northernmost demon area. He was secretly surprised. The northernmost demon area was indeed different. It seemed that the demonic nature in the world had been magnified, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. It was said that a peerless demon was suppressed in the northernmost demon area. This peerless demon was the source of all chaos and killings. As long as the demon was suppressed in the northernmost demon area, the northernmost demon area would always be the source of demons in the Tenglong continent. Legends were just legends. They had no basis. Moreover, the older the legend, the less reliable it was. The legend of the northernmost demon area was not credible at all. However, it was undeniable that the northernmost demon area still existed for thousands of years. It still stood in the northernmost part of the Tenglong continent. There had never been a rumor that the demonic cultivators in the northernmost demon area were all killed by that force. However, what made Gu Fei even more uneasy was the strange person who had been sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship for the past few days. Unknowingly, the strange man began to howl in pain. The inhuman pain finally needed to be vented through painful howls and howls. Tendons, bones, and flesh collapsed and then regenerated. This was a torture that was thousands of times more horrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. This strange man never stopped. The power of destruction and regeneration was vividly displayed on this strange man. No one knew what kind of pain it was to have one's muscles, bones, and flesh crushed and cut off. That strange person was enduring an extremely terrifying torture. But what shocked Gu Fei was that this person was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was simply too inconceivable. No one could endure this kind of pain for a long time. The boundless pain would have caused a person to collapse, but this person had endured it. Even someone as strong-willed as Gu Fei couldn't bear such pain. Watching one's own body collapse and then watching one's own flesh, bones and flesh regenerate, all of this would make a normal person crazy, but this strange person wouldn't. Listening to the howls of the undying person coming from the bow of the ship, Gu Fei was also terrified. This person seemed to have infinite energy, and he had been continuously howling for 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't until they approached the extreme northern demon region that the howls and howls gradually stopped. That person's body also began to undergo obvious changes. It seemed that the power of life had begun to gain the upper hand, and the power of destruction was gradually suppressed. The speed of the body's destruction had obviously slowed down, and the new flesh, bones, and flesh began to stabilize. Gu Fei, who had witnessed this scene from beginning to end, couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that someone would use such an extreme method to regenerate in front of him. Yes, after the continuous conversion between destruction and regeneration, there was not much of the original thing left in the strange person's body, and it had all been replaced by new things. Such a new body was undoubtedly like a piece of well-tempered divine iron. Perhaps even the strange person himself didn't know how strong it was. And Gu Fei, on the other hand, felt a dangerous aura from this new body. It was undeniable that after this transformation, the strength of the strange person's body had surpassed Gu Fei's. The tattered clothes of the strange person sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship had already turned into flying ashes, and on the new skin and flesh, there was a sparkling light flowing, as if it was a newly refined artifact. However, this divine artifact still had a flaw, and it couldn't maintain its perfect state for long. In the next moment, its skin that was smooth like divine jade cracked open like exquisite porcelain, and numerous cracks that were dense like spider webs appeared on its skin. The flesh turned over, and the blood that seeped out from the cracks was extremely red. The blood that seeped out was so red that it made Gu Fei think that it was a blood-red agate. However, this kind of state of flesh and skin cracking could not be maintained for long. Very soon, the cracked wounds healed quickly, and the blood that seeped out from the wounds was absorbed by the skin into the strange person's body. The aura on the strange person's body became stronger and stronger, like a divine weapon that was being polished, and its edge was gradually revealed. This was not a good sign, and this made Gu Fei feel threatened. Although Gu Fei and this strange person had a verbal agreement that they would settle the grievances between the two of them after returning to the Tenglong continent, both Gu Fei and the strange person were very clear that this agreement was not binding. In other words, they could overturn this agreement at any time and directly attack the other party. Before sensing the aura of the extreme northern demon region, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. That person could control the demon dragon ship, so the initiative was in his hands. However, after sensing the aura of the extreme northern demon region, Gu Fei knew that the initiative was back in his hands. It's time to settle our matter. Gu Fei smiled as he stood up from the deck. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, and like 2 divine swords, they pierced towards the strange person sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. The strange person seemed to feel Gu Fei's murderous intent, and his body trembled slightly. Then, he opened his tightly shut eyes. It was a pair of demonic eyes, and his pupils were blood-red. However, the white part of his eyes had become incomparably black, as if there was a layer of pitch-black demonic aura enveloping his eyes. It was like a blood-red light in a bottomless abyss. Such a pair of demonic eyes made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Do you still think that you can threaten me at this time? The terrifying changes on that person's body did not stop, but his voice revealed an incomparably strong confidence. The way that this person looked at Gu Fei was like a high and mighty monarch looking down at an ant under his feet. This person was definitely a superior who controlled the life and death of countless people. Gu Fei knew that this person's background was definitely not ordinary. This kind of aura that had been in a superior position for a long time was very difficult to imitate, and it was also impossible to imitate. Who are you? Gu Fei asked the question that he had been wanting to ask for a long time. Humph. A dead person has no right to know my name. The person said coldly. He was still sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship, and did not stand up. However, he seemed to regard Gu Fei as a dead person, a corpse. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all, and regarded him as an ant. Ha ha! Gu Fei was so angry that he laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and said coldly, "That's bullshit." Gu Fei directly expressed his anger with action. Bang! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling 5-colored aura, and a powerful wave of energy surged out in all directions with him as the center. The powerful energy caused the demonic dragon ship under his feet to tremble a little. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. He did not say anything else, and directly flew over a distance of tens of feet, to the bow of the ship, and directly punched at that person. The fiery red brilliance instantly lit up the dark void, and the heaven and earth were illuminated. The violent aura was like a surging river, rushing towards the person sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. It was a terrifying aura like the raging flames of the divine fire, and the scorching temperature could melt steel. Under Gu Fei's punch, it seemed to have attracted the heavenly fire, burning everything. This was the terrifying power of the fire element fist. According to the legend, the 5 elements combat skill could shake the heaven and earth, and shatter the void. It was not an exaggeration. Death purgatory. A cold voice came from the fire, and then a pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the sea of fire. The moment the whirlpool appeared, the boundless fire was sucked into the whirlpool. Behind the incomparably evil black whirlpool, there seemed to be a terrifying devil's prison, and it actually sucked all the power of the fire element fist into it. Moreover, the whirlpool was still expanding, and the great suction also enveloped Gu Fei. Under the whirlpool of the death purgatory, that strange person was sitting cross-legged. Damn it! Gu Fei's body involuntarily moved towards the death purgatory bit by bit. Although he tried his best to resist, he still could not stop. The death purgatory was like a wide-open demon's mouth, and even the void seemed to be sucked in by this big mouth. The surrounding void produced ripples, and it was incomparably terrifying. 5 elements unification, annihilation seal technique. At the critical moment, Gu Fei did not think and immediately displayed the 5 elements unification combat skill. Now, he could already withstand the extremely strong power that the 5 elements unification combat skill would erupt. Mysterious seals constantly appeared between Gu Fei's hands, and the power of the 5 elements was drawn. With his own qi, he communicated with the 5 elements of the universe, and with the sparks, he ignited the energy tide between the heaven and earth. Rumble! The heaven and earth began to shake, and the power of the 5 elements gathered, converging on the mysterious seals that Gu Fei formed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements rotated between Gu Fei's hands, and constantly changed, and a vast and boundless power fluctuation was released. The great suction produced by the death purgatory was immediately blocked. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a martial god wearing a 5-colored armor. At this moment, his figure was incomparably tall and indomitable. The 5 condensed seals constantly rotated in Gu Fei's hands. Finally, the 5 seals instantly fused together, and the power of the 5 elements suddenly reached the peak. Then, without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly pressed forward. The bright hand emitted an ancient and powerful aura that seemed to come from the prehistoric times. The entire heaven and earth produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye, as if it could shatter at any time. At this moment, the strange person who sat on the bow of the ship and controlled the death purgatory also stopped looking contemptuous, and his expression became extremely serious. He realized that he had made a serious mistake, and he had underestimated his opponent. Boom! As if the heaven and earth were collapsing, a loud sound rang out from the ship, and the rolling sound waves spread far and wide. As the heaven and earth shook, the entire demonic dragon ship suddenly sank, and the explosion caused the surrounding sea to surge with monstrous waves. The powerful power of the 5 elements collided with the power of the death purgatory, and the burst of destructive power directly shook Gu Fei, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The body of the strange person sitting on the bow of the ship shook continuously, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on the skin and flesh on his body. Stinking blood seeped out, and he became a man of blood. The power of the death purgatory collapsed, and the power of the 5 elements also collapsed. The destructive storm raged on the demonic dragon ship, but it had to be said that this ship was really sturdy. Such a violent impact could not damage it in the slightest. The demonic dragon ship, which was in a state of activation, seemed to be protected by an unfathomable power. Even though the sea was surging with monstrous waves, it still sailed forward. The strange person suffered a great impact, and he fell on the deck of the ship. The impact on Gu Fei was even greater. He flew backward hundreds of feet, and he was already vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Gu Fei flew out of the demonic dragon ship and smashed into the sea with a splash. The bone-chilling seawater actually allowed Gu Fei to remain clear-headed. In the next moment, he rushed out of the sea and roared as he used the 8 desolate steps. The extreme speed of the 8 steps allowed him to move forward as if he was teleporting on the surface of the sea, leaving behind afterimages in the void as he passed. In an instant, Gu Fei stepped on the waves and caught up to the demonic dragon ship. Then, with a loud bang, he landed heavily on the deck at the stern of the ship. "I underestimated you." The middle-aged man sitting on the bow of the ship looked coldly at Gu Fei, who was covered in seawater, and slowly stood up from the deck. A terrifying ripple spread out from his body, which was still constantly cracking and healing. His body, which had undergone an extreme transformation, was extremely powerful. Moreover, this transformation was not over yet. At the same time, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. An ancient and vicissitude aura rushed over, but there was also a terrifying evil aura. The continent in front of them was the origin of the demon Dao in the Tinglong continent, the extreme North Demon region. Chapter 273. Gu Fei stared at the powerful enemy in front of him. His arms emitted a slight bone-cracking sound. Just now, when he clashed head-on with the strange man, the strong recoil caused cracks to appear on the bones of his arms. Vigorous yuan qi surged into his arms and the cracks on his arms rapidly healed. In an instant, Gu Fei's arms were as good as new. "Even if my cultivation has fallen to the transcending mortality realm, I can still kill you," the strange man said in an awe-inspiring voice. His body continued to split open with terrifying bloody wounds. Then, those bloody wounds quickly healed. The destruction and rebirth of the flesh were still alternating between this person's body. However, Gu Fei knew that this guy was about to completely suppress the violent destructive power in his body. Humph. Who will kill who is still unknown. I want to see who will have the last laugh, Gu Fei said coldly. His body emitted a dazzling light, like a 5-colored divine flame dancing. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. His battle intent was like a rainbow. His hair fluttered without any wind. A powerful aura surged from his body, causing a strong gust of wind to blow around him. Your courage is commendable. It's rare to see someone like you. If you join me, not only will I spare your life, but I will also give you the best cultivation resources. How about it? That person seemed to be appreciative of Lin Fan's talent. Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. He stared at the middle-aged man on the bow and said, "What a joke. Why do you want me to be your subordinate? Your strength is only slightly stronger than mine." Gu Fei seemed to have heard a very funny joke. In this world where the strong were respected, people only respected the strong. Even ordinary cultivators would absolutely not submit to someone who was on the same level as them, let alone himself. The man saw Gu Fei's disapproval. Gu Fei actually dared to look down on him. This made him very angry. He angrily said, "If it was before, I could kill a guy like you with just a finger. I just saw that you were a promising talent, and it would be a pity if you died." Thinking that he had fallen to the point of being looked down upon by a transcending mortality realm cultivator, the middle-aged man couldn't help but become angry. The violent power in his body seemed to show signs of going out of control. Terrifying cracks appeared on the man's body. Blood splashed everywhere, instantly turning him into a bloody man. However, in the next moment, the cracks disappeared. Even the blood on the man's body was absorbed into his body. It was no wonder that the middle-aged man became angry from shame. One had to know that in the extreme northern demon region, this middle-aged man had enough strength and status to be proud of. No one dared to look down on him. "If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk to this man. His feet suddenly pushed against the deck, causing the entire demon dragon ship to sink. At the same time, Gu Fei's body was like a 5-colored lightning bolt, rushing towards the man at the bow of the ship. "If you want to die, I'll help you." The man's feet also pushed against the deck, leaving an afterimage on the spot as he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! A dull thunder-like sound of impact resounded. The demon dragon ship that was sailing shook. On the middle deck of the demon dragon ship, 2 powerful fists violently collided. It was like 2 pieces of divine iron colliding. Time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment, and the surroundings fell into silence. However, in the next moment, pang! The 2 figures quickly separated like phantoms. A circle of transparent ripples spread out between the two of them. The wild and ferocious power caused the surrounding broken pieces of wood to collapse into the air. After which, they exploded and turned into wood shavings that scattered down. The demon dragon ship was protected by an unfathomable power, so it didn't suffer any damage. Even its sailing speed wasn't affected. It continued braving the wind and waves as it rapidly sailed towards the extreme northern demon region. The middle-aged man couldn't help but retreat to the bow of the ship before he stabilized his body. Then, all the flesh on his body exploded in an instant. His entire body was a bloody mess, as if he had been skinned alive. It was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The blood was so red that it was almost demonic. Like raindrops, it dripped onto the deck and bloomed like bright red plum blossoms. This wasn't the injury caused by Gu Fei's punch. Instead, it was the fact that the explosive destructive power in the middle-aged man's body hadn't been completely suppressed. The ferocious power caused the middle-aged man's flesh to rupture. The middle-aged man looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if he was a ferocious ghost that had crawled out from the blood pool of hell. However, this terrifying state of the middle-aged man's body did not last long. New flesh began to grow on his badly mutilated body, replacing the necrotic flesh. Soon, another unharmed person appeared on the bow of the ship. Under this attack, Gu Fei couldn't gain any advantage. His powerful body didn't have any advantage this time. He couldn't help but retreat to the stern of the ship before he stopped. A sharp pain came from his right fist. He lowered his head and saw that the surface of his fist had turned black. 4 of his finger bones had already cracked. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong that he could hurt him with just the strength of his body. Even though his physical body had only evolved to the initial stages of the 5 elements battle physique, he was still 108,000 miles away from the great success stage of the 5 elements battle physique. However, this middle-aged man was the first cultivator in the transcending mortality realm who could injure him with the strength of his physical body. Roar! The middle-aged man roared towards the sky, as if he had gone crazy. An extremely ferocious aura was emitted from his body. The pain of his body rupturing made the middle-aged man couldn't help but scream miserably. I don't believe that I can't refine this demon god's blood. The middle-aged man roared crazily. His long hair danced in the wind. Drops of blood splattered from his body. His body that had just recovered was now filled with cracks. Kill! Gu Fei roared and took a step forward. As if he had teleported, he instantly appeared above the middle-aged man and stomped down. He wouldn't give the middle-aged man another chance to suppress the violent power in his body. Rumble! A terrifying power surged under his feet. As he stepped forward, it directly shook the void. The destructive power enveloped the middle-aged man below. Gu Fei knew that the violent and powerful power in the middle-aged man's body hadn't been completely controlled by him. If he didn't kill this person now, he would be the one to suffer when the middle-aged man completely controlled the power. Gu Fei took the first step of the ancient battle technique, the Desolate Steps. This wasn't the 8 steps of extreme speed, but the extremely sharp 8 steps of death. The terrifying power sealed the void, making it impossible for the people below to escape. It obliterated the middle-aged man. Purgatory of death. The middle-aged man roared and waved his hands. A pitch-black vortex appeared between his hands. A terrifying and evil power gushed out from the black hole. Ripples immediately appeared in the void. The vortex produced a great suction force, wanting to devour Gu Fei's power. The two forces collided and offset each other. Bursts of intense light burst out. A powerful fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate spread out. The demon dragon ship was also affected and shook violently. At this time, the speed of the demon dragon ship had already slowed down. However, it was still like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards the devil region of the extreme north. The vast continent in front of them gradually became clear. The demon dragon ship was getting closer and closer to the coast. From 1,000 miles away, the people on the shore had already discovered the traces of the demon dragon ship. They all sent out a signal. Then, more and more people began to gather on the shore. Of course, the 2 people who were fighting desperately on the ship didn't know about the strange movements on the shore. The pitch-black vortex formed by the Purgatory of Death seemed to be connected to a terrifying devil prison. It emitted a gloomy and frightening aura. The great suction force seemed to be able to devour the entire world. However, No matter how much the suction force of the purgatory of death blocked and sucked, it couldn't devour the terrifying power of the first step of the desolate steps. The power of a cultivator originated from his body. It was one with his body, so it was very difficult to move it away. Moreover, the middle-aged man had already used the purgatory of death. Gu Fei had already paid attention. Therefore, not only was the power of the first step not devoured, it still carried the momentum of a landslide as it descended from the sky. Bang! Gu Fei stepped on the pitch-black vortex formed by the power of the purgatory of death. He used his incomparably powerful strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the purgatory. The pitch-black vortex shook continuously. No matter how much the middle-aged man urged the power of the purgatory of death, he couldn't dissolve the step Gu Fei had taken. The formidable power of the first step of the 8 deadly steps had successfully resisted the devouring power of the purgatory of death. Both the ancient combat skill and the unfathomable divine ability displayed great power. For a moment, Gu Fei and the middle-aged man were evenly matched. In the end, the purgatory of death collapsed, and Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky. The desolate steps, 8 deadly steps. Each step was stronger than the one before it. It was like the overlapping waves of the Yangtze River. One wave after another, it became stronger and stronger. After the first step failed, Gu Fei immediately took the second step. This was the superposition of the power. The moment he took the second step, Gu Fei fell down like a meteor towards the middle-aged man. The sound of wind and thunder appeared under Gu Fei's feet. Powerful rays of light appeared under his feet like lightning. They were like destructive rays that tore through the void and bombarded the middle-aged man below. At the same time, the power of the second step and the first step superposition formed a terrifying power. It was like 100,000 mountains that covered the sky and pressed down. The two powers fused together and pushed the power of the second step of Gu Fei to the peak. The unparalleled power shook the void. The power of the desolate steps caused the middle-aged man's expression to change. Roar! 6 paths of void. Shatter the heavens. The middle-aged man below didn't dodge the earth-shattering power of Gu Fei. He roared crazily and used the unfathomable divine ability. Boom! The sky and earth shook violently. Then, transparent ripples spread out with the middle-aged man's hands as the center. This kind of spreading was not aimless. Countless transparent ripples, which were like water, actually moved towards Gu Fei. They were like waves that silently collided with the destructive light. The powerful light was actually annihilated in the void without a sound. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The sky and earth shook. Although the sky didn't shatter, the transparent ripples produced by the vibration of the space contained an unfathomable power. This middle-aged man had actually shaken the void and caused the void to produce a terrifying wave of destruction to destroy his enemy. This person's method was too powerful. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It wasn't hard to imagine what it would be like if the power of this divine ability was used to the extreme. Using the terrifying power of shattering the void to destroy the enemy was a great divine ability. The silent wave and the transparent ripples were unstoppable and destroyed everything. The terrifying power that fell from the sky was also annihilated by this terrifying spatial wave. Gu Fei sensed great danger. A terrifying spatial fluctuation was currently enveloping him from below. If he was enveloped by such a destructive spatial fluctuation, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be smashed into smithereens. Not even a drop of blood would be left behind. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man's divine ability, the power of space could obliterate everything. It was difficult for Gu Fei to resist. Gu Fei was in the sky. He couldn't fly, so it was difficult for him to avoid this terrifying destructive attack. At this critical moment, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Then, like a vertical eye opening, a dazzling purple light shot out from the vertical mark. Boom! The purple light instantly spread and enveloped Gu Fei. Powerful spatial waves surged out from the purple light and collided with the transparent ripples that were spreading from below. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw the scene in the sky. Ridiculous! This guy is really a freak. How can a transcending mortality cultivator cultivate an inner space? The middle-aged man had tried to rob Gu Fei before, so he knew that there was a space inside his Naiwan palace. This was unbelievable. Opening a world inside one's body was a great divine ability that could split the heavens and earth apart. Only a true immortal could do this. How could a transcending mortality cultivator have such a great divine ability? But the truth was the truth. It was placed in front of him and he had to believe it. A vast amount of spatial energy surged out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and enveloped him. Then, Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. It was as if countless heavy hammers were smashing into his head. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. This was the collision of two different spatial energies. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, causing the entire inner space to shake. The heaven and earth within the inner space shook, as though it was returning to primal chaos.